The Resistance Accuse 1945 to 1973. History and Class 1. Pietro Secchia. The Resistance Accuses 1945 to 1973. 1945. Renovation. For the unity of progressive forces. Authority and freedom. What is the consultation? 1946. Mitre and staff. Eradicate fascism. 1947. Freedom for fascists. Partisan listen. 1948. In the footsteps of Dollfuss. Their democracy, capture and kill. Born in blood. Balance sheet of the general strike. 1949. In the footsteps of fascism. The liberation of Borghese. The Resistance Accuses. 1950. Politics of massacre. United Front of Youth. 1951. Let's unite against the government that tramples on the Constitution. 1952. The Italian Resistance. North and South. Matati. This is the time. 1953. Our fight for freedom, peace, and the Constitution, the words and deeds of the Pella government. 1954. The Resistance and the Shiba government. Problems and history of the Resistance. 1955. Their new party emerged from the Resistance. Unity and action. 1956. The flag of the Resistance. 1957. The condemnation of Gemisto Franco Morenino. 1958. Acting for peace. 1959. Resistance and Risorgimento. 1960. Celebration of the resistance during the battle against the Tombroni government, a walking corpse. 1961. Against the government's policy of divergences. 1962. The Porto Longone generation. 1963. Where is Greece going? The assassination of Grigorius Lamrakis. 1964. Fiat in the Resistance. The Resistance beatified. 1965. War on the Rails. For active solidarity with the partisans and popular forces of Vietnam. 1966. Debate and democracy. 1967. State and police. Exceptional laws. Coup d'état. 1968. Commemoration of Che Guevara. The Constitution and relations between citizens and the state. 1969. Fight against fascism. Democratize the armed forces. 1970. The history of kings. 1971. The reality of 1943-45. 1972. The armed bodies of the state after the liberation. 1973. Unity and the fight against fascism. Appendix, Secchia, A Life at the Service of the People 1940, Confino di Ventotene. Standing from the left, Giuseppe Alberganti, Battista Santia, Gino Minami, Gold Medal in Memory, Commander of the Northern Emilia Formations, and Giulio Turci. Seated from left, Nello Poma. Umberto Macchia. Pietro Secchia. Publishers Forward. In a letter dated June 10, 1973, Pietro Secchia wrote to us, Dear Mazzotta, I have finished the work for the volume La Resistenza Accuse. But I subjected myself to an effort which my doctors absolutely forbid. We went to Rome in mid-June and Secchia gave us the volume the day before he entered the clinic for a vigorous treatment he hoped, where he would die on July 7. The illness had affected his physique but not his temper as a worker. At all costs he had wanted to continue and conclude this last effort of his. As you will see, something serious has happened. It is a kind of 30-year history, he wrote in the same letter, adding, I have followed quite a few of these documents with notes to explain what the political situation was in which that particular article or essay was written, what it was the government against which that speech was made, and what that government stood for. The only inconvenience is that it ended up being over 600 typed pages, but I don't really see this as an inconvenience. Rereading to us aloud some passages with the notes just completed, he explained to us the breadth of the work with the desire to provide young people with a 30-year historical framework within which they would be clearly helped in orienting a political growth so often devoid of indications on the resistance and the most recent events. He insisted on the use of the book for young people, even officially in schools, he said, wherever possible. He recommended us to keep the price low for this, and we think we satisfied him. He spoke about everything, passionately, as if he wanted to compress an entire past of great experiences into the space of one day, perhaps in the intuition of a short future. He spoke to us about the arduous work undertaken with us concerning Stalin and his era. He showed us the lines along which the research was moving, which is full of extraordinary documents and memories. In the contract we established delivery at the end of December 1974. I will do everything I can to make it happen, he had written to us when the disease was just starting. In his large library he then showed us a booklet from 1949 entitled La Resistance Accuse, whose cover depicted a wounded partisan clinging to a tricolor. It's a suggestive image, we observed. We could use it for the cover, but that tricolor, today perhaps the flag could also have been a solid color. Secchia shook his head, stared at us with a smile and talked about something else, jealously putting away the file. I will give you the preface, but this won't be long. By June or mid-July he promised to say goodbye, and if by coincidence I won't be here anymore, well, you can manage yourselves a little, perhaps remembering that before becoming a man of letters I was a man of action. So, joking with death, Secchia accompanied us to the elevator. Once again the tireless bot. Point 1. Making do is however difficult. How is it possible to introduce what Secchia explains so clearly, with his language accessible to all? The old memories of the comrades in arms, of the leaders of the party, are certainly not enough to present his words, which arise from continuous action, from those who built the party day by day in terrible conditions. Secchia fought for the proletariat for over 50 years without ever asking for anything. Even in death he accuses those who are still with his writings. The word accuses is here linked to resistance. Why did he choose this title? The resistance accuses whom? From the chapter that gives the book its title we reported this question: to what extent has democracy been consolidated in Italy? How many steps forward have been made to eradicate fascism, to consolidate the republic, to give greater well-being to Italians, to enhance those forces who suffered and fought to make Italy free? Here, almost 30 years later, the question becomes dramatic. The popular masses are victims of the same oppressors as yesterday. Workers, peasants, and students' struggles suffer the same crimes. The state apparatus is at the service of capital and monopolies, which find their main expression in the DC. One pseudonym under which Secchia fought his battle. He was found by Longo as a diminutive of Secchia, the popular Italian runner of those years, and was assigned to Secchia for his tireless militant activity. There a unitary connection runs through all the writings and animates them, the constant concern to carefully study the variations, over 30 years, of the contradictions, the changes in the balance of power, to increasingly identify the main enemy and the best way to fight it, strengthening the broadest unity of the popular masses around the working class. From every writing, from every speech, this continuous concern emerges to conduct a concrete analysis of the concrete situation on the basis of the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism. In this, above all, Secchia was a disciple of Lenin, and no one will ever be able to obscure the ability he had to be one of the most consequent and creative interpreters of his teachings. Speaking to young people in 1950, in the period of the ferocious anti-popular reaction led by the DC, Secchia said, "When we happen to be beaten, we communists have nothing to do but resume the fight to move forward." P.Lu. Here there is not only the irreducible tenacity of the revolutionary fighter, of the communist leader. There is an appeal to young people, whom he has always considered resistant, continuers of the liberation, to take possession of the teachings of the resistance and the subsequent struggles and make them a weapon in the difficult fight for socialism. The new arises from the old. The speeches and writings collected here contain a historical and theoretical heritage above all, the learning of which is decisive for strengthening the workers' and popular struggles of today and tomorrow. The starting point is the scientific reflection on what the resistance really was. Secchia nails down with no escape both the so-called thesis of the failed or betrayed revolution, according to which the partisan war did not end with the establishment of socialism even though this would have been possible, and the thesis widely propagated today by those who want all costs justifying one's desire for collaboration with the DC, according to which unity among the resistance forces was the absolutely main element, without seeing who was at the head of the movement and who was at its tail and actively working to destroy it. The real program of the resistance was not socialism. Most of the fighters in hiding and the workers who went on strike under the repression of the SS and the Republicans fought to create, once fascism collapsed, a regime of progressive democracy, capable of undermining the economic roots of fascism, industrial monopolies, financial concentrations, large agrarian property, capable of implementing radical social reforms and democratizing the structures of the state in such a way that the working class and the popular masses became protagonists of national life. An intermediate phase of transition to socialism was rightly conceived, which would open a broader path of advance towards it. But not all the forces acting in the resistance fought for this perspective. There were those, Christian Democrats and liberals, who acted with the explicit intention of slowing down and sabotaging the movement, working so that the structure of the state remained almost unchanged after the collapse of fascism and so that the excessive power of the monopolies could be re-established, albeit in different aspects. Compared to the fascist dictatorship of the hypocritical and formal bourgeois democracy. These were the forces that preached wait and see, that expected liberation only from the Allies and that, once the movement had grown impetuously, opposed the insurrection. These forces were terrified at the very idea of the people in arms. All social classes participated in the resistance, but not all to the same extent and in the same position. p. 396, the character of a movement. The resistance, ed., is not given only by the sum of the different classes and social groups that participated in it, but above all by the forces that moved it, directed it and, giving it impetus and momentum, they carried it forward overcoming difficulties, frictions, and conflicts. p. 397, addressing the Christian Democrats, Secchia stated in 1954, "The resistance does not belong to you." p. 227, the resistance would not exist without the revolutionary leadership of the PCI, without the presence of socialists and shareholders. Secchia never encountered the alleged popular soul of the DC, whose existence is completely evident to contemporary revisionists, during the resistance or afterwards. It is no coincidence that a similar definition is not found in the book. Among the leaders of the PCI, he was certainly the one who most readily understood the change that the DC was making immediately after the liberation, from a moderate and breaking force within the anti-fascist alignment, to a reactionary and anti-popular force openly at the service of the monopolies, agrarians, and U.S. imperialism. The loss of power of the CLN, the frenzied persecution of the partisans, the massacres of farmers and workers, the maintenance of the framework of the state and of the fascist laws, are the issues on which Secchia most forcefully nails the DC to its responsibilities. 4. In 1953, as the battle against the scam law was already open, he stated in the Senate addressing the Christian Democrats, "We all know that in your party there are also authentic workers. We also know that unfortunately you still extend your influence above all thanks to the services that the church renders to some of the workers. However, the policy that your party and the clerical government conduct is a policy that fully and completely defends the interests of the big capitalists and not those of workers. Can you perhaps deny it? And if you deny it, tell us which party represents big capital in Parliament and in the country." Pages 171. This is a precise scientific definition. The historical function of the DC is resolved in being the main political force of the big bourgeoisie, the political force of the monopolies whose interests it advances against those of the working masses. The fact that the DC, in conducting this policy, extorts the consent of popular sectors does not mean at all that a popular soul exists within it. It means that it is the main instrument through which the political power of the monopolies is organized, which in order to sustain itself, in this lies the Christian democratic mediation, must be able to bind to its own interests part of the popular masses of which it is a sworn enemy. It's starting from this fixed point which raises the problem of the alliance and the conquest of the Catholic masses in the perspective of socialism. That is, the problem of alliances arises starting from class interests, and therefore the workers' movement conceives alliances as unity of the popular masses against the class enemy, not as unity with it and the political forces that represent its interests. For those who are on the path to socialism, we believe that this question remains the essential point on the agenda in the political situation of our country. Secchia's commitment to denunciation and struggle against the resurgent fascist danger was continuous. On the nature of fascism he repeatedly reiterated the scientific judgment of Stalin, of Dimitrov, of the Seventh Congress of the Third International. In 1953 he stated, "Fascism was the most consequent integral reaction system of big capital, it was the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital." p. 174, in the current era of the collapse of imperialism, fascism, which has come to power or is trying to come to power, is in any case the product of monopolies which resort to it when they can no longer dominate the masses with the traditional instruments of bourgeois democracy. From simplistic identifications, a reactionary turn can be a stage towards fascism, but it is not yet fascism, it does not coincide with it, and Secchia specifies this: not every form of reaction is fascism. p. 174, if fascism is produced of monopolies and if the DC is their political party, the fascist danger in our country is not foreign to Christian democratic politics. Secchia stated in 1953, "Today the MSI or other neo-fascist movements constitute a danger to the extent that you Christian Democrats, editor's note, you stimulate them, favor them, and protect them, but they do not have large masses following them, and nor are they at this moment the party on which the big bourgeoisie and finance capital are betting their main cards." p. 172, if we think about the most recent events, the massacres and the fascist plots, from the Piazza Fontana massacre to today, the accuracy with which the DC and its governments have tried to cover up the origin of those anti-popular provocations, the draft law on the detention of PS, we must recognize all the topical and indicative value that judgment retains. The example of a fighter and revolutionary leader and the teaching of Pietro Secchia will live on after his death. He will continue to speak beyond the official silences, and this will be inevitable because the truth for a communist is never, on the basic problems, the same as for a social democrat. p. 540, 6. 1945. Renewal 1. In the impressive demonstration of strength on May 1, the Milanese people loudly acclaimed the coming of Togliatti and Nani to Milan. The Milanese workers wanted to acclaim in Togliatti and Nani the representatives of the popular forces, the new men called by the will of the Italians to have an active and leading part in the government of our country. Point 2. In the need strongly felt and enthusiastically expressed by the Milanese workers of soon have a people's government at the head of which there are men of the people who reflect their needs, feelings, aspirations, there is no anti-unity tendency, there is no desire for rupture. We want a united Italy, a single government, but the unitary state must rest on a democratic and profoundly renewed basis. The government must be a government of the people, an expression of the will of the people. No one can deny that the largest centers of northern Italy were liberated by the victorious popular insurrection, by the valor, heroism, and blood of the partisans and workers. The popular insurrection won with the struggle. It was a bloody fight in which hundreds and hundreds of the best sons of our people fell, weapons in hand. In Turin alone, on the glorious days, over 400 people died. Mention of the struggle in the various cities. The same radical and bloody purge of these days was a phase of the struggle. 11 article from El Unita, May 4, 1945, Northern Italian edition. 9. Popular Army was part and epilogue of the victorious national insurrection. The purge is not over and should not be considered over. In the culminating phase of the insurrection, the people meted out summary justice to the most notorious traitors of the homeland, the ringleaders of fascist banditry. But the purge does not end with a few dozen death sentences, and purge does not necessarily mean a death sentence. The purge must continue, it must continue with all the necessary guarantees of scrupulousness and justice, but it must continue. You can't rebuild the country without purging it. Foreign agents must be chased out of workshops, offices, public administration, the army, the police, and schools. Purge means elimination from management positions of all reactionary, anti-democratic, anti-popular forces, whatever their guise. And today fascists try to hide under the cloak of other political movements. Don't just look at the badge. Today there is no longer anyone who dares to wear the fascist badge, but the fascists have not all disappeared. The enemies of the workers, the reactionaries of all stripes are trying to unite. We must not give them a break, we must unmask them, make it impossible for them to harm the country. The purge must be the basis of the reconstruction of the country. The workers, the technicians, the employees could not work with ardor, bear new sacrifices for the reconstruction of our cities, our factories, our villages, if those who had continued to sit in the management positions of large companies and public administrations betrayed and ruined Italy. New men, the men who did everything to prevent the ruin of Italy, the men who have always fought fascism, these must be called to positions of responsibility today. The acclamation of the Milanese workers in Togliatti and Nani has this precise meaning. The renewal that we ask on must be limited to a simple and ordinary ministerial reshuffle, to the change of a few people, but it must be a real turning point. 22 Togliatti was already part of the government, indeed he was vice president of the government council Bonamai, but our fight for a new government after the liberation was a fight to have a CLN government that represented the forces and aspirations of the resistance. 10. In Italian political life, it must mean the radical elimination of reactionary cliques from the leadership of the country, it must mean government of the people, government of the forces that have been panic and the strength of our national insurrection. Therefore the unity of progressive forces. 3. It is with deep regret that after the common struggles of these 2 years we sometimes see on the part of some who speak on behalf of Catholics or Christian democratic friends attitudes which testify to the existence, even today, of unjustified mistrust towards us. We certainly do not expect others to give up their program, just as we do not give up ours, but we would like greater objectivity and serenity of judgment. Certain writings and speeches reveal how the shameful slanders with which fascism tried to smear the Communist Party for 20 years have left deep traces even in those who proclaim themselves sincere anti-fascists. We have before us an open letter that self-styled Catholic workers from DCO addressed to their communist worker friends. In this letter it is said that an abyss separates Catholic workers from communist workers. Whoever made this statement, we are certain, is neither a worker nor a farmer. The Catholic workers and peasants, who for 20 years were oppressed by the fascist dictatorship, who for 20 years suffered together with the communist workers in the workshops and in the fields, who fought together with us in these 18 months of German and fascist terrorism, for their bread, for life, for the salvation of their homes, of their children, for the future of our country, they know that between us and them there is no abyss. Unfortunately, there are those who would like to create this abyss. They are, whatever their mask, the representatives of those reactionary and exploitative forces that try by any means to oppose the march of the progressive forces of labor. In the writing before us it is stated that for us communists man would be nothing more than a piece of machine, that we would be enemies of the family, we would be for the suppression of property, for the exploitation of man to the point of brutalization. But where on earth did the communists support such aberrations? We know of only one regime that exploited until the end of the period, which suppressed the ownership of small and medium-sized businesses, with 3 conversation held on the radio by Pietro Secchia in Milan on May 9, 1945 and reproduced on the front page of Tunita, May 10, 1945. 12. Tadani, sending them to ruin, who treated men worse than beasts, who worked to destroy religion, the family, and every sense of dignity in men. This regime was called the fascist regime. We communists instead want to free man from the social and natural forces that oppress him. This is why we fought, we suffered, thousands of our comrades fell, they resisted the most terrible tortures that could only be resisted with the strength of the spirit. The Catholic worker and peasant who knew us up close, who like us have hands ruined by work, who like us suffered from hunger for years in fascist prisons, who divided and saw us sharing our bread with those who didn't have a piece of bread, who saw us give up the tranquility of family life to defend the cause of the humble and the exploited. The Catholic worker and the Catholic farmer will never believe that communists are soulless beings and without ideals, that communists only feel the problems of the belly. Catholic workers who know living communists, not the imaginary ones painted by the criminal imagination of fascist bandits, know that they are men who love their family, their children. The Catholic workers who knew Eugenio Curiel, Eusebio Gaiambone, Dante Di Nanni and many other of our fallen, who read their letters so full of humanity and love, know how much of a part the family had in the ideal for which they fought and they gave their lives. We refuse to believe that a Catholic worker can put the Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany, the regime of freedom and the regime of slavery, on the same level. Germany was led by the National Socialist regime to attack, massacre and reduce free peoples to slavery. The Soviet Union, after having worked for 20 years for peace, took the field to defend its freedom, the freedom and civilization of peoples. What the Soviet people did, what they suffered for the salvation of civilization and progressive forces could only be done and borne by a free people. It is with great pleasure that yesterday we read in the organ of the Christian Democrats that they fully agree with us on the need to fight the sowers of discord. Yes, Christian Democrat friends, we are not afraid. Indeed, we want you to express your thoughts to us frankly, we above all want to work with you. But for this purpose it is 13. It is necessary that we and you do not allow anyone to sow discord, to use false quotes and slander taken from the propaganda arsenal of Goebbels and Mussolini. No one must be allowed to artificially create an abyss between Catholic workers and communists that does not exist. Our Christian Democratic friends say they are fighting to eliminate the class of exploiters, to eliminate the dominance of the large trusts and financial capital. They say they agree with us on the solution to be given to the problem of land for farmers, on the need to fight to ensure that workers have a salary sufficient to support them and to give them the opportunity to educate their children. They claim to be for the defense of private property and for a regime of true democracy in which everyone is allowed to collaborate effectively in the destinies of their country. Well, all this is what we communists want too. All this is what we have always fought for, it is what many communists shed their blood for, gave their lives. These are the problems, the common objectives on which we must achieve an ever closer and more confident agreement. These are the objectives that we must achieve with the common struggle. What we want and what you Christian Democrat friends must want is that religion does not serve reaction, that religion does not become an instrument of those forces that brought Italy to ruin and that today work to keep workers divided. It is up to us, it is up to our Christian Democrat friends, it is up to all true and sincere Catholics to unmask the slanderers, the sowers of discord, to prevent the reactionary forces from once again succeeding in their game. The struggle between fascism and anti-fascism is the struggle between reactionary forces and progressive forces, between exploiting forces and the forces of labor. In this struggle, popular, progressive forces will only be victorious if they remain united. To achieve, to maintain, to strengthen this unity, we communists will do everything humanly possible. It is the duty of every sincere Democrat to do the same. 4 This writing is important because it shows that we communists, already during the resistance and immediately afterwards, were for unity with the Catholic workers and the Christian Democrats. This was not a sudden discovery, a new direction that arose after 1954 or after the 20th Congress. It also demonstrates that the most representative men of the Communist Party 14. During and after the resistance they supported this line of unity in struggle with the Catholics and the Christian Democrats, and that certain rumors or suppositions put into circulation that the Longos and the Secchias were against are not true. It also demonstrates how immediately after the liberation the DC leaders themselves wrote in their party's newspapers that they agreed on the need to fight to eliminate the exploiters, the dominance of the large trusts and financial capital, etc. Finally, it demonstrates how right we were in stating that in that struggle the popular and progressive forces would have been victorious only if they had remained united. Unfortunately, that unity was broken in the first months of 1947 by the Hon. Alcide de Gasperi and the other leaders of the D.C. 15. Authority and Freedom. 5. We have always affirmed the need for a government that truly governed and the need for an authority that citizens respected. We are not friends of lawlessness, nor preachers of disorder. Instead, we affirm that not only do we want respect for the law, but that we commit our forces to ensure that the laws that guarantee everyone's freedom and rights are respected. Today the Italians who have suffered so harshly and who face the gigantic task of bringing their country back to life need justice and peace. Peace and justice can and must be achieved through democratic reorganization, in compliance with the laws that the people want to give themselves and with the functioning of bodies that are an expression of the popular will. This is why our party calls for the Constituent Assembly to be convened as soon as possible and has made every effort to ensure that municipal and provincial elections are held before the end of the conflict. However, we are concerned about certain frantic invocations that call for an apparently policy of order and pacification capable instead of throwing our country into new struggles, favoring the return of reactionary forces. We want the authority that guarantees us to be free, which is the fruit of everyone's participation and collaboration and which is recognized as such. We firmly oppose certain preconceptions that do not take into account the situation that has been created in our country. Attempts to force the new democracy into the forms and constraints of the pre-fascist state have failed in central and southern Italy. A government that confused the maintenance of order with the Royal Carabinieri Corps without purging it, and that confused authority with the police headquarters and prefectures, still full of Mussolini's men, proved insufficient in every respect and isolated itself from the masses. The Communists, who also participated in it to tear away every 5-lead article by Pietro Secchia, unsigned, L'Unità, May 13, 1945, Northern Italian edition. What emerges in the article is the insistence that the government rest on the CLN and that the separate bodies of the state be renewed and democratized, the police, Carabinieri, Army, Judiciary. 16. Possible conquest in favor of the masses and for Italy to fight its war. They have already denounced the Bonomi government as a regime in which democracy cannot be implemented and which lacks the necessary organs to understand the popular will. While we insist that the Constituent Assembly be convened as soon as possible and that the people be given the opportunity to decide on institutional forms, today we see only one solution to guarantee order and freedom: the authority of the government and the democratic activity of the masses popular, a radical renewal of the political direction of the country so that it represents the great movement of the liberation committees and makes use of them to destroy any fascist residue and to implement democracy. To those who ask whether there must be government authority or the authority of the liberation committees, we reply that today there can and must be a government that functions and enjoys prestige only if it is able to make use of these new bodies which are the liberation committees. The liberation committees demonstrated as efficiently in the days of the insurrection as they had demonstrated in the clandestine phase that they were capable of organizing and representing all popular classes. Authority and legality therefore mean activity and supervision on the part of the liberation committees which coordinate their work with the government bodies. The forces of disorder are not those that freely gather around democratic bodies, they are the fascist forces that undermine peace, that want to prevent life from resuming. Ending fascism and guaranteeing everyone's participation in democratic life through the bodies of every factory and every village means giving everyone that sense of tranquility and justice that is felt as a primordial need. Woe to us if we have a government that is not tied to the masses, woe to us if we have a police apparatus that is not considered to safeguard freedom. The communists are aware that today the struggle for freedom is conducted in new forms that cannot be those that the workers and the whole people have known in the clandestine struggle and in the insurrection. They want the apparatus of partisan warfare to be demobilized and those who are able to return to work, but they ask that what is still necessary today for the development of the democratic life of the country remain from the great experience. 17. The liberation committees must exist and the government must be based on them. The reconstruction workers must be defended and for this reason the law enforcement forces must be renewed. 18. What is the consulta asterisk? There are two attitudes towards democracy today. There are those who want to do without even that little democracy that we have today, and there are instead those who want to make it live, those who look ahead, those who fight every day to make it progress, to conquer it. Always a little more. We communists are the ones who criticize because there is still too little democracy. We are the ones who work and fight for the development and strengthening of democracy, but in the meantime we do not give up on using what little there is. This is why we communists cannot think of assuming and carrying out any mandate in the name of the people without being accountable to the people, without asking the citizens, the workers, for the help of their advice and their criticisms. This is why we communists cannot think of exposing our political line in any government body without being accountable to the country. This is democracy, this is the will for democracy. I was not elected by you to the consulta, because as you know no member of the consulta was directly elected by the people. I was designated to the council by my party, but I feel that I represent you. They shout, yes, yes, I feel that I represent my land, my people, the workers of my region for whom and together with whom I have fought so many battles for a better future for our people. Well, I feel that I would have failed in my duty if I had not come to report to you on the work of the consulta, if I had not come to explain to you what the communists are doing at the consulta. I feel the duty to ask for your advice, your help, to ask the citizens of Biella which problems they believe are most urgent, most useful and necessary to deal with at the council. Applause. What is this consulta? We communists are not and have never been too enthusiastic about this consulta. We have not overestimated and not 66 speech given in Biella on October 15, 1945, editions of Vita Nuova. 19. We will overestimate the importance of the consulta, even if we consider that due to its function and composition it still represents a step forward. We have never been too enthusiastic about it because we would not want the convocation of the consulta to constitute, for some, a reason and pretext for delaying the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. We would not like the consulta's resistance to make the normalization of Italian democracy less urgent, i.e. the convening of electoral rallies for the Constituent Assembly. After seeing it up close we certainly cannot say that we have become more enthusiastic about the consulta. We don't like the council, it doesn't satisfy us because it is not democratic, it was not elected by the people and its mass organizations which have notable importance and functions in Italy. For example, the representatives of the UDI Italian Women's Union and the Youth Front are missing, the representatives of the new generations who have given so much, who have suffered so much in the fight to free Italy from the Germans and fascists, are missing. For us communists, a council made up of delegates from the National Liberation Committees and other democratic mass anti-fascist organizations who truly fought for the freedom and independence of Italy, who organized, supported and directed the War of Liberation. We don't like the consulta because it is not representative of the political will of the country. The monarchists say so. Laughter. What should we say? All political forces are represented on equal ground. The Communist Party, the Socialist Party and the Christian Democracy, which are undoubtedly the three largest mass parties existing in Italy, have the same number of representatives as the Labour Democracy. Have you ever met the Labour Democracy Party? Have you ever seen it during the War of Liberation, during the 23 years of struggle against fascism? During the 18 months of partisan war? Yet there on the benches of the right sits a large number of Labour Democracy consultants. There sit venerable beards, respectable bellies. Laughter. Who reproach us for ignoring the old history or the old parliamentary histories. But where were those beards, where were those bellies when it came to fighting fascism, when it came to saving Italy from catastrophe, when it came to fighting against the Germans and the brigands? 20. Black. It is shouted, they were with the fascists, they collaborated with the Germans. Yes, many fascists of yesterday sit in the council, such as Senators Bergamini, Frassati, and others. There is someone so accustomed to the sessions of the Chamber of Fasci and Corporations that he began his speech saying, "Gentlemen councillors." Yes, in the council there are many who supported, and voted for fascism for at least several years, such as FON, for example. Vittorio Emanuele Orlando, who, even at the time of the brigand attack on Abyssinia, sent Mussolini the telegram of congratulations and support for the enterprise. There are today's fascists in the council, such as, for example, the monarchist Marquis Lucifero di Aprigliano, the representative of the everyman seven, or rather the ordinary landowner. The council is not representative of the will of the country. While there are fascists of yesterday and today, monarchists, large landowners, and large industrialists, there are just 16 representatives of our brave partisans. Until yesterday, when it came to fighting and risking one's skin, the partisans were praised as the saviors of Italy, but today the partisans and patriots are denied the right to participate in the direction of the life of our country. The council lacks veterans. There are few former combatants from the First World War. I take my hat off to the fighters of the 1915-18 war, but it is inconceivable that in the council the former fighters are represented by only 4 or 5 people, that is, the fighters of 30 years ago. And the new generations. And why shouldn't the veterans of prison camps and concentration camps, the veterans of this immense conflict, the veterans and victims of the brigand and crazy fascist adventures make their voices heard at the consulta? Applause. In the council there is parity or almost parity between workers and bosses, between employers, industrial, commercial and workers' associations. Is this perhaps democracy? Are the bosses perhaps in equal numbers to the workers? And the big industrialists, the big landowners perhaps contributed to the fight against fascism, to the fight against a disguised movement of neo-fascism, which arose in 1944 in Rome and southern Italy, which published a newspaper with the same title, directed by Guglielmo Giannini. 21. Among the Germans to the same extent as the workers, the peasants, the workers contributed. Loud applause. Why do the communists participate in the consulta? If this is the case, why do we communists participate in the consulta? It's a question you are right to ask me. But before answering this question, I want to start by introducing you to the group of communist consultants, by telling you that our group is a very particular group. A group of fighters, and certainly not parliamentarians accustomed to the old politics of Montecitorio. Ours is a group of young people. We have few beards, in fact we don't have any, or rather we only have one, and it is that magnificent figure of a strong anti-fascist fighter who goes by the name of Fabrizio Maffi. Very loud, prolonged applause that you have met and beloved, who you saw at the head of the struggle, supported by workers from Biella and Vercelli, supported by Italian workers during this century and in the last years of the last century. Our group is made up of authentic workers, authentic farmers who bear the imprints of work on their hands and faces. In our group there are intellectuals of great fame such as Professor Concetto Marcasi, there are professionals, technicians, and artists. In a word, our group truly represents the world of work, of manual and intellectual workers. But the essential characteristic of the group of communist consultants is that all its members are serious anti-fascists, that they have all demonstrated with deeds their love for freedom, that they have all consecrated their best energies, they have dedicated their entire lives to because of the workers, who all paid in person. When someone at the council dared to ask us communists for an identity card, the demonstration of our attachment to democracy, our comrade Terracini brought out our authentic certificates of democracy. There are 61 communist consultants. A total of 530 years in prison were inflicted on them by the special fascist court, of which 464 were served. which means that each communist consultant served an average of 8 years in prison for maintaining faith in the cause of the workers, for fighting for the overthrow of 22. Merit of the fascist regime. Loud applause. No other group of consultants can boast this characteristic, and I believe that in parliamentary history it constitutes a record not only for Italy, but also in comparison to other countries. There are groups of other parties that have a larger number of consultants than ours. Because you know that each party is represented in the council by 37 consultants and in addition by a certain number of former deputies, declared deposed by fascism, belonging to the party. We communists were not favored by this provision, since we had few surviving former communist deputies. Our former MP comrades fell fighting for the cause of freedom of the Italian people. Antonio Gramsci, loud applause, the founder of our party, the leader of the working class, the best, most lucid brain in Italy, was slowly, day by day, murdered in the prisons of Italy on Mussolini's orders. Francesco Lo Sardo died in Naples prison, where he was serving a sentence inflicted on him by the special fascist tribunal. Guido Pielli fell in Spain at the head of a Garibaldi brigade, in defense of the Spanish Republic. Giuseppe Srebrenik, who fell on the Isonzo during the Partisan War. And he is the only former deputy who fell at the head of a partisan formation, who fell fighting against the Germans and the fascists. And now that I have introduced the communist group to you, I will tell you what we communists are doing at the Consulta. For us communists, the Consulta is a free platform from which we can speak to the country and the people, from which we can make the voice of the people heard. It is a platform that we use to criticize the Consulta itself and to ask that the Constituent Assembly be convened as soon as possible. Applause. With all its defects, the Consulta is always a step towards the democratization of public life, and we also intend to use the Consulta to accelerate, to stimulate the development, as rapidly as possible, of democracy in Italy. Through the Consulta we want to strive to link the government more closely to the liberation committees, to the popular masses and their needs. I repeat, we want to use the Consulta above all to arrive at the Constituent Assembly as soon as possible, because only the Constituent Assembly will be able to give Italy a regime of effective progressive democracy. It will be able to guarantee our country from any and all returns. 23. Of the reactionary forces, you will be able to rebuild a free and independent Italy and create a better future for our people. The first session of the Consulta. At the first session of the Consulta, the different parties limited themselves to exposing their concepts and their programs. No concrete problems were addressed. This was perhaps inevitable for a first discussion, for a first contact. The different parties, speaking to the whole country from a national platform, have said what they think, or almost what they think. Certain parties have said as much as they felt they could say. Monarchists, for example, did not dare, or did not have the courage to defend the monarchy. And yes, there was no shortage of attacks either on the House of Savoy or on the monarchical institution, and no one dared to protest, not even when the socialist comrade Alessandro Pertini stated that the monarchy is a corpse waiting to be buried. Applause. At the Consulta it was clear that the Republic is now wanted by the great majority of Italians. The reactionary attack could not be made openly on the Consulta. Francesco Saverio Nitti felt that he could not have made his violent denigrating attack on the National Liberation Committees at the Consulta, that he could not have insulted the partisans who fought seriously, who did not sit quietly abroad waiting that Italy was liberated, and that today they are only wrong in wanting to participate in the political life of the country, liberated with their blood. To conduct his violent denigrating attack against the CLN, against the partisans, against the communists, against the patriots, to invite the Allies to remain in Italy to act as policemen, Nitti had to look for another platform. He had to place himself outside the National Assembly. The old liberal Senator Benedetto Croce wanted to give us a lesson in the history of Italy, from which several pages were missing, and he demonstrated exactly the opposite of what he would have wanted. Responding to the statement of the President of the 24. I advise that in Italy a regime of true democracy had never existed even before fascism. Senator Croce affirmed that pre-fascist democracy was undoubtedly liberal because if liberalism without democracy languishes without material and stimulus, the democracy in turn, without observance of the liberal system and method, becomes perverted and corrupted and opens the way to dictatorships and despotisms. And that's exactly what happened, was the prompt interruption of our comrade Valio Spano. Precisely on logical and historical ground, Senator Croce demonstrated in a clear, crystalline way how false his thesis was, according to which pre-fascist governments were democratic. Croce himself demonstrated, without any possibility of misunderstanding, that liberalism was not democratic and that democracy was not liberal, as it paved the way for the most nefarious of dictatorships, the fascist dictatorship. The secretary of the Liberal Party, Leone Cattani, essentially spoke against the liberation committees, claiming that they had now fulfilled their function and asked for their demobilization. He spoke out against the sharecroppers, arguing that the sharecropping contract is fine as it is and that the peasant unrest is only done out of demagoguery. He spoke against the workers, making many reservations about the management councils and putting forward the usual concerns, the usual dangers, that they lead to production paralysis. The Christian Democrats. Some conservative and reactionary tendencies have come to light and have also manifested themselves through certain statements by some speakers of the Christian Democrats who insisted on the need to eliminate the prefects and police commissioners designated by the liberation committees. Who advised treading carefully on the extraordinary tax on capital, who turned to the Allies for the maintenance of public order, who showed a lot of incomprehension for the company liberation committees, who stated that the local elections they must be done immediately and before the Constituent Assembly, because the Allies asked for them. But within the Christian Democrats there are undoubtedly sincere Democrats, and one of them raised his voice loudly at the Consulta. 25. The Hon. Achille Grandi, Christian Democrat Secretary of the Italian General Confederation of Labor, although ill, wanted to leave the clinic, where he has been undergoing treatment for months, to come to the Council to exalt trade union unity, in achieving which Italy has given an example to the whole world. Grandi recognized in his speech the importance of the socialist movement for the progress of society, denounced the landowners and industrialists as the organizers of fascism, and warmly defended the current demands of the working classes. He had words of strong sympathy for the Soviet Union, exalting the patriotism of his people, whose example demonstrates what a strong contribution the working classes can make, under certain conditions, to the life of a people. Applause, shouting, "Long live the Soviet Union!" The interventions of the socialist comrades and friends of the Action Party at the Consulta were strong affirmations of sincere and consequent democracy in support of the liberation committees and for the prompt convocation of the Constituent Assembly. Longo speaks on behalf of the Communists. On behalf of the group of communist consultants, on behalf of the Communist Party, our comrade Luigi Longo spoke loud. Applause. General Commander of the Garibaldi Assault Brigades, Deputy Commander of the Corps of Volunteers of Freedom. Replying to the various consultants who followed one another in the gallery, Comrade Longo demonstrated how the Communists have always supported and achieved national unity during the War of Liberation, fighting its saboteurs, and how even today the Communist Party calls the people to unity and to work and ask the government to lead with a firm and bold hand at the same time, in its reconstructive work. Comrade Longo defended the insurrection and the partisans, criticizing the fact that the problem of their readmission into civilian life has not yet been resolved. The inclusion of partisans, sincere patriots in the ranks of the police and the army is a guarantee of defense and development of democracy against any attempt at the return of reactionary forces. Too many people in Italy have already forgotten what they did, what we owe to our brave partisans. If our factories, if our machines, if ours 26. Textile industry, which is the most precious heritage of our region, which is the pride of Italy, are safe, it is because these machines and these factories were saved by the fight, by the blood, by the heroism of our partisans. Prolonged applause. And today insults and defamations against the partisans are launched precisely by those large industrialists who had their factories saved thanks to the partisans. Insults and defamations come from those large industrialists who have not paid a penny of their scandalous profits of war and regime applause and who would like to see the partisans die of hunger. But the Italian people know who the partisans are. You Biella workers have seen them up close. They are part of yourselves and you know very well what they did, just as you know very well who they are and what they're slanderers. Applause. Their comrade Longo asked that he be given work for everyone. We do not ask, he said, for the partisans and veterans the demeaning alms of subsidies, we ask for everyone the work that provides bread and raises morale. Once again, through comrade Longo, we communists have declared that we are for disarmament. We were the first to set the example. We want to work, rebuild. But if today there are still too many weapons around, if there is too much banditry, the partisans are not responsible for all this. All those who opposed the roundup and internment of all the fascist stragglers are responsible. Those responsible are those who do not proceed with the disarmament of the fascist criminals. Those responsible are those large industrialists who a few weeks ago allocated 180 million to finance the organization of fascist armed gangs. The fascist brigands should be rounded up, disarmed, put in concentration camps and the episodes of crime will end. Applause. We are for disarmament, we want disarmament, but everyone must disarm and first they must disarm the fascists, the monarchists, the reactionaries, the enemies of freedom and democracy. Longo posed to the Consulta the problem of the legal recognition of management councils. Applause, as an instrument of popular and national control, so that the reconstruction proceeds quickly, with a spirit of national solidarity and not in the interests of some groups of businessmen, speculators, and exploiters of the people. Applause. What we communists mean by new democracy was one of Comrade Longo's arguments. For democracy. 27. New we mean not the exclusive power of a group of exploiters and landowners, the power of a social class or a party, but we mean the power of all the healthy, constructive forces, of all the forces of work, whatever the nature of this work, be it material or intellectual. By new democracy we mean a democracy that is based on a series of institutions that allow the direct participation of the people, workers, farmers, technicians, and intellectuals in the direction of the political and economic life of the country. The working people must no longer be at the mercy of a person, a reactionary caste, or a gang of exploiters willing to sell and ruin the country to satisfy their selfish interests. Applause. New democracy, for us communists, is a democracy that defends itself and that can have all the weapons and all the necessary means at its disposal for its defense. Comrade Longo insisted on the need to maintain and strengthen the unity of all healthy and sincerely democratic forces to rebuild Italy and prevent any and all returns to reaction. Uniting and rebuilding are the two commandments of the hour. They are the two needs not only to resolve our internal situation, but also to allow our country to defend, in front of everyone, our rights and nothing other than our legitimate rights of a democratic country. Comrade Longo, on behalf of the Communist Party, asked for the date of the convocation of the Constituent Assembly to be set and demonstrated its urgency. The convening of the Constituent Assembly is necessary and urgent because there is a need for security and certainty in the future in all fields. We need the Constituent Assembly if we want to create a solid regime of progressive democracy, if we want to rebuild our country materially, morally, and socially, if we want to give Italy a government and institutions that give us the possibility of moving more quickly towards the realization of the aspirations of our people. We need the Constituent Assembly if we want to create a new, younger, more modern Italy, more sensitive to the needs and aspirations of the people, if we want to make our country a free and independent country, a country that can sit with its head held high alongside its other free peoples of Europe. This is what the communists exposed at the first session of the Consulta. Loud applause. After the speech, Comrade Secchia invited the audience to ask questions to which he immediately responded. We report some of them. 28. More than one of those present asked, why do the communists have 6 women in the council, while the other parties have one or at most two. Answer: the Communist Party was no more favored than others in this sense. Any other party could have had an equal number and even a greater number of female consultants. Each party had to designate 37 consultants, and was free to designate men or women. The Communist Party deemed it necessary to designate at least 6 consultants and recognizes that, in relation to the female population and the importance of women in Italian economic, political, and social life, this number is completely insufficient. There is no doubt that the elections will send a much greater number of female representatives to the Constituent Assembly. But already today the Communist Party, which was the first party in Italy to propose and support that the right to vote be granted to women, consistent with this position, wanted to send a female representation to the Consulta that was not only symbolic, but which had a real and substantial meaning in relation to the importance of working women in Italy. Question: do you think it will be possible to get 18-year-olds to vote? Answer: as you know, the Communist Party was the only party to support this request made by the Youth Front for the right to vote to be extended to all young people over the age of 18, or at least to all young people under 21 years who fought in partisan formations, in patriotic action groups. We believe this request is right, not only due to the considerable weight that working youth have in the Italian economy, but also due to the high degree of maturity demonstrated by young people during the war against the Germans and the fascists. However, the proposal supported by the Communist Party was not accepted by any other party and, as usual, technical difficulties arose. Following the insistence of the representatives of the Communist Party within the commission responsible for preparing the electoral law, it was established that non-commissioned officers, soldiers of the Army, Navy, and Air Force will vote. This is already a first success, a notable step forward. Also on the question of eligibility, Comrade Umberto Terracini, representative of the Communist Party in the commission that must prepare the electoral law, proposed that the 29. The minimum age for being elected to the Constituent Assembly was set at 21, for both men and women. But this proposal has also been rejected so far. Indeed, the Liberal and Christian Democratic representatives even proposed that the age limit for the Constituent Assembly be raised to 30. This proposal was discarded due to the strong opposition of the Communist comrades, and finally the Commission approved an intermediate solution, and established the limit for ineligibility at 25 years for both men and women. But we Communists have not given up and will not give up supporting the cause and the just demands of the new generations. Some participants in the Popular Assembly asked that Comrade Secchia clarify what the Communist Party's attitude is on international political problems. Answer: Comrade Secchia replied, the position of the Communist Party on international political problems is very clear, I would say crystal clear. The Italian Communist Party conducts and supports a national policy that responds to the interests and aspirations of the Italian people. National politics should not be confused with nationalist politics. Nationalism and imperialism have never served the interests of the Italian people, on the contrary they have led them to catastrophe, to ruin. It is not at all true that we Communists are indifferent to any international policy. It is not at all true that we Communists are indifferent to the solutions that can emerge from the peace conference. We Communists, we have repeatedly stated, are for a united and independent Italy. We fought for a united, free and independent Italy, we dedicated our entire lives, we shed our blood. Today, due to fascism and only fascism, the monarchy and the reactionary forces, we are not yet an independent country. But with the national war supported and conducted heroically by the partisans and by the best part of our people against the Germans and the fascists, we have acquired rights. Today we demand that the Allies maintain the commitment they made when they also appealed to us Italians for the war against Nazi fascism. We think the time has come for Italy to receive the freedom to be able to govern itself and to be able to decide its own fate freely, without foreign interventions. Italy must be free and independent and must not be exploited. 30. Nobody's chin. A policy of absolute independence is a necessity for Italy, it is in the supreme interest of the Italian people. We communists have demonstrated with facts that we are for the unity and independence of Italy because our party dedicated its best energies to the war of liberation. We demonstrated that we are for the unity of Italy because we immediately took a precise and clear position against any separatist tendency. There is the problem of Trieste, which is a complicated problem. We have affirmed and affirm that Trieste is an Italian city. But as soon as you set foot outside the city of Trieste, the population is Yugoslavian. It is a province in which the majority of the population is Slovenian, despite having within it a city that is Italian as a city. Hence the complexity of the situation. We communists think that the solution to the Trieste problem must be a solution that takes into account the interests and aspirations of Italians and Slovenians. It must be an amicable solution that creates permanent bonds of fraternal collaboration between Italians and Slovenians. We do not want a solution that could lead to conflict between the two peoples again. Applause. As regards the colonies, we remember that the Italian colonial possessions have never yielded anything. On the contrary, they cost the Italian people a huge part of the national income, they cost sweat, tears, and blood. If our country, instead of following the path of imperialism, nationalism, and colonialism, had dedicated the billions spent for the conquest and defense of the colonies to the economic progress of our country, to the development of our industry, to the increase of our agriculture, we would today be one of the richest countries in Europe and our people would be among the most advanced. We do not at all want to cede or give away the Italian colonial possessions to other imperialist countries. Our opinion is that the regions already yoked to Italian imperialism should also be able to acquire the right to independence, the right to self-govern. A people who oppress other peoples cannot be free, they are not worthy of being free. Unfortunately, our position on these problems has little influence, because the solution to these problems does not depend on us. Whoever decides will be the winners. The influence of our country at the peace table, in the solution of the great issues of concern. 31. International politics, given the point to which the politics of fascism and monarchy have brought us, is today and will be very scarce and limited in the near future. The bills that we have to pay today are the bills of the past. The solution we find ourselves in is the consequence of the brigand and crazy politics of fascism, the monarchy and the reactionary cliques that led Italy to catastrophe. Only men in bad faith can accuse us communists of being defeatists. The only defeaters in Italy were the fascists, they were the reactionary forces who served Italy, who sold it to the foreigner. The defeat was the work of fascism. Renunciators are those who ruined Italy, who led it to catastrophe, who led it to lose its independence. And it is thanks to us, it is thanks to the democratic forces, the anti-fascist forces that Italy was not dragged to the bottom of the abyss together with Germany. It is owed only to us, to our brave partisans, it is owed to all sincere patriots if through combat it was possible to save what was still salvageable of the moral and material heritage of our country. Loud applause. With the struggle, with the combat, we communists at the head of the best part of the Italian people have redeemed the shame of fascist infamies, we have, at the cost of much blood, purchased the right to less harsh peace conditions, we have purchased the right to sit again among free peoples, with whom we want to maintain a policy of peace and friendship. Applause. 32. 1946. Mitre and stick won their fascism died with Mussolini. This is the opinion of the Han. Nitty. Unfortunately this is just an opinion. Mussolini and the monarchy left us a lot of fascism as a legacy. Ruins, poverty, unemployment, freebooters, black marketeers, saboteurs, heroes of the double game, knights of the yellow press and lies. Among the many wounds of the sad and heavy legacy there are also fascist methods. Machine guns and sticks are still used in Italy, especially in the southern provinces, to put things right with communists, the unemployed, and strikers. Many state officials are still very often in the service not of the state, but of the agrarian, of the landowner, of the large industrialist. In many municipalities in the south and on the islands, the Carabinieri Marshal is still the absolute and uncontrolled authority. Someone changed the royal coat of arms, but not the systems. For him the subversives continue to be the communists and the socialists. The subversives are the striker, the laborer, the land ho. For these there is still always a whip and stick. The list of violence and arbitrariness committed in certain regions of Italy before and after June 2 would be long, and the list of farmers who are still innocently in prison in Sicily, Sardinia, Puglia, Crotone, and Tuscania would be long. Because this is what the landowners, the lords of the large estates and the uncultivated land, want. We cite one of the many cases, among the most recent, in Torre Maggiore, in the province of Foggia. Following a farmers' strike, reinforcements were sent by Severo. To maintain order, of course, that is, to terrorize the peasants and induce them to capitulate. One main article of L'Unità, October 5, 1946. 33. At night, mounted on a truck, the royals broke into the town shooting wildly. In the fascist way. Groups of farmers at the gates of the city, in front of their homes, remembering the punitive expeditions of the past and the more recent round ups, take to flight. The Carabinieri invade an old slaughterhouse intended for housing homeless victims, and here, machine guns in hand, in the German style, they make about 10 farmers get out of bed, to the fright of their women. Thus half-dressed they take them to the barracks where they are treated with the whip and the stick. Scars, bruises, bloody shirts bear witness. No weapons were found at these farmers. Only one machine gun was found in the house of a large farmer, but he was immediately released. For 40 days, however, the farmers, who are not guilty of anything, have been held in prison. Accused of resisting police force. The story is old. The arrest must be justified and implicitly also the violence. In the meantime, the bruises will disappear. You have to hit hard, but don't leave marks. This is also not new. The same provocation, the same beating, the same cynicism as before. But even if they are not new, even if for 20 years we have become accustomed to these systems, which I mean 100 years. The age of the whip, the stick, and the maces, for the farmers of the South dates back a long time further away, cannot and must no longer be tolerated in a republican regime. These facts must be reported to the whole country, and workers from one end of Italy to the other must feel wounded, affected in their dignity, in their feelings, in their lives. These episodes also reveal the fascist danger. To be silent means to encourage. Today certain systems are starting to be applied in provinces where indifference is already strong. If we let it happen, the episodes will multiply and from province to province we will go back to the north. This too is an old story. Enough. The times in which it was possible to persecute, mistreat, break the head, send to hospital communists, socialists, workers, peasants, must be over forever. In a republican regime it must not be tolerated that honest workers become the mattresses of police officers and carabinieri in barracks. The carabinieri, like all state officials, from the highest in rank to the most humble, must be at the service of the people, at the service of the republic. As such they will be respected and loved by the people. But it cannot and must not be tolerated except in Italy, anywhere. 34. Corner of Italy is responded with arrest and whiplash to farmers and workers who ask for the satisfaction of their most basic needs. The fascist danger lies also and above all in this tolerance, in this passivity, in this laxity of the republican government, which allows its officials to be at the service not of the state, but of the big landowners, of the financiers, of the fascists. The succession of events that have a connection and a line such as the numerous episodes of violence, the impositions made by fascist landowners towards the peasant leaders of Federterra, the arrest, beating, and intimidation, in various municipalities, of workers who collect the signatures to present the social communist list in the local elections legitimize the doubts that this reactionary policy of the police bodies is not only tolerated, but recommended by those who have an interest in it. The Prime Minister committed himself before the Constituent Assembly to the consolidation of democratic institutions and the Republic. We ask that the Hon. de Gasperi must keep his commitments. 35. Eradication of fascism. The danger of fascism exists, it has been denounced by us in the press, on the streets and in Parliament. It is a serious danger and only those who don't want to see it don't see it. There are too many episodes and demonstrations that prove the precise intention of certain groups to create in our country all the conditions for the return of fascism. There are too many facts that denounce the existence of fascist organizations which have the very specific aim of killing the democratic republic. Neo-fascist groups and organizations are many, with different appearances and names, but their purpose is unique. These clandestine groups are partly connected and partly seek connection between themselves. They are financed by certain groups of capitalists and large landowners, quite well identified, and have links with political parties and movements ranging from monarchist factions to other right-wing currents which also call themselves democratic. The threads lead far away, they lead outside the Italian state and even outside our borders. Underground fascism. The fascist party has never completely ceased to exist. Having ended its legal existence by the victorious insurrection of April 25, 1945, it reorganized itself clandestinely, taking the name of the Democratic Fascist Party, PFD. The old fascist and republican hierarchies remain in its leadership and there is no shortage of an armed organization, the SAM, which was organized in the second half of 1945. The members of their command are part of the leadership of the PFD. The SAM recruit their members especially among the former officers and soldiers of the Littorio, the Nembo, the Ex-Mas, and other infamous legions. 2 Lead article of Vinuove, N. 4, October 13, 1946. Bear in mind that this article was written when we communists with the socialists were still in government. 3 At the time the MSI did not yet exist. 36. The action of the SAMs is predominantly military. Organization of terrorist attacks and provocative crimes against the men and offices of democratic and government parties and also against people unrelated to the political struggle. In addition to the SAM, the PFD tries to give itself an organization of a political nature by establishing, wherever it can, nuclei to which the most diverse tasks in the field of propaganda are entrusted, diffusion of the legal and clandestine press, defamation of the republic and democratic organizations, and above all espionage work. The leaders of these nuclei were asked for the list of communists, socialists, shareholders, Christian Democrats, liberals, active as anti-fascists in their neighborhood. Furthermore, these fascist nuclei must ensure that elements of solid faith who are not known as fascists, not ex-convicts, enter the anti-fascist parties. The PFD also has a so-called assistance office, which provides assistance to veterans from Coltano, Perchita, and other places of detention. This office has organized canteens and shelters under different covers and some under safe protection. Arms trafficking between one locality and another in Italy by these groups is not negligible, especially in Lombardy and Veneto, in Friuli, as well as in several localities in southern Italy. Leading elements of the so-called PFD have relations with fascists residing abroad, especially in Spain, Brazil, and Portugal. But the most serious fact is that these bandits maintain contact with impunity with officers and non-commissioned officers of the army and particularly with certain officers of the Ministry of War, Navy, and Air Force, of the Carabinieri, with police officials, especially with former OVRA officials. These fascist nuclei have legal press organs in the main cities of Italy, some directed by them, others inspired by them, with which they maintain contact. 37. Clandestine sheets. But in addition to these daily and weekly newspapers that are published openly, with the permission and consent of the Republican authorities, there are other clandestine ones in which the language is more open, without veils of any kind. This is how, for example, the Italian situation is analyzed in one of these clandestine papers which is pompously titled Revolution. According to this sheet, 3 periods can be distinguished between July 25, 1943 and today. The first goes from July 25, 1943 to April 25, 1945, it is the period of the CLN, the one in which fascism had the greatest number of opponents and in which they proved to be most compact. The second period lasts until June 1946 and already proves more favorable for the fascists who can link themselves to the monarchist forces and the right-wing parties forced to significantly mitigate their anti-fascist attitude. The third period, the current one, would be characterized by the intensification of the social struggle. In this struggle the communists would find themselves isolated, detached even from the socialists. The right, which has as its distinctive feature a congenital cowardice for fear of the communists, will look for any force to lean on. That will be our moment, says Revolution. Once the Communist Party, which is the most ferociously anti-fascist nucleus, has been eliminated, the third period will end and the fourth phase, characterized by the fight against the right, will come into force. These are the prospects of the fascists of Revolution. They still consider the scheme of the political struggle of 1922 to be valid, and do not take into account the changed situation in Italy and Europe. But the document is an indication of the murky work of provocation and disintegration that neo-fascism is carrying out. Fascism cannot return. In reality, today it is vain, and even ridiculous, to fantasize about the third and fourth fascist periods. Fascism in Italy will not return. It cannot return. Not because some supernatural force protects us from such danger. He will not return because the Italians are determined to fight for the defense and consolidation of the democratic republic. 38. But what does the government do? Here's the point. The real danger is not in the political revolts of fascism, but above all in the guilty tolerance, in the full freedom granted to the press and fascist organizations, in the impunity for all the enemies of the Republic, for all the saboteurs of our economy. The fascist danger lies in the attitudes of certain state officials, of certain magistrates in particular, of certain senior officers of the police, of the Carabinieri, of the general staff, attitudes that suggest something more than tolerance. They make you think of connivance and complicity. Dozens of examples could be cited. They could be the subject of particular examination. It's time for the government to act. The fascist danger, without wanting to dramatize it, exists and is serious. It must be approached energetically and decisively. It is necessary to apply the laws of the Republic towards the press and fascist organizations and if necessary strengthen existing laws. We must stop the trade and transport of weapons carried out by neo-fascist organizations in various regions of Italy and especially in the Veneto. We must demand from state officials respect and application of the law, the defense of democracy and freedom. And we must face and resolve, without further bureaucratic delays, the problems that are dear to and beset workers today, the problem of wages, the problem of food, housing, and heating, the problem of work, the problems in a word of life and reconstruction of the country. Because it is above all on economic hardship, poverty, and desperation that fascists speculate and count. Finally, to face the fascist danger, to eradicate its roots forever, it is necessary that the democratic and republican forces are united, active and combative. It is necessary that certain parties do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Fascism came to power in 1922 because there were those who opened the doors to it. 39. Freedom for fascists. 1. The reactionary press has risen in recent days against the draft decree recently approved by the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Republic. 2. If it wants to be democratic, according to our liberals, the Republic must allow itself to be strangled by its enemies. How can I stick you if you don't stay still? They shout, new techopus to the Republican government. Naturally, those who rise up today in defense of freedom and democracy are precisely the same ones who have always trampled on freedom and democracy and who would very willingly like to put them under their feet again. The alignment of public opinion in front of the draft decree approved by the Council of Ministers is significant. The liberals, the indifferent, the monarchists and the fascists have raised and continue to raise furious protests. L'Italia Nuova, Il Tempo, Liberal Risorgimento, Giornal d'Italia, without counting the legal and clandestine newspapers of neo-fascism. These are the newspapers that rise up against the so-called liberticidal decree, against the alleged violation of democratic freedoms. The nature of this deployment says it all in itself. But, what's it about? In reality, these are elementary measures for the protection of institutions. Republican and democratic measures, for the repression of fascist and monarchist action. These are measures aimed at preventing the reconstruction of the fascist party, aimed at defending democratic freedoms. Measures that arrive late, that have been made to wait too long, giving the fascists and monarchists the opportunity to raise their heads again, to reorganize themselves, to form armed gangs, to plot attacks, to make an apologia for fascism and its hierarchs. These are laws that have nothing exceptional about them and which find their counterparts in every democratic country, because it is also democracy to guarantee respect for the will of the people, it is democracy to guarantee the rights and freedoms of citizens. Naturally, the enemies of democracy do not hold this opinion. Democracy should leave the widest and most unlimited freedom to all, including fascists. Democracy has nothing to fear except its own mistakes, so write the philosophers of liberalism. Democracy, they say, has nothing to fear from violence. When in the years 1921-22 the fascist gangs set Italy on fire, when the criminals in black shirts set fire to the municipalities, plundered the cooperatives, devastated the people's houses, when, violating all human and civil laws, they murdered, they beat workers and destroyed every vestige of freedom and democracy, even then we heard the liberal gentlemen, the theorists of pure democracy, of democracy without adjectives, proclaim that freedom had nothing to fear, that no violence could kill the idea and freedom. Along this path, fascism, strengthened by the impunity and support granted to it by the liberal state, conquered power through violence and crime and established the most ferocious of dictatorships. The last straw is that even today those who demanded full, absolute freedom even for the enemies of the Republic, would like full freedom for themselves, but ask that it be denied to others, that is, to the people. In these days liberals, indifferent, monarchists, that is, those same people who violently protest against the laws in defense of the Republic, those same people who claim the right to organize even for the fascist party, in the Constituent Assembly have spoken out energetically against the right to strike and against the labor rights enshrined in the draft Constitution. The contradiction is only formal. In reality they know this. 42. That they want. It is about the class struggle which once again manifests itself in its crudeness and brutality. The still economically dominant class tries to maintain as much freedom for itself and deny it to others, freedom to dominate, to exploit, to speculate, freedom to limit workers' rights as much as possible. For monopoly capital, for the big industrialists, for the big bankers and for their servants it was perfectly logical that there were laws that guaranteed the monarchical and fascist regime, but they do not find it democratic that there are laws that guarantee freedom and democracy. In the next few days the laws for the consolidation of the Republic will be brought to the Constituent Assembly. The democratic forces will be engaged in a tough battle, in a battle that must be won. Conservatives and reactionaries of all colors will once again find themselves united to try to prevent the Republic from strengthening, to force democracy to remain helpless and passive at the mercy of its enemies. The laws for the defense and consolidation of the Republic must be approved as soon as possible. All democratic forces not only in the Constituent Assembly, but in the country, must make their determined will to defend democracy and the Republic felt. They must not be fooled by those who in the name of freedom would like to give a green light to fascism. There cannot be democracy without freedom, but no serious democratic regime will ever think of granting freedom to bandits, thieves, and criminals. Freedom must not be used by a handful of freebooters, speculators, and profiteers to revive fascism, to slander, to smear, to vilify the Republic, to accumulate billions by ruining the country and strangling our people. It's about preventing what happened in 1921-22 from happening again. And you who hate them much more than the executioners of our brothers shouted dishonor, anarchy, double government. You mercilessly imprisoned the best of those sons of sacrifice, and as always you tried not only to persecute them, to imprison them, to destroy them, but to slander them to the point of wanting to pass them off as thieves. Garibaldi. These words were not pronounced today, they were not launched as an invective by Longo or Parry, these words were hurled by Garibaldi after Sarno on the group of all the patrici of the time, against the defamers of Garibaldi and the patriots. Because even 80 years ago what is happening to the partisans today happened to Garibaldi. Just 2 years have passed since April 25, 1945. It seems like yesterday, our cities liberated, the fleeing enemy beaten and driven from our soil, the people, all the people celebrating. Everyone on their feet, Italy had truly awakened, the Italians seemed crazy with joy, and amid the crackle of machine guns, songs, hugs, tears and flowers, flowers for our partisans. You lived then, partisan friend, we all lived the best days of our lives. It was victory, it was the end of suffering, of martyrdom for our country. And that enthusiasm, that delirium, those cheers that came out of 1,000 mouths, those immense, unforgettable demonstrations of gratitude, affection, and exaltation truly made you think that Italy had not only awakened, but had been renewed. All the sacrifices, all the suffering, everything was suddenly forgotten. The people recognized their best sons, their heroism, their suffering, their epic. On April 25, all Italians felt like partisans, they felt like brothers. Nobody wanted not to have been there. That day the new Italy arose, and hopes and illusions rose and rose higher and higher. 2 years have passed since then, and in just the 2 years between the slums, the OVRA agents, the professional blackmailers, the Germans' collaborators, the prostitutes and their lackeys, it is allowed to the traders, the profiteers, the heroes of the black market and the double game of approximate, to lunairate, to smear, and to spit on the partisan movement, on its best men, on the living and also on the dead. Instead of paying homage to the dark heroes, the humble, the unknown partisans who fought with weapons in hand when our territory was occupied, when the fight for freedom was not conducted among the seats of Montecitorio, but on the mountain's price of life, today some people have no other concern than to apologize for cowardice, betrayal and the past. Today in the press, from the stage of the theater, the cinema, the variety show, the last actor, the ordinary slut can ironically, partisan, your sacrifices, your struggle, can slander you, insult you. Why all this, you wonder? The reason is still the same, that of 80 years ago. You, Garibaldi shouted at the reactionaries of the time, would like to be able to erase our epic from the history of Italy. Reactionaries of all colors, the Dukes, the Bourbons, the Austrians should be tolerated and petted, but the men of the revolution should be persecuted like wild beasts, without ceasing and without quarter, because those are the men whose fear the master. Marx wrote that Vittorio Emanuele's policy consisted first in exploiting Garibaldi for his own purposes, then in discrediting him. The conservative classes feared Garibaldi and the Garibaldians, they represented the Italian democratic revolution. They were the bearers of unity and freedom. If Garibaldi and the Garibaldians, together with the courage, the spirit of sacrifice and the revolutionary instinct that they possessed to the highest degree, had been aware of the class character of the great national liberation movement of which they were the protagonists, they could have swept away the nobles, owners of land, and with them the wreckage of feudal society. They could have completed the Italian Risorgimento and created a united, democratic and republican Italy much earlier. This is why the nobles, the reactionaries, and the conservative parties gathered around the Piedmontese monarchy feared Garibaldi. This is why every time as soon as a campaign ended Garibaldi was thrown into Caprera, into exile if not in prison. This is why even then the Garibaldians were defamed, and once the war was over their work was devalued. Today we would like to repeat the same game. Today we have already come to deny that there was a partisan war of liberation, that there was a national insurrection. It is not only cowardice that hates heroism and wants to make it forgotten. 45. Dear. It's not just the cowardly, the collaborators and the profiteers who want us to forget their cowardice, their dealings, the gold accumulated on the blood of their brothers, the betrayal. It's about something more. This is a political plan. Those who collaborated with the German yesterday do not disdain collaborating with the Anglo-Americans today. Business is business. The task of these long-time collaborators, of these agents of the foreigner, is today to demonstrate that the liberation was not the work of the Italians, but came from outside. This corresponds to their desires, the desire of all those who would have wanted and would like to have a regime very similar to the fascist one in place in Italy. But how do you put a fascist regime back on its feet? How do you restore the absolute power of the old ruling classes, when these classes have covered themselves with infamy, have sold the country to foreigners, have brought it to ruin, when the flag of redemption and liberation was raised by the popular masses, by the workers and their parties? This is why, partisan friend, today a fight is being waged against you based on defamation, slander, and insults. The reason for this scandalous campaign is not petty party rivalry or electoral competition. This fight aims further. They want to snatch the flag of national liberation from your hands, they want to snatch the flag of national liberation from the hands of the people. The traitors would like to wear the uniform of the betrayed, the executioners would like to pass as victims and transform the victims into murderers. The aim is to demonstrate that the collaborators were the true saviors of the homeland and that the patriots and partisans were bandits. Thus the ideological premises would be created to be able to attempt revenge, to be able to once again establish the regime of tyranny. Partisan friend, do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. Today we are not in 1860-70. Today the situation in Italy and Europe is very different. Today we have a conscience, an experience, a political, ideological and organizational strength that was missing then. Garibaldi was a hero, but he was alone with 1,000 and a little more than him. You friends, fellow partisans are not alone. A great party is with you, the Communist Party, the party of the Italian people, other democratic forces are with you. Do you remember the eve of April 1945? During the last winter of the war the Communist Party made an appeal to you. We. 46. Communists, we will work with you to rebuild our country, to heal its wounds, to purge it of fascist rot, to liquidate the most unfair privileges of capital, of big property and their most reactionary forms, to give Italy a regime of freedom and democracy, to create a better future for all Italians. Well, those words of our greeting are still relevant, we repeat them today, they are our program. We have never left each other, and even on this April 25th we find ourselves side by side in the reconstruction as we were yesterday in the fighting. And even today, partisan friend, we tell you that our victory is certain. Reaction will not prevail, fascism will never return. No one will be able to lay the tombstone on the freedom fighters. Today, like yesterday, it depends on you, it depends on us. First of all, partisan friend, you must be aware of your strength, you must not let yourself be overcome by discouragement, by difficulties, by rising mud. Secondly, you must not be fooled by provocateurs and reactionary maneuvers. You must continue to remain united with your comrades in the fight, and you must work for an ever wider and firmer unity of all workers, of all ex-combatants, of all veterans who have also suffered so much. Thirdly, you must continue to fight on democratic terrain against big capitalism, against the big agrarians, against the monopolists who continue to betray the country today as they betrayed it yesterday. You must continue to fight for bread and freedom until you realize that better world that is in the hearts of all of us. You are not alone, you are not weak, partisan friend, the people are powerful, and at their head there is a great party, a party that has never betrayed, that has never abandoned the people, a party that knows sacrifices and suffering, but he knows no stops in the fight for freedom. The election campaign has begun. The go-ahead was given by the large artillery of the Viminale Palace, where Siba is reinstating the OVRA officials, the old squad members, the experts in the organization of plots and provocations, into the police ranks. The K-plans of the communists, the discovery of mysterious arms smuggling on the Adriatic coasts, the insurrectional preparations and the so-called secret circulars were announced in big headlines. To give a semblance of truth to these kolossalen Ballen, measures have been taken against foreigners and a decree is being drawn up which should prohibit the partisans from wearing their glorious uniforms. All this is part of De Gasperi's electoral plan, to scare Italians. Religious terrorism and political terrorism. The Han. De Gasperi is afraid of the elections. Today, like yesterday, communism, here is the enemy, and the entire conservative press, now traditionally accustomed to serving, not disinterestedly, the masters of the Interior Ministry, choruses, still 70 days to save Italy. And the K-plans take shape and color, facts, locations, and the special services of the PCI are invented. There is no scruple or restraint whatsoever, so certain are they of impunity. In Italy defamation in the press is not a crime, at most it can end with a light fine. There is talk of the concentration of 800,000 armed communists in the Po Valley, of the mobilization of divisions by a neighboring power. All lies, slander, inventions of journalists paid a lot on the line. Inventions which however always serve to deceive someone, to create doubt, confusion, as Minkulpop's tall tales served yesterday, one lead article in Vinuove, N7, February 15, 1948. 49. Who every day discovered the dark plans of Bolshevism, while in reality Nazism and Fascism were preparing the most infamous attacks on the free peoples of Europe and other countries. It is the technique of deception, of fraud, a vulgar electoral expedient that is combined with that of the corruption of public opinion. Luckily the Italians are no longer beginners. However weak their memory may be, they cannot forget certain stories they have heard told 100 times. It is enough to open the newspapers of April-May 1946 to find the mobilizations of the Yugoslav army on our borders, the politicians torn to pieces and traveling around Europe in Soviet diplomatic suitcases, the leap in the dark, the monarchy or chaos, and so on. To demonstrate that this is old fascist junk and that the Christian Democrats do nothing but reprint old clichés, we would like to quote a passage from an article in Die Bundespolizei, the trade union body of the Austrian police, published in the second half of 1934. The enemies of the state are arming themselves more than ever. They must have considerable funds at their disposal. It is not difficult to guess the source. Their threats are becoming bolder and bolder. These are first of all the radical social democrats and communists who have gathered in a united front, excite and plot without obstacles. Large quantities of weapons are smuggled into Austria, etc., etc. It seems to have been written today. There is everything, there is the Socialist-Communist United Front, there is Moscow's gold, there is the insurrectionary threat, there is arms smuggling. Even today nothing is missing. Just like then. Then in Austria, in 1934, while Dollfuss accused the communists of preparing the civil war, of smuggling weapons, etc., there was someone, and it was the fascists, who was really smuggling weapons and preparing that fascist coup d'état which was supposed to make the country lose Austria independence. He had already lost his freedom before, thanks to Chancellor Dollfuss. The most serious danger even today is not so much represented by slander but by the fact that while the communists are insulted and accused, there is someone who seriously arms themselves. While the democratic anti-fascist organizations are disbanded, while they want to prevent the partisans from wearing their uniform, the fascist organizations are authorized, relations with the bandit Giuliano are maintained, the authorities release his lieutenants, chase democratic officers from the police and army to replace it. 50. With the purged officers, with the former hierarchs of the OVRA, the militia, and the PI. Fascism is not dead, big capital and trusts have not disappeared. We are not saying that we are trying to restore the old fascism, the fascism of Hitler and Mussolini, but it could be that someone thinks of a new fascism, a fascism of the Salazar or Dollfuss type. A fascism with a pinch of formal democracy, perhaps with universal suffrage, with corporate unions, without the right to strike, but with freedom for Saragossa Social Democratic Party and perhaps also for Patchy Arties. As for the press, the cinema, the radio, they are already a monopoly of the American Democratic Party. We have faith in the Italian people. It too has learned something from the past. He has learned not to believe the tall tales of the yellow press and the slanders of De Gasperi, Seba, and his associates. He learned to be vigilant, to guard against provocations. He learned to unite, to fight and to win. The Italian partisans who were not afraid to wear their glorious uniform in front of the Germans will certainly not hide in front of Shiba. 51. Their democracy, capture and kill. The Associated Press Agency learns from Washington that the United States will take various initiatives to strengthen the position of the government of the Han. De Gasperi in the next elections. In addition to the Marshall Plan, other measures will be implemented which will give the Democratic parties, read Christian Democrats and fascists, new ammunition for the final phase of the electoral campaign. American statesmen openly talk about giving Italy the same aid that was given to Greece. This is the Truman Doctrine at work. This is the Atlantic Charter, this is respect for the freedom and independence of peoples. Some newspapers naively ask what this aid will be, what aid was given to Greece. We all know it from the results. In the short space of a year there were 3,800 patriots shot, 32,000 deported, 8,000 arrested in Greece. Officers, riflemen, lead and grape shot were generously supplied by America. Those arrested are systematically tortured and abused. Parliament is closed, freedom of the press suppressed. Arrests and deportations terrorize the Greek population every day. General Van Fleet, the head of the American mission in Greece, recently gave the order, capture and kill. Capture and kill. All freedom fighters will no longer, upon capture, be considered prisoners of war, but will henceforth be executed. This is their democracy. Capture and kill. Here is the watchword of the imperialist brigands who today terrorize Greece with the same systems as the Gestapo, with the same methods as Hitler's beasts. All the rabble of the yellow-black press so fertile in inventing the terror of Prague, all the jackals dancing around a dead man, all those who shed rivers of words and fake tears over the ruin of Bulgaria, over the fate of a people for a traitor regularly judged and condemned, all of them are silent today. They don't have a word to denounce the terror in Tuvinov, N12, March 21, 1948. 52. Greece. But at least they were silent. The shamelessness of the Christian Democrat scribes goes beyond all limits. Their People of March 13 goes as far as to talk about tragic and alarming events like those that are happening at the borders of Greece. Ah yes, shameless scoundrels, whitewashed tombs, you have eyes to see the redness of blood at the borders of Greece, but you have no eyes to see what is happening in Greece. You do not have a single word for the thousands and thousands of those arrested, tortured, and shot in martyr Greece. What happens in Greece, what happens in Spain does not concern you. Don't say anything because you approve, because that is your democracy. That democracy that the American Party would like in Italy. Capture and kill en masse, summarily, without hesitation, without wasting time. You are terror, you are the kingdom of banditry and war. The wave of indignation rising from every part of the civilized world over what is happening in Greece in recent days must make all Italians reflect and mobilize. It is not only the lives of thousands of heroes, of thousands of freedom fighters that are in danger, it is democracy and freedom in Europe that are threatened. 53. Born in blood. The American Party government was born. Hardly, or rather not, given the appetite of the 307s and their maintenance workers. The birth was rather difficult because the base intrigues of our local traffickers were heavily intertwined with the no less unspeakable needs of foreign imperialists. The Americans wanted the Saragatians, the English to counterbalance asked for places for the Liberals. Owners from Washington and London participated directly in the cow market. Thus, amidst the brazen machinations of hungry intriguers and servants in exotic liveries, this government of the dollar and reaction was born. Seba, Sforza, Vanoni, Ivan Matteo Lombardi, Grassi, Sani, Pella, the cream of large industry, of agrarians. 3 lead article in Vinuove, and 22, May 30, 1948. The government we are talking about was born after the elections of April 18, 1948, which took place in a climate of visceral, frenzied anti-communism. The entire electoral campaign had been conducted by the DC, by the civic committees, by the Vatican, by the entire so-called independent press, with blackmail against the Italians, waving the bogeyman of the leap in the dark, of the chaos, of the dictatorship that would have been established in Italy if had the Popular Front won. The police had been unleashed against the workers. From November 1947, during the 6 months of the electoral campaign, there was a succession of acts of intimidation and violence against workers. We remember only a few. Among the most serious, on November 9, 1947, a deputy secretary of the Federtera of Marsala, Comrade Pipitone, was killed. On November 10, groups of Federtera activists were dispersed with bursts of machine gun fire in Ponte Lambro. On November 20 in Gravina a demonstrator was killed. On November 15 in Cerignola, Bari, during the general strike, 2 farmers killed by the police, Domenico Angelini and Onofrio Peroni. On November 16 in Corato, Bari, 3 farmers killed, Diego Maciel, Pete Rino Neri, Anna Raimondi. On November 22 the worker Ignazio Labezza was killed in Gravina di Puglia. On December 6 Giuseppe Tanas was killed in Rome. On December 22 Francesco D'Antone was killed in Canicattì. On 15 and January 19, 1948 tear gas bombs were thrown against processions of workers and disabled people in Rome, Brescia, Todi, and Naples. On 21 and January 22, workers' demonstrations in Cremona and Florence were attacked by the Celera. On January 26, a bomb was thrown against the communist section of Majorana, Sicily. 13 people were injured. On February 12 in Mazzarino, Sicily, 36 peasant league leaders were arrested. On February 9 a fascist squad in San Ferdinando di Puglia devastated the PCI headquarters and opened fire on a front rally, causing the death of 5 people. On March 8, the communist Pietro Mazzola was killed in Cosenza. The 54 and Gallows. These men, their words, their actions, are all a program, to find the quickest way to isolate the working class, to break its unity, to split the unions, to disintegrate the democratic forces, and all this with the aim of squeeze more profits out of the workers' skin and force the Italian people to bear the yoke of foreign imperialism. This government was born in blood, the tragic seal of its program. On the day in which Chancellor von Gasperi announced that the game was over, 30,000 workers accompanied the young farmer Evelino Tosar to the Tarsenta cemetery, killed by the machine guns placed by the Han. He works for the landowners. On the eve of the massacre, these had openly invited the government to shoot the workers. Votes taking away 7% of the voters of the PSI, who in 1946 had taken 20% of the votes alone alongside the 19% taken by the PCI. Their poll sign, the organ of the landowners of Rovigo, the day before, in its section, said among other things, the elections, among other things, had the value of a referendum, either violence or legality. And there were many who, to give greater value to this referendum, sacrificed their personal political ideologies by voting and advising to vote for the Crusader shield. Today, a few weeks later, we are looking in vain for the effective protection of those police forces who, perfectly equipped and equipped with very modern means, put on a good show of themselves on election days. 24 hours later, this pressing invitation from the landowners was accepted. The farmers were machine-gunned. The Christian Democrats paid their bills. It is no coincidence, this must also be in the program of the de Gasperi Saraga government. The violent and bloody attacks against strikers, against workers' demonstrations, the brutality of the carabinieri, the police provocations, the use of truncheons and machine guns by the forces of law and order are becoming a system, a normal thing. During the War of Liberation, a unity of all freedom-loving Italians was created. In the fight against the Germans and the fascists, people and army, workers and carabinieri, farmers and police officers, soldiers and partisans had fought, suffered, and fought shoulder to shoulder. There for the first time, the Italian people felt truly united against the foreigner, against the oppressor, against tyranny. For some years after April 25, army and police forces were not used against workers, they did not intervene in the struggles between capital and labor. Things have changed since the Hon. Seba went to the Interior Ministry when the Party of the Vatican and America managed to seize power. The freedom to strike must be suffocated in blood, even if this means shooting at Italians, even if this means breaking the unity that had been created between the armed forces and the people. Where does this government want to go? Does he perhaps want to transform the wheat fields into battlefields? Do you want to thresh the wheat with machine guns this year? Does he want every strike to become a bloody street fight and that every wage increase must be paid for by the workers with blood? It may be that all this is on the agenda of those who take orders from Washington and London. But this is not in the program of millions of workers united in the Confederation of Labor, this is not in the Forces program. 56. Lined up in the Popular Front, this is not in the program of the Italians who fought to create a free, united, Republican Italy. This foreign government must be prevented from forcing Italians to kill other Italians, from forcing workers, in the name of order and the Republic, to shoot other workers. There is no time to lose. The Popular Democratic Front must mobilize Italians against the danger that threatens them. It's about saving their freedom and peace. 57. Account of the general strike for IL. The general strike of 14, 15, and July 16 was the most impressive, the most spontaneous and the strongest in the history of the workers' movement. The government and its servants, once the strike is over, have regained some breath, raise their voices and speak of the sensational defeat of the workers, the CGIL, and the Communist Party. Their fear was so strong that today they abandon themselves to reckless and bestial reactions, without thinking that violence from above, as Camillo Prampolini once wrote, makes even explosions from below fatal. The general strike was so compact, so decisive, so imposing that our rulers and their masters try to make people believe it was an insurrectional strike. These gentlemen were no longer accustomed to the general strike, one of the oldest means of struggle of the modern workers' movement. In recent days we have heard from the men of the black government the same foolish accusations that 50 years ago were launched by the most reactionary reactionaries. Even then, as today, once the strike was over, there were those who spoke of disillusionment, defeat, discouragement. The experience of that July 4, 14, 1948, a hitman from the reactionary and neo-fascist forces, a certain Antonio Pallant, had attempted to assassinate his comrade Palmiro Togliatti, who was seriously injured, with 3 successful shots from a revolver. The general strike of July 14 was the most impressive and the most spontaneous since it broke out in the main centers of Italy even before the PCI directives arrived and was proclaimed by the CGIL. As soon as the 1 p.m. radio announced the attempt on the life of the workers' leader, all of industrious Italy stopped. Workers, employees, farmers, workers of every category stopped working. P. Secchia's article, Venuove, and 31, August 1, 1948, was not the only one he wrote on that occasion. In the second half of July, he wrote a series of articles in El Unita, later collected in a booklet entitled The Strike of July 14, CDs, Rome, 1948, which space does not allow us to reproduce here. In it the grandeur of the unprecedented general strike is examined. Above all, it is necessary to take into account that the general strike of 14 to 16 July was not prepared, it was not preceded by any organizational work. With the positive aspects, they are also highlighted the negative ones, the limits, the insufficiencies, the errors. The examination is done locality by locality. It underlines the difference between general strike and insurrectional strike, between 58. First general strike after the one in Genoa in 1900, which was limited to that province, made a great step forward for the organization of workers and the Italian proletarian movement. The general strike of 14 to 16 July 1948 was a great step forward for the Italian democratic forces in the fight against de Gasperi's totalitarian government. In the fight for peace and freedom, it was an impressive demonstration of strength, conscience, and political maturity of the Italian people. It was a great experience not only for the Italian workers. The national and international importance of this grandiose strike must not be judged by the immediate result, but in relation to the struggles of tomorrow. It indicates the path to follow in the near future, at a time when great and tough battles are announced in Italy and in the world for the defense of bread, peace, and freedom. Italian workers and their organizations can be proud of this great battle fought. The government of the Chancellor, de Gasperi, has understood that its victory on April 18 is a paper victory, as long as the working masses are united and animated by the spirit of struggle. Everyone has been able to see that with the Popular Democratic Front they are the productive forces, they are the forces on which the whole life of the country rests. Hence the hasty directives of the government and Catholic action for the union split, hence the anti-strike bills, hence the threat to outlaw communists and trade union organizers, hence the ridiculous claims of the Christian Democrats, the liberals, and all the reactionaries that the life of the country is regulated only by Parliament and that nothing happens outside it. The history of the trade union movement, of the democratic movement, Marxist conception and miracle conception of the general strike, underlines the necessity of the unity of the working class in any struggle and the weight that its alliances, the relationships between party and mass organizations have. The pamphlet contains the PCI's appeal, the CGIL manifesto, the decision to end the strike and the related CGIL statement, and the PCI management statement after the end of the strike. The strike of July 14, 1948 provoked a strong reaction from the government. For the events of July 14, 7,000 workers were reported and arrested, namely 145 in Piedmont, 372 in Liguria, 777 in Emilia, 796 in Tuscany, 115 in Umbria, 552 in Lazio, 232 in Veneto, 363 in Lombardy, 298 in March, 107 in Campania, 141 in Lucania, 94 in Abruzzo, 992 in Puglia, 800 in Sicily, 101 in Sardinia, 59 in Calabria. 59. And of the Italian and international socialist movement is the story of hard struggles fought by workers for their emancipation. Nothing has ever fallen from above as a gift to the workers. All the conquests of democracy, from freedom of assembly to the right to organize and strike, to the protective labor laws, to the prohibition of night work for young people, to the recognition of the leagues and chambers of labor, to the conquest of the 8 hours, to the recognition of internal commissions, etc. They were achieved not as a result of the intelligent legislative work of the rulers, but always through agitations, struggles and strikes. The workers have always encountered tenacious and violent resistance from the ruling classes and their business committees, resistance which could only be broken by opposing force to force. The struggle on the parliamentary level would not have led to any results if it had not been supported by the grandiose mass movements in which millions of workers acted and moved. Today de Gasperi, Seba, and associates would claim to crucify freedom with a game that should take place in the Montecitorio Hall. All democracy and popular freedoms, in the conception of the anti-fascist de Gasperi, should consist in having representatives elected to Parliament once every 5 years, who, playing with black or white balls, should decide the fate of our people. Even fascism occasionally granted a plebiscite. De Gasperi and the big capitalists he represents would demand that the workers stay still so they can better be chained. But Italian workers know, from long experience, that the parliamentary struggle, to be effective, must be supported and supported by the struggle of the working masses, workers, technicians, and employees. Parliament, with its laws, almost always does nothing but sanction conquests already achieved through the struggle of the popular masses. Ivan Ubanamai, the current president of the Republic, wrote in January 1905, "We cannot speak of an antithesis between direct action and parliamentary action, just as we cannot speak of the preeminence of one over the other. For us, parliamentary action is the necessary integration of direct action. One presupposes the other. Just as every agitation has the aim of influencing the political powers, so every parliamentary action is effective to the extent that it is supported and stimulated by popular currents." 60. Perhaps today Ivan Ubanamai would no longer sign this writing by him, but that does not change the reality of things. There can be no strong, democratic, and constructive government if it governs against the people or without the people. The Han. Seba speaks of a strong state, of the authority of the state, of the rule of law, just as the late Mussolini spoke about it years ago. But the bayonets and reactionary decrees of De Gasperi Silva will not stop the rise of the socialist movement. For our part, we must draw from this grandiose general strike all the lessons needed to improve our work, to overcome certain weaknesses and insufficiencies, to better organize and lead tomorrow's struggles. Provocateurs Enjurda or the VV. 1949. In the footsteps of fascism. The liberation of Borghese won. One of the main perpetrators of fascist crimes, the prince of war criminals, the head of that ex-Moss which has 800 documented murders to its credit, the looting, plundering and burning of entire villages, Italians, hundreds of partisans tortured, vivisected, Junio Valerio Borghese was set free. The ignoble sentence was greeted with an outstretched arm by the fascists present and by deadly volleys of grape shot fired on the orders of other fascists against the workers of Isola del Liri. The shooting attack against the Liri strikers and the acquittal of Borghese have a connection and a logic. In a regime in which the ruling class tends to solve labor problems with the truncheon and the machine gun, it is not surprising that they are put back into the most hateful fascist criminals are in circulation. Borghese's acquittal is not a sporadic episode, it is not a guilty error on the part of the judiciary, but something much more serious. It is part of a thoughtful and preordained plan to restore the regime of tyranny. Borghese's acquittal is not only an offense against the resistance, but signifies a serious threat to the freedom of the Italian people. The trial of the resistance has already begun some time ago, and some would like to be able to conclude it with the condemnation of the partisans, patriots, and anti-fascists. For months now, with the most filthy pretexts, violating every civil and moral law, valiant partisans have been arrested in every region of Italy, guilty only of having fought against the German invader and his helpers, the spies, the executioners, the traitors of the Italy placed themselves at his service. 1 Vinuove, February 27, 1949. 63. They are arrested, mistreated, often tortured, and judged partisans guilty only of having carried out dangerous war actions and of having obeyed the orders of their commanders. There is an attempt to make people believe that the partisans arrested in recent months are guilty of common crimes. In the vast majority of cases it is an infamous slander. 5 years after the War of Liberation, the graves of fascists, spies, and executed traitors are being dug up, and if personal objects, the so-called valuables, are not found on them, the pretext has been found, a reprisal for to smear, to arrest the partisan who participated in the firing squad, to accuse him of theft or robbery. Whoever was truly a partisan, who truly fought, certainly used the machine gun, shot down Germans, killed fascists, took prisoners, and had to shoot or have spies shot. And since the partisans had no subsistence, warehouses, or supplies, like a regular army could have, they had to live in the territory partly on aid from the populations and partly on requisitions. Here the charge was found for the fascist judge, looting. The partisans did not have prisons, prefectures, administrative offices, and many other means available only to those with state power. They certainly couldn't worry about returning to the families the objects found on the persons of the executed fascist spies and traitors. And here is the accusation: theft, murder for profit. During hard fighting, the partisans often came into possession of warehouses and valuables belonging to the enemy. Money and values plundered by bandits from the Italian people, which thus returned to the Italian people, fueling the partisan war. Here is another charge: extortion, embezzlement. No one today investigates and searches to discover and punish those guilty of thefts, looting, raids, and the most atrocious crimes committed by the fascists. Everything that was done by fascism is considered legal or is covered by amnesty. Today the partisans are arrested. They want to put the resistance on trial. Dante Gonari has been arrested in recent days, despite the fact that for some time the General Command of the CV della Libertà has taken a clear and precise position regarding the elusive Dongo Gold. Partisan trials were held in Vercelli, Modena, Bologna, Grosseto, Veneto, Abruzzo, and other regions. 64. All the arrests of partisans and the trials currently underway for war actions committed by them are illegal and constitute the most ignoble conspiracy against the Republic and the freedom of the Italian people. The trials against patriots and partisans have only one very specific purpose: to discredit these heroic fighters before public opinion, to transform them into common criminals in order to bring the traitors of the homeland, the Graziani, the Borghese, the Rota, the Ricci back to the altars, to be able to pave the way for fascism again. Italian prisons are today full of workers, former partisans, workers, farmers who have fought and gone on strike to defend their right to life. The traitors of the homeland are instead acquitted and amnestied. The clerical government has called the dirtiest OVRA agents back into service and uses the men of the old regime in every sector of the state. The big hierarchs have resumed their functions, their political and business activities. They have regained possession of their fortunes, that is, the money stolen from the Italian people. They certainly offer greater guarantees than the partisans of serving the cause of the war, of America, and of the Vatican. Upon reading the sentence that set him free, Borghese mockingly commented, "That government owes me 9 months of freedom." A fascist replied, "We will make them pay the day we put Parry in prison." This lapidary sentence not only expresses the reckless desire of a nostalgic, it reveals the climate, the intentions, the plans of the enemy. It indicates how far the De Gasperi government has come in the footsteps of fascism. It is necessary to stop this march as soon as possible. If the anti-fascists, if the Democrats, if the partisans, if all those who suffered and fought for freedom do not wake up in time, we could find ourselves with chains around our necks. Next Sunday, not only all the mothers and families of the fallen, not only all the former partisans and ex-combatants, but all those who love freedom and peace will demonstrate their indignation against the fascist sentences and their determined will to defend democracy and the Constitution attacked and endangered by the clerical regime. It's about preventing the Italian Republic from being strangled. It's about preventing the ruling classes from taking further steps in Mussolini's footsteps. 65. The resistance accuses too. I will purposely limit my intervention to just one question, but which I consider decisive for judging the work of the government and the budget of the Ministry of the Interior. It is a question on which much has already been said outside here, in the other branch of Parliament and also in this chamber, but its importance is such as to attract not only our insistence, but the attention and concern of every Italian, regardless of party, who truly cares about the fate of freedom and the future of the country. I will talk about the policy of persecution of partisans, a policy pursued methodically, obstinately for 2 years now, and in particular from April 18 to today, and which constitutes an essential part of the Ministry of the Interior and the activity of its police bodies. During the discussion in the other branch of Parliament on the interior budget, it was said that the opposition simply denies the works of the Christian democratic regime, the government, or that it barely gives them a contemptuous look, while it would have been lost in a series of news stories and particular and unimportant episodes. it was said that the government presented balance sheets of works completed during the year, which, for example, built roads for 2,200 kilometers, sewers for 1,036 kilometers, aqueducts for 1,291 kilometers, railways, ports and so on. All things undoubtedly very important, but which, regardless of the fact that these works are the result of the work and sacrifices of the workers, peasants, workers, are not the decisive element for judging the policy of a regime or government. First of all, the ministers, and first and foremost the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Justice, should have presented us with a budget showing that democracy and the Republic have been consolidated, that the constitutional freedoms of citizens, but of all citizens, have been respected, protected, and defenses. First of all, you should have presented a budget showing that the law is the same for everyone and that the Constitution to Speech to the Senate of the Republic, October 28, 1949. 66. Republican law was applied in defense of the personal freedoms of all citizens, I repeat of all citizens, because the freedom of the citizen is the fundamental right. If abolished, the Constitution of the Republic loses any and all value and the constructive works carried out also lose value. During the year, even the fascist regime every year on October 28, precisely these days, used to present the balance sheet of its activity, and it was a balance sheet in which the constructions of bridges, roads, railways, sports stadiums, arenas were showcased, etc. But what do you want, honorable senators, that it mattered to us that under the fascist regime the trains arrived on time, or that a certain number of roads, schools, houses were built, when the Italian people were deprived of all their freedoms and when that regime was pursuing a policy that would ultimately lead to certain ruin for the country? Was there perhaps a single Democrat in Italy, a single anti-fascist willing to give credit to that regime, or to be indulgent towards his politics, just because he built roads, houses, railways? For a few hundred houses built, how many thousands did he destroy as a result of his policies? Why should we today give more importance to the kilometers of rebuilt roads than to the freedoms of Italian citizens? Every regime, every government is capable of building roads, bridges, railways, and in this field what has been done would have been done equally if you weren't in government, and moreover, it bears repeating, what has been done is above all the result of the work and sacrifice of hundreds and hundreds of engineers, thousands and thousands of workers, technicians, farmers, workers. But it is instead the fundamental work of this government, it is the substance that we want to examine and discuss. And the essence is, to what extent has democracy been consolidated in Italy? How many steps forward have been made to eradicate the remnants of fascism, to consolidate the Republic, to give greater well-being to Italians, to valorize those forces who suffered and fought to make Italy free? What has been done to unite all the productive forces of our country in the effort to rebuild and rebuild in peace? This is what we want to see. The anti-partisan action and violations of citizens' freedoms, sanctioned by the Republican Constitution, by the police authorities and with the direct responsibility of bodies. 67. Governments have now reached such a scale as to arouse the indignation and protest of men of all political persuasions in the country. The partisans find their unity again. Outside here, despite the partisan conflicts, despite the differences in ranks and insignia, despite the diversity of political and religious faith, the partisans and patriots find their unity on this point, the defense of the resistance. The appeal launched by ANPI a week ago, for all the associations of the resistance and ex-combatants to demonstrate their decision and their protest against the anti-partisan repression, has already found an echo in several Italian cities. The conference held in Turin for the defense of the values of the resistance took place last night. At this conference, for the first time after April 18,3, the members of the liberation committees and former partisans of different formations gathered together. For the first time, after April 18, 1948, the Christian Democrat, Communist, Socialist, Liberal, Monarchist, Sarragatian, Republican partisans, commanders of autonomous formations and of different political colors met together, everyone agreed on the need to put an end to the anti-partisan campaign throughout Italy, which resistance, the men and values of the national liberation movement are protected and respected, that the Constitution has a value for them too. And I believe that on this point, at least, it should be possible to find the agreement of all those who fought in the partisan ranks or who in any case fought and suffered for the cause of freedom in this chamber too. The Hon. Seba said, in the other branch of Parliament, that he does not want to leave us the monopoly of the resistance. We have never claimed to have this monopoly. We have never claimed to have a monopoly on the partisan movement in the days of the struggle, even if many then willingly left it to us, and we do not even intend to have a monopoly on the defense and valorization of the resistance today. We will be very happy if not only from these benches of the left, but 3. It refers to the political elections of April 18, 1948, in which, using arbitrariness, abuse and all legal and illicit means, the DC won 48.4% of the votes. 68. From all the benches of this room where authoritative and valiant commanders of the partisan movement and authoritative exponents of the resistance sit, other voices will be raised to ask for an end to the infamous anti-partisan campaign, to ask that defamation, persecutions, violence, arbitrariness, violations of the law to the detriment of the partisans, to the detriment of those who saved the honor of Italy and thanks to whom the Republic was born, and thanks to whom you sit on that bench of government. Indeed, I hope that authoritative voices will be raised from all sectors to ask that the partisans be considered worthy of their country and not criminals and outlaws. I hope that everyone who has held positions of responsibility in the Corps of Freedom Volunteers, in the liberation committees and in the partisan movement today feels the duty, the moral imperative to speak. To remain silent would be to demonstrate irresponsibility and cowardice. To remain silent would be to betray the trust of thousands of partisans and former combatants. Whoever remains silent proves that he was not worthy of occupying the position to which he had been called by the trust of the people. Everyone must assume their own responsibility. If the need for the struggle has advised authoritative men of the liberation committees and valiant commanders of partisan formations to give, in certain circumstances, sometimes harsh but necessary orders, these men today have the duty and obligation morality to assume their responsibilities. They have the duty to intervene in defense of those who are today persecuted for having done their duty as a soldier and patriot, and for having followed orders. The Hon. Marazza for example, I was thinking of meeting him here today. Perhaps he forgot that on April 26, 1945 he signed a manifesto proclamation of the National Liberation Committee for Northern Italy in which among other things it is said, all fascists must surrender to the authorities of the National Liberation Committee and hand over their weapons. Those who resist will be treated as enemies of the homeland and will be exterminated as such. This is the term used, exterminated. This proclamation is signed by the Hon. Achille Marazza and 4. Achille Marazza, representative of the DC in the Clone. 69. By Augusto de Gasperi, on behalf of the Christian Democracy Party, by Giustino Arpesani and by Filippo Giassini for the Liberal Party. 5 Now, these gentlemen were aware that, by signing on April 26, 1945 a proclamation of such force, distributed to dozens of thousands of copies, while the people were in arms, they assumed a responsibility of which perhaps they were proud then, but which they cannot escape today when authentic partisans are arrested and condemned for having, I won't say exterminated, but executed in those days some enemies of the country? In 1944 General Trabacchi 6, when he was arrested by the Germans, when asked by a German officer why he, a teacher at the military school, chief of staff of the army, had agreed to be the commander of a ragged gang, replied proudly, "No command could honor me more than the partisan one, and the ragged crew will see the backs of the fleeing Germans like crazy sheep." 7 Well, we are certain that today General Trabacchi will not forget those ragged partisans of whom he was so proud, and he will not even forget some of his somewhat drastic orders on the eve of the insurrection. 5 As its first act, at the moment of the victorious insurrection and the liberation, in the prefecture, governed by Riccardo Lombardi, the CNA issued the following decree: the National Liberation Committee for Upper Italy, delegate of the sole Italian legal government, in the name of the people and the Freedom Volunteers, it assumes all administrative and government powers for the continuation of the War of Liberation alongside the United Nations, for the elimination of the last remnants of fascism and for the protection of democratic rights. The Italians must give him full support. All fascists must surrender to the CLN authorities and hand over their weapons. Those who resist will be treated as enemies of the homeland and exterminated as such. The Liberation Committee for Upper Italy. From the Prefecture Palace 26.4.1945. Luigi Longo, Gallo, of the Italian Communist Party, Emilio Sereni of the Italian Communist Party, Ferruccio Parri of the Action Party, Leo Valiani of the Action Party, Achille Marazza of the Christian Democratic Party, Augusto de Gasperi of the Christian Democratic Party, Giustino Arpesani of the Italian Liberal Party, Filippo Giassini of the Italian Liberal Party, Rodolfo Morandi of the Socialist Party of Popular Unity, Sandro Pertini of the Socialist Party of Popular Unity. 6. General Alessandro Trabucchi, former director of the Military Academy of Turin, Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, Commander of the Piedmontese Regional Military Command of the CVL. 7. A. Trabucchi, the vanquished are always wrong, De Silva, Turin, 1947. 70. I want to read to you, because it is likely that many in this room do not know certain documents. I want to read, not all, some of the points of the instructions given on the eve of the 26th anniversary by General Trabucchi as Regional Commander of the CVL, Freedom Volunteer Corps. These instructions are published by the Historical Office for the War of Liberation by the Presidency of the Council. 8. Well, what did these instructions say? They said: A. The Ministers of State, the Undersecretaries of State, the Prefects, the Federal Secretaries in office after September 8, 1943, have already been sentenced to death for collusion with the enemy and for actions aimed at attacking the armed forces of the legitimate government. Consequently, for them, the verification of their personal identity will be sufficient to order capital execution. B. With regard to those who carried arms in favor of the foreigner against the legitimate armed forces, it will be sufficient to establish the affiliation of the accused after September 8, 1943 to any voluntary formation, black brigades, mutiny formations, right to submit a request for pardon. C. With regard to the spies, the consistency of the accusation must be ascertained and a sentence issued accordingly. D. Finally, the War Tribunal will also be able to execute those personnel who, like the directors of the fascist press, after September 8, 1943 favored the Nazi forces in their work of repression and retaliation, causing serious damage to the nation. Here too, the capital sentence will be pronounced and immediately carried out for these crimes. February 28, 1945, Turin Piazza Command. Well, it is true that the General Command of the Freedom Volunteer Corps then observed that these provisions to shoot all those who had brought arms against the homeland, including the directors of fascist newspapers, etc., did not correspond to our position hired. The position was that only those who resisted should be shot and instead those who surrendered should have their lives saved. However, those instructions were given and General Trabucchi will not have forgotten those insurrectionary directives of his. On the other hand, 8 Acts of the General Command of the Volunteer Corps of Freedom, Rome, 1946 can be reread in the documents published by the Presidency. 71. Of the Council, and we think he will not want to forget someone who today perhaps pays for having obeyed. It has been said and repeated by government newspapers and authorities that no one intends to prosecute the partisans but that it is simply a question of applying the law against criminals unworthy of bearing the name of partisans. The Han. Indeed, Sibo pretends to be indignant every time we talk about insulting the resistance, but the facts demonstrate that the search for the culprit or some culprits is nothing but the pretext to persecute a large part of the partisans, to try to obscure their heroic deeds, to diminish their prestige in public opinion. Anti-partisan persecutions. When in just one province, In the province of Medina, 3,500 partisans were stopped and interrogated in just over a year. When several hundred of them are still in prison, it cannot be denied that this is a real campaign of persecution. In the province of Medina there were a total of 18,411 fighting partisans during the War of Liberation, and over the course of 18 months, stopped and interrogated 3,500 of them, i.e. 20%. And the demonstration that these are infamous fabrications, of hateful persecutions, comes from the very fact that the majority of these stopped and arrested were then released even before the trial due to the non-existence of a crime or because the facts turned out to be authentic acts of war. I cannot sit here now and read to you all the lists of partisans arrested in the province of Medina and in other Italian provinces and then acquitted after long months in prison during investigations or at trial. I will limit myself to mentioning a few cases, the most recent. A few days ago the newspapers, not all of them, reported that in Bologna the former partisans Clito Maci, Piero Astolfi, Saverio Malpieri, Tommaso Bossi, Pino Trebbi, Leopoldo Lamartini, all from Castelfranco, were released after a long period of detention. Emilia, well, these partisans had been in prison for 14 months. From the so-called independent newspapers, from the newspapers of the Christian Democrats and the civic committees, they were covered with defamatory insults and defined as vulgar evildoers. What were they accused of? Of the usual crime of killing for the purpose of robbery. In reality, they had executed 472 Republican fascists, German spies, collaborators. Well, these partisans, 4 years later, were arrested, beaten, tortured, taken to dig the graves where the Republicans were. Here is what, for example, Clito Maci, one of these acquitted, released after long detention, says. Maci recounts, their Marshal Caw pounced on me, unbuttoned my trousers, began to pull out my hair while the carabinieri laughed loudly and said, "If you don't tell the truth I'll give you a lot of beatings that will make you tubercular." He gave me hard slaps on my left ear, then he started beating me with a stick, and only when he was tired did he send me back to the cell. And another of these partisans, released in recent days, added, "We were taken to the place where the Republicans were buried. An unexpected spectacle awaited us. There was a large crowd, in the foreground the relatives of the dead, on one side many stopped cars. There were also journalists from the Giornale della Emilia, from El Avvenire d'Italia and from the Gazzetta of Medina, the Carabinieri, Lieutenant Rizzo, the investigating judge. Marshal Caw said to me, 'Take the murderous spade.' The photographers approached. I tried not to be photographed. The sergeant raised my face and said, 'Come on, criminal, raise your head, and now to work.' Suddenly I felt ill. I am still recovering from an illness and I asked to be excused. He responded with a curt refusal. Marshal Caw told Lieutenant Rizzo, who had suggested that we go and call the grave digger, that it was my job to dig the grave. The relatives of the dead who were within an inch of me shouted like maniacs, 'Murderer, criminal. When you're done,' an old fascist told me, 'you'll go into the hole.' A former Black Brigade soldier passed me with a knotty stick and said, 'As soon as you're done I'll make you make some toast.' I just kept saying, 'The Nazi fascists killed 2 of my brothers, I did nothing more than carry out a military order.' I had to pick up the 2 corpses, bone by bone, while the crowd screamed wildly. Well, on October 18, 10 days ago, after 14 months, the investigative section of the Assize Court of Bologna sent these partisans all acquitted because the fact did not constitute a crime and because some of them had not participated in the fact. The most reactionary newspapers remained silent. Humanity, an organ of the Italian Workers' Party, titled a short article, "Justice for the Resistance, that's all." 73. Justice for the Resistance. Too little, there weren't even 2 lines of commentary. Do you think you have done justice to the resistance in this way? But Justice for the Resistance would have wanted those who had arrested and tortured these partisans to at least be arrested and convicted. Justice would require at least those newspapers that have vulgarly defamed the resistance to be condemned. Who will now compensate these partisans for the 14 months of prison, suffering, humiliation and insults received? This is just one case, the most recent. There are others. Last July 19, the partisans Siri Armando, Manfredi Loreno, Brasti Pietro, Manny Pietro, and others were acquitted by the Assize Court of Medina, after 26 months in prison, because the fact did not constitute a crime, and I could mention, also from Medina, Luigi Carpelli arrested on May 12, 1948 and acquitted by the Medina Assize Court after 10 months in prison because the fact was recognized as an act of war. Lully Sergio, Bizzarri Vincenzo, Cavalcanti Cesare, Johnny Giancarlo, arrested on February 3, 1949, acquitted during the preliminary investigation after 5 months of detention, because the fact was recognized as an act of war. And I could go on and on. The partisans of Arezzo, acquitted on September 15 by the preliminary investigation section of the Court of Appeal of Florence. The defendants were, Don Tarquinio Mazzoni, parish priest of Capolona, former president of that liberation committee and first mayor of the town, Dr. Ivo Barbini, Ciro Giannini, Vittorio Martinetti, Bruno Cicani, Antonio Capoani etc., fully acquitted because the fact is to be considered a war action. A few days ago, 7 partisans from Calanzano, Florence, were released from prison, who had been arrested for having executed 5 Republican organizers of snipers during the days of the insurrection. For these 2, as for all the others, a scandalous journalistic campaign had been staged by the so-called independent newspapers and by the newspapers of the Christian Democrats. Illegal arrests. The vast majority of arrested partisans are acquitted, the vast majority are released after months and months in prison, after an abominable campaign of defamation has been waged against them in the country, which means that they are arrested for 74. Haphazardly, that mass arrests are carried out without discrimination, that the law is continuously violated, which prescribes that, in order to carry out warrants of capture and arrest against partisans and patriots, there must be certain proof that these are common crimes. Well, when there are acquittals of this kind it means that there was no certain proof. There is never certain proof when the partisans are arrested and accused of acts that occurred during the War of Liberation. Applause from the left. The Hon. Seba justified himself a few days ago by saying that all these arrests were carried out following a regular arrest warrant. But what does this mean? Doesn't the acquittal of the vast majority of partisans after long months in prison demonstrate that those arrest warrants were illegal? And then we know the history of the arrest warrants. All of us who sit on these benches were arrested and almost always sentenced with regular arrest warrants during the fascist regime. Oh! It certainly wasn't that semblance of legality that was missing, indeed the fascist regime issued arrest warrants in abundance. At the time of the arrest, however, there were never any arrest warrants, but later when one was already in prison they arrived, just as they do today. And this is also illegal. But then Minister Seba himself believes that that the partisans, that everyone who voted for the Republican Constitution can be satisfied with this childish justification, there was an arrest warrant. But then what value do Articles 13 and 28 of the Constitution have? Thousands of citizens, partisans, and well-deserving people of their country are arrested, beaten, insulted, their honor struck and tortured, taken to dig graves and made the object of the ridicule of traitors spared by the generosity of our people. They are held in prison for months and then, to justify such revolting treatment, they believe they can simply say, there was an arrest warrant. But the Republican Constitution makes officials, employees of the state and public bodies directly responsible for acts carried out in violation of citizens' rights. Well, what did the Minister of the Interior do so diligently in enforcing the law when it comes to targeting communists, socialists, partisans, and workers? What did he do to apply? 75. Did the law matter when it was trampled on by those who persecuted the partisans and workers, by those who had the duty to enforce it? How many police and carabinieri officials were subjected to trial because they were guilty of physical and moral violence against the persons of numerous arrested partisans? What has been done to repair, to compensate for the moral and material damage caused to the hundreds and hundreds of partisans unjustly affected? In short, is personal freedom inviolable or not? Are moral and physical violence punished or not? Are state bodies and employees responsible or not? Or when arbitrariness and violence are used by state power and its organs, then arbitrariness and violence become legitimate and even praiseworthy. Violence and torture. The cases of unprecedented violence perpetrated against partisans are countless. Here too it is not facts that are missing, but one is spoiled for choice. I will just mention a few. I, the undersigned Cavalli Domenico, di Giuseppe, born in San Rufino, resident in Sassuolo, declare the following: on August 16, 1949 I was stopped by the Carabinieri and handed over to the Modenese police to be subjected to interrogation following the death of a certain Giuliani. Since following accusations made by the official Padola, I asserted that on that date I was in Paderna di San Romano for harvesting work, they made me a circle in which I had to remain immobile for 18 consecutive hours, thus forcing me to hunger, thirst and to an unspeakable tiredness. Then I was taken to a cell at the police station. After a few hours I was again subjected to interrogation which lasted 7 consecutive hours based on slaps, beatings and all kinds of insults. All this happened during the first 3 days of detention at the police station, while in the following days until August 18, I witnessed the most shameful offences against the person of the Han Togliatti and other parliamentarians and personalities. Naturally, after this bestial treatment, Cavalli was released because he was found innocent. Here is how another partisan writes: I, the undersigned Forapace Giuseppe di Enrico and di Folli Elvira, born in Rovere II de Novi, via Gigliotta 4, declare that on the night between the 13th and the 14th. 76. July 1949, at around midnight, I was made to get out of bed by the Novi Carabinieri Marshal, Bellotti, and forced to take a spade, loaded onto his bicycle. I had to accompany him to a farm. During the journey the policeman named Secchia asked me if I remembered that road. When I replied that I had nothing to remember, he told me, "Make a cross on the road because you will never see her again." When I arrived on the farm I saw that under a row of vines there were already 2 carabinieri and a hole had been dug near them. As soon as we stopped the sergeant approached me and he said, "This time you fell for it, speak up." When I answered in the negative he gave me 2 slaps and, spitting in my face, wanted to know where the weapons were. Then 3 of them began to beat me and, while one held me, the others they beat me including the sergeant. This lasted for 15 minutes, but since I remained on the negative side, they threw me into the hole, dumping shovelfuls of earth on me. At the same time the police officer climbed on top of me, stamping on my chest and saying, "Now you will have to speak, otherwise we will bury you." Noises from the left. Then they made me sit on the ground. The officer was sitting next to me and continued to question me, and every now and then he held me with his hands around my throat. Noises. I was then taken to a pickup truck and accompanied to the town to the Novi Carabinieri barracks. They locked me in the cell. The following morning, at 10:30 am, the officer came into my cell with 2 other carabinieri, Secchia and Filippi, and they began the night's patrol again, which lasted for about an hour. In the afternoon of the same day, around 3 p.m., they took me from the cell and took me to the kitchen where I was subjected to further interrogation and further beatings. Then they took me to eat and told me, "Get ready because you will be taken to prison in Medina." During the night and in the following days, every hour or so either the carabinieri or the sergeant came to pay me a visit in which, in addition to being interrogated, they beat me. On the 25th of this month I was finally released, and today I went to the Dr. Giovanni Braghiroli for a checkup. The medical report states, Forapace Giuseppe di Enrico, aged 28, was examined by me today, and I found him suffering from right suborbital ecchymosis and ecchymosis in the left scapulohumeral region. Signed, Dr. Bragiroli. And here is yet another case. The undersigned, Natalini Bruna of Eliseo and Bianchi Assunta, born in San Giovanni in Persicito, declare that she was arrested by the Carabinieri. 77. Of Castelfranco Emilia under the command of Marshal Ca, on July 20, 1949, under the accusation of having carried out a withdrawal of food and clothing in March 1945, from the Castelfranco barracks in the company of other partisans, and I was subjected to 3 pressing interrogations. I was forced to sleep in a room with 15 men in truly desperate conditions, without cots, with only 1 blanket. Having asked to be accommodated in a room alone, I was told by Marshal Ca that since I was a partisan I could only be a girl from the underworld noises and interruptions, and I could therefore stay with the men without fear of losing honor. In the days spent in the Castelfranco barracks, I witnessed more than once pitiful sights of men leaving the marshal's office badly damaged from the punches and beatings they had received. After 3 months of detention in the prisons of Medina I was released. And here's what another partisan, Dini Romolo, living in Medina, via Nonantala N 648, says, on the evening of May 25, 1949, I was in Spilimberto and around 9 p.m., while I was crossing the town square in the company of my girlfriend, I was approached by the police sergeant who asked me if no one had broken my face. I asked him why, and in response he invited me to the barracks, telling me that he needed to talk to me. I asked him why he couldn't tell me right away what he wanted, and at this question he pointed his gun at my side and ordered me to follow him to the barracks. Along the way he continuously kicked and punched me. Once we reached the barracks he told me to ring the bell, and while I was doing so he kicked me hard in the back, which threw me into the door. As soon as I was inside, the marshal threw himself on me, kicking and punching me and insulting me with the most insulting phrases. "You are a filthy communist, I will put my guts down your throat, you can thank God if I haven't pierced your belly yet." Taking me by the throat he kept repeating, "Don't you know that I'm strangling you?" This partisan was released after a few days without knowing the reason for this treatment, and without knowing even today that what the marshal wanted from him. This marshal was reported and, a few weeks ago, was sentenced to pay the court costs. Comments from the left. The court could not help but condemn the marshal, because many citizens of all social classes had 78. Witnessed that brutal scene, which took place in the public square. However, conditions of this kind do not always occur so that 20 or 30 people can witness the violence of the marshals. But do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that a simple sentence to pay court costs is sufficient to bring justice to a citizen arrested and beaten without any reason, and to prevent similar events from happening again? And so I could continue listing the facts for a long time, but others have already been reported in recent days in the other branch of Parliament. Violence against prisoners in police stations and barracks is still a normal system of interrogation today. Nor should we be told that the Minister of the Interior has issued directives and provisions more than once to ensure that the personality and rights of the citizen are safeguarded. These circulars are nothing more than an alibi fabricated in advance, in the same way that certain declarations that the Carabinieri marshals make the prisoners sign that they were not beaten are the best proof that the beating took place. I may not deny that the circulars to which the Minister of the Interior has alluded on other occasions exist. But what is certain is that in many barracks and police stations there are tools for beating and torturing even without leaving external traces on the patient's flesh. I know I'm not saying anything new, it's this decades-old thing, it dates back to fascism and long before fascism, but the enormity is that these systems still last and that they are used by bodies and officials of a government that calls itself democratic, which calls itself Christian, and which calls itself Republican. The police today, as in the past, continues to be superior to everything, continues to be above the laws. If you seriously want to put an end to these systems, circulars are certainly not enough. What value can they have when the police and every police officer know that they can carry out any arbitrary action and any violence with impunity? But the Minister of the Interior is responsible for everything that happens in the security rooms, police stations, and barracks. Because the responsibility for the beatings and violence cannot be attributed only to some miserable Marshal Ka or some fascist Republican commissioner. The responsibility does not lie only with those who beat or physically torture, but of those who, violating the law, ordered or authorized or allowed the mass arrest of hundreds and hundreds of partisans. The 79. The custom of arresting innocent people and keeping them in prison arbitrarily has been around for some time, but the police authorities commit this abuse every day only because no one is held accountable. How many partisans are detained? I could read you a long list of partisans currently detained in Medina prisons and in other Italian prisons. These are authentic partisans, valiant fighters accused and unjustly detained for war actions that took place during 1944 and in the first months of 1945, in any case in times in which those facts did not constitute a crime and are amnestied. I won't read the whole list, I'll thank you for that. I will read just a few names. Bartolini Giuseppe, Silver Medal, Division Commander, wounded in war, was arrested on June 10, 1949 and is in the Medina prison awaiting trial, accused of events that occurred on April 8, 1945. Bizzi Umberto, Silver Medal, proposed for the Gold Medal, decorated with Bronze Star, Brigade Commander. Bizzi had his father and brother murdered by the Nazi fascists. He has been in prison since April 28 for facts that date back to July 14, 1945. Minani Angelo, partisan, wounded in war, Silver Medal, has been in prison since February 13 of this year, for facts that date back to January 1945. Pope Filippo, Brigade Commander, decorated with Bronze Star, arrested on May 12, 1949, is in prison for facts dating back to August 5, 1944. Borsari Luigi, Division Commander, Mayor of Cavaro, has been in prison since July 7, 1948 for facts dating back to March 7, 1945. Lugli Vasco, Deputy Division Commander, detained since August 15, 1949 for facts dating back to January 6, 1945. Rabuttini Giuseppe, Brigade Commander, detained since June 10, 1949 for facts dating back to April 8, 1945. Rioli Narcisio, Brigade Commander, detained since June 20, 1949 for facts dating back to April 10, 1945. Corci Giuseppe, Brigade Commander, detained since June 28, 1949 for facts dating back to April 10, 1945. The list of the partisans detained in Medina prisons is still a very long time coming. If this assembly wanted it, I would be willing to do the math. 80. Continue reading these lists, and not only of the authentic partisans who are in the prisons of Medina, but also of the partisans who are detained in the Vercelli area, in the Biella area, in the provinces of Bologna, Ravenna, Ferrara, Mantua, Lucca, Reggio Emilia, Florence, Arezzo, and other locations. Ladies and gentlemen, we know very well that there are also other prisoners in prisons, prisoners for common crimes. There are also former partisans who have sullied their honor as partisans, but these are not included in our lists. We do not come to defend the unworthy. But we don't want to allow you either to mix the innocent with the guilty, the partisans with the common prisoners, because the greatest offense that can be done to the resistance, the most perfidious of defamatory systems, is precisely that of putting the brave and honest partisans with former partisans who have been guilty of sins. But it is you who use the system when, instead of informing yourself about the personality of the detained partisans and the nature of the crimes of which they are accused, you consider yourself satisfied when you have informed yourself about the capacity of the Medina prisons and when you put the partisans who are detained in the same bag for acts of war with swindlers and thieves. It is you who allow and stimulate the defamation of the resistance partisans when you order and allow mass arrests to be made, when, under the pretext of hitting or searching for a culprit, you arrest dozens of innocent people. The Hon. Seba contested the number of partisans currently detained in Medina's prisons, first by giving some data on the capacity of the prisons and then with a statement that appeared prominently in the Prime Minister's newspaper yesterday. An ignoble statement. Now, Honorable Senators, one cannot imagine anything more ignoble than this statement. It is a typical example of the way in which the resistance is defamed. The statement says, in the judicial prisons of Medina and Solicito there are 303 prisoners, of which 122 for murder and 181 for various crimes, such as rape, theft, robbery, bankruptcy, acts of lust, forgery, etc. To cheat the cards, they deliberately wanted to mix it up and confuse the partisans with prisoners for common crimes. But if 81 FON Seba thought that Panpi had inflated the figures, if he wanted to clarify those figures, fairness and honesty required that the minister dispute those data without offending the resistance. And he could have done so by simply communicating how many partisans were detained in the province of Medina for events connected to the liberation struggle and for actions that occurred before July 31, 1943. There was really no need to make a list of those detained for rape, theft, robbery, bankruptcy, acts of lust and forgery. All this does not interest us and does not concern us, and it was put there in that statement on the partisans for the sole purpose of throwing another coat of mud at the resistance. This statement not only does not deny anything, but confirms that many partisans are detained in Medina prison because it says, the above figures also include those arrested for events that occurred after 31 July 1945. Mind you, honorable senators, they are included also arrested for events that occurred after July 31, 1945, which means that the majority are detained for events that occurred before July 31, 1945, that is, for events that are in any case amnestied. In short, that statement limits itself to saying that ANPI exaggerated the figures, but the Ministry of the Interior does not know or has not wanted to tell us how many partisans are detained in the prisons of the province of Medina and in the other provinces of Italy. In my opinion, it would have been less serious if, instead of trying to deny or diminish the number of partisans detained in the province of Medina and in other Italian provinces for events connected to the liberation struggle, the minister had been able to tell us how many there are and had had the courage to take responsibility. Instead, by confessing to ignore or pretending to ignore the number of partisans currently detained, the Minister of the Interior is demonstrating that he is not at all concerned with safeguarding the freedom of citizens, with defending the good name of the partisans. He is demonstrating that he left carte blanche to the local authorities, to certain ex-Republican police commissioners, to certain ex-OVRA officials, to the marshals, because it is in the hands of these that today the safeguarding of the laws is abandoned, or rather it is up to the discretion of those who are the partisans abandoned. Who are the partisans inquisitors? Yes, it is truly incredible to say, honorable senators, but 82. Today in many cases it is the fascists, and the Republican fascists, that is, the worst enemies of the partisans, who are in charge of arresting, investigating and judging the partisans. Far be it from me, far be it from us, the intention of accusing the entire police force, or accusing all members of the Celera, and the entire Carabinieri body of being anti-democratic or of being fascists. We know very well that the majority of police officers and Carabinieri come from the people. They are men of the people, almost always poorly paid, called to a highly responsible and risky function, such as that of defending democratic freedoms, the freedoms of citizens, and of enforce the laws of the Republic. But often these men are forced to carry out tasks that certainly do not contribute to raising respect and admiration for the police in the souls of Italians. The agents, the Carabinieri and many police officials are men, yes, who come from the people. Among them there are undoubtedly sincere Democrats, but how are they recruited, and above all how are they educated? And how are they used? In police barracks and schools, officers are educated to hate workers, to consider communists, socialists, and partisans as subversives, as enemies of the homeland and society, just as they were considered in the era of fascism. I want to cite just a few examples among many. In the Police magazine, January-February issue, a police commissioner writes, "During a strike it is natural for industrialists to continue to operate their plants, people say they are well deserving, the strikers call them scabs and work hard to disturb them, the police then have to intervene and give the violence to the violent ones. This is how police leaders write in the magazines that are intended to educate officers. Opening another file, March-April of this year, we can read a writing from a police commissioner who complains because there are no legal provisions that finally declare the insurrectional character of the politically motivated strike. Therefore, according to this emeritus guardian of order, in a democratic republic every political protest strike, for the murder of a laborer or for the arbitrary dissolution of a municipal administration or even just for the dismissal of a member of a commission internal or for any matter that keenly affects the workers, should be Con. 83. Side rated as an insurrectional movement. And it is so, thanks to this typically fascist education, that during strikes there are frequent and violent clashes between workers and police officers with victims and painful consequences on both sides. This is because police officers are trained to view workers and strikers as evildoers, as troublemakers. Police officers and carabinieri are not taught that striking is a worker's right enshrined in the Constitution and that this right must be respected and defended like all other citizens' rights. The former leaders of the OVRA. But who are the leaders of the police force? First of all, it is well known that the approximately 5,500 partisans who had been included in the police force were, one by one, almost all eliminated, because, said the Han Shiba on another occasion, were sectarians, incapable of carrying out their duty impartially. But who are the impartial men, the non-sectarian men, suitable for enforcing the democratic freedoms and laws of the Republic that PON has Siba returned to service in place of the partisans? They are the former leaders of the OVRA, the former Republican fascists and many hierarchs of the fascist militia. I could read their names here, or at least those of a part of them. I could tell you what the position of these officials was at the time of fascism and what their position is today in the roles of the police department, even if often their real function is conveniently covered by generic positions. That is, an attempt is made to pass them off as elements that have much less delicate tasks than those they truly and effectively carry out. I could read you these names, but I consider it useless because the honor Siba knows them one by one, and I believe that he is not the only one who knows them in this room. I have already said before that there are also many genuinely democratic elements in the police, but the number of former members of the fascist police, former Republicans, former heads of the OVRA is notable. There are, that is, many of those most worthy people who have faithfully served Mussolini's regime for 20 years, among them are those responsible and organizers of countless crimes plotted and committed during the 20 years of fascism, responsible for torture and violence of every kind typically consumed over the course of 20 years in safety rooms. It will not be said that there was only one person responsible at the time, the 84 executed in Piazza Loreto, and that they were white lambs. Without a doubt Mussolini was responsible number one, but certain leaders of the OVRA, certain officers of the fascist militia are also responsible for the slow murder of Antonio Gramsci, for the murder of the Rosselli brothers, of Gastone Sozzi, of Antonio Sanvito, of Icide Viana, and of many other deaths in Italian prisons before July 25, died following the torture to which they were subjected. It was not Mussolini personally who went to the prisons of Perugia in February 1928 to torture Gastone Sozzi, to inject iodine tincture into his living flesh, to kill him. It was not Mussolini personally who went to the prisons of Genoa to crush Carlo Riva's skull in an iron grip. Mussolini's regime with his policies ordered and authorized these crimes, but materially these crimes were committed by certain leaders of the Povera, the fascist militia and their subordinates. Well, many of these men have today not only been reinstated in service, but assigned to managerial and responsible roles in the police department, although, I repeat, in certain cases with appropriate cover. These men, who for over 20 years served the regime of tyranny in the dirtiest and most criminal functions, these men, who for over 20 years fought against freedom and democracy, these men who hated anti-fascists, who were educated to the most anti-democratic sentiments, for the Minister of the Interior, for the current government, they would be the impartial, competent men, the most suitable to protect the Republican Constitution and to enforce citizens' rights and democratic freedoms. They are incompetent and unworthy by mentality, by education, they are morally and I would say physically incapable of being guardians and defenders of democratic freedoms and of the Republican Constitution. And much less are they capable of fighting and monitoring against the rebirth of fascism. I say more, you reinstated them and put them in positions of responsibility precisely because they were fascists, precisely because they had the competence and technical capabilities to fight against the workers, precisely because they have the competence and technical capabilities to violate constitutional norms, to violate the law without leaving evidence, to commit all sorts of acts of arbitrariness and violence without leaving traces. They had great expertise in fascist methods that the partisans who joined the police certainly did not have, and they are the ones who. 85. Today they are called to arrest, investigate, and judge the partisans. The lowest of infamies. No. They must not and cannot judge the partisans, the workers, the anti-fascists. They are unworthy of it. Whatever crime a partisan is accused of may be, they cannot touch him, they cannot lay their hands on him, since they are guilty while the partisans are not. The Art. 27 of the Constitution establishes that the accused is not considered guilty until finally sentenced. Well, when the partisan is arrested and accused for facts that date back to the period of the War of Liberation, or up to July 31, 1943, the partisan is innocent, he is a free citizen, he is a brave man who gave blood for the freedom and independence of the country, while certain individuals who today go to arrest, interrogate, and judge the partisans were on the side of the fascist traitors and fought for many years against freedom. Many of them served the Nazi executioners. No, the leaders of the OVRA, the former hierarchs of the fascist militia, those who served the Germans and the Republic of Salo cannot be used to arrest, investigate, or judge anti-fascists and partisans. But don't you realize that it is the lowest of infamies, it is the most revolting of injustices, it is the most atrocious insult that could be done to all those who fought and suffered, to all those who died for freedom, that of have partisans and anti-fascists arrested and tried today by yesterday's fascists, by those who betrayed their homeland and who are safe today thanks to the generosity of the Italian people, of anti-fascists and sincere Democrats? The shameful deeds of the former Republican Fascist Police Commissioner Pironi in Carbonia were already reported here the day before yesterday by our friend Lussu, others have been cited from Florence, Bologna, Medina, and Turin, other cases were cited here this morning by my friend Senator Bardini. Party police. The Han. Shiba in the other branch of Parliament, on the occasion of the 86 discussion on the budget, he said, I flatly reject the accusation that the police have become a party police. In this statement, the Han Shiba is denied, for once, even by the police officials themselves. Here is what the Police magazine writes, an issue from April of this year, in an article entitled, For the Independence of the Police. An official writes, in Italy the police have never been free. It was not free during the fascist regime given its authoritarian character, having the main, often thankless, task of keeping that regime alive. It was not free after the fall of fascism because, after having suffered the revenge, persecution, and recriminations of all those who had opposed fascism, it found itself enveloped in an increasingly dense and suffocating aura of distrust and spite. Coming then to talk about today's situation, this official says, servitude is still very harmful, because it dulls and cancels the sense of responsibility and, with this, the spirit of initiative and self-criticism, the courage in determination, the decision in execution. But the worst and undoubtedly most deleterious consequence of the subservience of the police to political power is certainly the lack and absence of any form of assistance and protection of public and private rights and interests. This being the case, when one party is succeeded by another with the opposite tendency, it seems to me that this official is starting to worry. What happens is that the first thought of the new leaders is to surround themselves with trusted and proven men, even if incompetent, and especially to put dutiful people in police command positions, removing those who were there before. And finally this official concludes, now we want all this to end. For us and for the society that it is our duty to protect and protect. We therefore consider it essential and urgent to ensure the police function has the independence necessary for it to function. The police therefore, according to the authoritative confession of senior officials who are part of it, not only has never been independent, but it is not even today. He is at the service of a party. On the other hand, it is enough to see how and for what objectives it is used to be convinced of this. The police are always used to defend the interests and so-called freedoms of the big capitalists and the big landowners. It is always used when it comes to guaranteeing the so-called freedom of work, i.e. the freedom of striking. I don't know of a single case where the police were used to ensure freedom to strike. The Constitution stands. 87. It provides for the right to strike but does not provide for the right to strike strikes or even the right to lock out. Well, in this year hundreds and hundreds of laborers, workers were arrested, beaten and convicted for having violated the so-called freedom of work. At this moment I do not want to discuss the arbitrariness of these arrests, I actually want to admit that in some cases the law, although harsh, was applied to the letter. But can you quote the Han Minister? See a single case of a large industrialist, of a large agricultural farmer who was reported for infringement of the right not to work? How many large industrialists and large landowners were arrested and convicted for having violated the personal freedoms of workers, for having closed factories, for having provoked strikes, for having organized scabs associations, for having attempted to prevent and cancel the right to strike, for having organized armed gangs against the strikers? You, Minister, cannot cite just one of these cases. Well, it is not possible that while in the course of a year thousands of workers, peasants, and laborers were arrested for violations of the law, it is not possible that all landowners, all industrialists, all employers, and their agents have always scrupulously observed the law. No, this is not possible, no one can believe it, no one believes it. There is an explanation, and it is very simple. The Minister of the Interior is only concerned with defending the interests of the big capitalists and is not at all concerned with ensuring workers' rights are respected. If you step on the callus of a large farmer, then the whole cellara rushes in, but to defend the rights of the workers there is no cellara, no police, there is no constitution, because even the constitution becomes a piece of waste paper when it's about defending workers. But there are other elements, other evidence which testify that the current government has transformed the police into a class and party police, or rather there is other evidence that the police continues to be, as it was in the past, an instrument of ruling class. There is other evidence that you have made it the instrument not of defense of democracy but of the interests of the caste and of the most reactionary part of Italian society. Not only are many police chiefs former Republican fascists, former OVRA leaders, not only are the police employed exclusively in defense of certain groups of citizens. Not only are the means it employs often similar to fascist ones, but there is something more that gives it a clear partisan character. 88. The central political record. It is not a party police, said the Han. Shiba. So how do we explain the reconstruction of the files for politicians in which the men who fought most for the freedom of our country are diligently pigeonholed? Not only have the records for politicians at the police stations been put back into operation, but the so-called CPC, Central Political Records, has been reconstituted at the Ministry of the Interior, Public Security Division. What data is entered in the form of each file? Here is the form. In this form you are asked for the name, surname, paternity, date, and place of birth, spouse, children, characteristics, markings, characters, functions, etc. Example: violent, dangerous, intelligent, profession, documents, honors, information on family members, criminal proceedings, administrative measures, detailed economic situation, standard of living, etc., We are asked to clarify whether he carries out political activity or is suspected of carrying it out, whether he holds conferences, residence and economic activity, previous political activity. 4 types of vigilance are then indicated and the type of vigilance for which it is proposed: continuous vigilance, careful vigilance, normal vigilance, discrete vigilance. The discrete vigilance can also be, it is said, non-disturbing or reserved. Ladies and gentlemen, in the list of people who should be registered in the CPC, in these questionnaires that are sent to the police headquarters, it is true that mainly entries are indicated which concern former fascists, individuals convicted or hit for collaboration, suspected of wanting to restore the fascist regime also under other names. But this is only the transparent cover. In reality, among the many entries concerning fascists, there are 2 or 3 that give the possibility of filing and placing under surveillance without the communists, socialists, partisans, and the most well-known and active anti-fascists being named in the form. These voices are violent politicians capable of acts of terrorism. It would be curious to see who should judge the capacity of that political element to carry out acts of terrorism. Since many commanders and partisans of the Freedom Volunteer Corps have demonstrated notable abilities to organize heroic Gapist actions and guerrilla attacks against German and Republican formations, under the heading Violent Politicians Capable of Acts of Terrorism the most well-known partisans are listed. Then there is the voice, condemned for contempt of the nation. Now, it is well known that fascism has always self-identified with the nation, and many have. 89. The anti-fascists, over the course of 20 years, were condemned for contempt of the nation. So under this heading it is possible to pigeonhole many socialists and many communists. But then there is an even more generic term, agitators, under which anyone can be included. In reality, these files are filled only with the names of partisans, communists, and socialists. We are not aware that any agitators or violent Christian Democrat politicians have been reported, apart from someone who was a partisan, and we do not know whether he was reported by mistake or due to the overzeal of some police station official. But what does it say in these CPC sheets? I want to read just a few to you. It is addressed to the Ministry of the Interior, date, number of the protocol, etc., and here is the text: so and so, Director of the Press and Propaganda Office of the Federation of the Communist Party of, member of the Provincial Executive Committee, Communist fanatic. The terminology is the same, as you can see, that there was a few years ago, carries out intense activity, an intelligent and dangerous element. He has influence over the masses and commands a lot of trust in the Communist Party environment. Also due to his culture, he attended a party school in Milan. So-and-so was reported on, for defamation, on the day, acquitted by dismissal of the complaint. He was transferred on the day, to the province of, with duties still to ascertain. The police headquarters and the Carabinieri of, have arranged surveillance at the request of the police headquarters of. Another, university student of a violent character, politically dangerous, capable of subverting the regulations of the state. Laughter from the left. This is a typical formulation of a once good organizer, shrewd, intelligent, authoritative, ambitious, fanatical, capable of haranguing the masses and causing disorder in order to achieve his objectives, highly regarded in social communist circles. The state of this individual's family follows, his precedents, etc., the convictions he has had, and then it is said, anti-clerical communist, opportunist. He is paid by the Italian Communist Party with £30,000 per month. Another, the person indicated in question is a university student already employed and subsequently appointed head of the Chamber of Labor of. In 1943 he took part in partisan actions and joined the Communist Party. An individual of undisputed intelligence. When he finds himself in the presence of a significant number of people, he becomes violent and dangerous for public order and for the current systems of the state. Hilarity. 90. From the left. He is currently in Rome, at the Villa Crimaggiore, i.e. the place we commonly call Le Fratici, and is attending a course on communist culture. And yet another, there so and so, son of a bank manager, from a wealthy bourgeois family, also considered among the upper classes in the city. Before being a communist, he was registered as a leading man of the Action Party. He was a courageous partisan. It is said that the attack on the German SS commander in 1944 was personally directed by him. Currently a member of the PCI and collaborator of communist newspapers. Careful surveillance is placed on his real activity. And so on. I think I can give up reading any more. Laughter from the left. Now, how can these files, these reports, these provisions, in several of these files at the end there is the provision of discrete surveillance, of surveillance, control, and in any case limitation of personal freedoms be reconciled with the Art. 13, 16, and 21 of the Constitution? How can these reports, these supervisory and control provisions be reconciled with the immunity of parliamentarians and with the very prestige of the deputies and senators subjected to supervision and judgment by the Marshal of the Carabinieri or even by a chief police commissioner? Isn't this one of the proofs that the police are party police, an instrument for the regime's reactionary policy? Isn't this also part of the partisans' foul defamation campaign? Because, in words, everyone is capable of exalting the resistance, the partisans, patriotic heroism. In reality, valiant partisans decorated with gold and silver medals are registered in the CPC as dangerous elements to be monitored, and the judgment given in many cases is no different from that given by the German SS at the time. And it cannot be different because those who make these judgments are in many cases former Republican fascists, former militia officers, etc. What do we ask? I'm moving towards the conclusion. What do we ask? Are we perhaps asking for impunity for those who were partisans? No one could think of such an absurd request. However deserving a citizen may be before his country, however much he may have fought and suffered for the freedom of his country, be he ex-partisan, ex-combat. 91. Tapeworms, decorated or not, if he violates the law he must suffer the penalties. We are not here to defend those who failed, those who were not worthy of wearing the partisan uniform. We ask only one thing on which all those who were soldiers or commanders of partisan formations, all those who participated in the fight for liberation, who have however he fought and suffered to free Italy from fascism and the Germans should agree. We ask that it no longer be allowed to defame with impunity even in the press. To be brief, I did not want to mention a number of these rubbish sheets that vilify the partisans every day, to persecute, to arrest the partisans for war actions carried out before the April 1945 and in the first months of the liberation until July 31, as required by law. We ask that no one be allowed to tarnish the most beautiful page in the history of our country. We ask that the law be respected and above all by those who have the duty and function of enforcing the laws. We ask that we stop arresting the partisans for alleged crimes that occurred during the War of Liberation. We ask that the Lieutenant Decree of April 12, 1945 be applied in letter and spirit, which among other things says, acts of sabotage, requisitions, and any other action carried out by patriots for the need to fight against the Germans and fascists during the period of enemy occupation are considered war actions and therefore not punishable under common laws. We ask that this shame that we have been witnessing for 2 years be put to an end, namely that of putting partisans on trial for war actions, for operations carried out of necessity to fight against the Germans and fascists. We know that without a doubt certain actions were dictated only by the harsh necessity of war, by contingent needs, but which war actions, ladies and gentlemen, which war actions, of any war, could be judged objectively 5 or 6 years after? When did they happen? It must not be forgotten that the partisan actions took place when our country was put on fire, when entire villages were set on fire, their populations massacred, 2,000 people in a single village in Marzabito murdered, the partisans tortured and quartered alive. The other day the Hon. Gasparato, speaking on the defense budget, recalled here what horrendous crimes, what mass crimes against defenseless populations of entire villages were committed by the Germans and fascists. When judging partisans, these 92. We must not forget things, we must return to that climate, recalled here the day before yesterday by the Hon. Gasparato, we need to go back to those days of decisive struggle to free our country. You vowed to return. On May 6, 1945 in Milan, my colleague Senator Cadorna, in his farewell speech to the partisans, pronounced these words: overwhelmed by the disproportion of the number, you were sometimes forced to abandon, with tears in your eyes and anger in your heart, the valiant populations who had fraternally helped you. Forced to seek shelter in the treacherous terrain, you heard the screams of the victims behind you in the poor villages set on fire. You vowed to return and avenge the innocent victims. Thus came the days of liberation and glory. As success opened up for the Allied armies, the battle raged in the enemy's rear. The partisan army rose from the shadows and connected with the insurgent populations, facing the enemy with the cry, "Surrender or perish." The heroic time has now passed. The partisan army gathers today for its great celebration, which is a prelude to its dissolution. But if the formations dissolve, the partisan spirit does not die, it will guide the homeland towards its new destinies. You swore to return and avenge the innocent victims. General Cadorna, how many of those partisans returned to your appeal in those villages that had been set on fire? How many of the partisans returned to avenge, are your words? The innocent victims are waiting for you, together with all the exponents of the resistance, together with the partisan commanders, together with those who were at the head of the liberation committees. Rise up to demand justice. Never in the history of Italy has there been such a scandalous proceeding that, 5 years after a people's war, those who fought for freedom against the invader and traitors are put on trial, following a complaint from the families of the spies, of the Republican fascists, upon denunciation of those who were on the enemy's side and who at best could only be moved by a spirit of revenge. A similar procedure would have been absurd even if it had been adopted during the War of Liberation or immediately afterwards, when the National Liberation Committees and the command of the VO 93 Liberty Fighters were still in operation, because these bodies and only these bodies would be able to judge those who had committed sins during the war. But proceed today after 4 to 5 years with the arrest of hundreds and hundreds of partisans, proceed today with the complaints of the families of Republican fascists, spies and collaborators of the Germans, go today to dig up the graves, to subject to violence the partisans, to establish whether this or that other execution had been carried out with all the rules of the military code of war or according to some somewhat summary indications of General Trabacchi. All this exceeds any limit of reasonableness. The procedure adopted against the partisans after the Christian Democratic victory of April 18 can only be judged as the attempt of fascist forces to take their revenge, as one of the most open manifestations of the anti-democratic and anti-republican counteroffensive. Because, ladies and gentlemen, in all wars, in the wars of all times and in all countries, among the multitudes of fighters, brave men and heroes, there have always also been unworthy soldiers, but it has always been seen that they were punished during the war itself or immediately after. Never has there been an outrage like the one we have witnessed in recent years. No country has ever witnessed this absurdity that, 5 years after the end of the war, in an attempt to discover 10 or 20 criminals, thousands and thousands of brave fighters are proceeded with the arrest and inquisition. On the contrary, at the end of each war, or a few years later, as if to sanction peace and seal the return to normality, the prison doors were opened even to those unfortunates who during tragic events, in particular circumstances, had failed, they had violated the law. For détente, justice for the partisans. Instead, here in Italy, at the end of a true people's war, at the end of a war of liberation, we first witnessed the exaltation of the partisans and patriots, of those who had fought in this war. Then, to bring about the pacification of the country, the Republic has generously granted large amnesties to yesterday's enemy, the fascists, and now instead of mentioning the word peace we start again from the beginning. You have begun to put partisans on trial, 94. To persecute them, to allow and fuel infamous press campaigns against the resistance and its creators. And you call this pacifying the country? Initially, the most responsible and criminal fascists were condemned. Then came the amnesties, and it was right, I repeat, to grant them if we wanted to unite and pacify the country. But later you relocated former fascist leaders and former militia hierarchists to delicate and responsible positions, and this was already wrong, and now you have gone so far as to put the partisans on trial and persecute them. But how long do we want to continue this tragic swing? If you do not have a sense of justice, at least the interest of the country, the need to break what some of you have called the spiral of revenge, should push you to put an end to a campaign of hateful persecution which cannot but arouse more hatred, more revenge, which cannot fail to provoke the indignation of those who have to live in this time of liberation betrayed. In the majority report on the interior budget presented by the First Commission, it is recalled that we must remove the economic and social obstacles which, by effectively limiting the freedom and equality of citizens, prevent the full development of the human person and the effective participation of all workers in the political, economic, and social organization of the country. And it is added that, we must make the ties between workers and the state ever more intimate and ever closer and remove the causes of the greatest social imbalances. This is the secret to ensuring internal order and peace, based on consensus and not obtained by force. I don't know if Senator Merlin wanted to give advice to the Han. Seba, however, these are statements that we can fully endorse. But the policy followed so far by the government and the Minister of the Interior is clearly in contrast with those words. Among other things, they are the confession that up to now you have only obtained consent by force. That you rely only on force is also demonstrated by your devaluation of Parliament. To devalue Parliament and reduce its function to zero, you have long adopted a tactic that could be defined as the obstructionism of silence. You say to the opposition, talk, talk, say what you want, we'll do what we want anyway. Just talk, when you're done we'll vote and do what we like. Thus you demonstrate that you have no other faith than in strength. But don't get too carried away. 95. Illusions about this force. Others had them, and those illusions caused immense ruin for our country. For our part, we have no illusions. We know that the fight for freedom requires sacrifices and suffering, but these don't scare us, they have never scared us. We have great faith in our people, in our country, and in the future of socialism. You do what you want, a day will come when no violence, no arbitrariness, and no force will be able to prevent Italy from being renewed. We are certain of it. For that day we work, for that day all the partisans of peace work. Loud and prolonged applause from the left. They shout, "Long live the partisans of Italy!" The senators from the left are all standing, and for a few minutes the applause continues to resonate in the chamber. 96. 1950. Politics of the Massacre 1. It is now clear to everyone. It's not about tragic mistakes, it's not about sad episodes of overdefense, it's not just about officials and criminals, it's not about courageless policemen who panic, who lose their minds, who don't. It only deals with former Republicans who infiltrated the police force. The danger is much higher up, and therefore much more serious. The Christian Democratic government is directly responsible for the massacres that have occurred, with tragic frequency, at an accelerated pace, in recent weeks. The Christian Democratic government is directly responsible because from Melissa to Torre Maggiore, from Montescaglioso to Medina, not to mention that in the most recent massacres, the government has always fully defended the shooters, the massacrers of workers and farmers, it has always protected them, it has always approved their work. 14 workers shot in 70 days. Not a single agent fell. Yet we dare to speak of self-defense. We dare to speak of aggression organized by workers against the law enforcement forces. Yet the dead and wounded are always on the side of the people. The murdered workers are always presented as rioters, as outlaws. On the contrary, the police officers who killed, who shot defenseless people, are always presented as those who acted in self-defense. This revolting, habitual, methodical version of the facts, the impunity in any case assured to those who shoot at workers, the refusal of any serious investigation demonstrate that this policy, the policy of the massacre of workers, is obstinately and consciously followed by those who govern the fate of our unfortunate country. 1 Villeneuve, January 22, 1950. 97. We have the courage to talk about defense of the authority of the state. But what authority can a democratic state have, a government that does not know what to govern with massacre, that does not know how to maintain order, assuming that order has been disturbed in some case, except with violence, if not with the death penalty and shooting on the spot? Is this democracy? It was the cry of pain that the mother of one of the murdered in Medina repeated continuously, sobbing, next to the coffin of her murdered son. This anguished question was full of political content. Maintaining order, governing by shooting in the squares, machine gunning unarmed workers and even demonstrators, terrorizing the most active Democrats, was the method, the typical system of fascism. In a democratic regime, it must be possible for citizens not only to elect a deputy every 5 years, but it must be possible to freely express their opinions, it must be possible to work for the success of the most progressive ideas, it must be possible to go on strike, demonstrate in defense of their own interests, it must also be possible for citizens to demonstrate against the government, if necessary, without incurring the risk of death, without incurring the danger of being shot on the spot. Which democracy is there that prevents through murder workers from enjoying the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Constitution like all other citizens? The politics of massacre is irreconcilable with democracy. The democratic forces, the labor forces, the peace forces, the opposition forces, gathered in Medina, have launched an appeal to all Italians to unite ever more united in defense of the life and freedom of citizens. It is no longer enough to say enough. We must put an end to the politics of massacre with a great movement of the people. As if new blood were to flow, let a general movement of the popular masses arise in the country, such as to impose the punishment of those responsible and a radical change in government policy. This appeal from the authentic representatives of a large part of the Italian people was interpreted by the Christian Democratic newspaper as a call for insurrection. It's the usual vulgar and shameless trick, as old as the story of the wolf and the lamb. Nobody talked about insurrection. Only one thing was clearly said, that it is no longer possible to tolerate state assassination, the summary shootings of 98 workers without any trial, without any judgment. It was clearly said that the policy of massacre and degassing will no longer be tolerated, and that if more blood were to spill, the people will be able to impose punishment on those responsible. This promise will be kept. To maintain it from today, without any delay, we must work with all our strength, we must carry out such an action of propaganda, agitation, organization that gathers and unites in this struggle new millions and millions of workers, all the forces health of the Italian people, in order to spark a movement that unites and moves not only socialist and communist workers, but workers and citizens of every political current who agree on this point, the defense of the right to life. We must create a movement so broad and general that, within the rights enshrined in the Republican Constitution, it develops in the country in such a way as to make the reactionary groups retreat, to break this sad custom of the fascist time. From today we must work to maintain the commitment made. We communists, for our part, have made this solemn commitment in these days in which the 29th anniversary of the foundation of our party occurs, of that party which, as Lenin indicated to us in his time, must bring together in itself the greatest faith, the most absolute devotion to the cause of the workers, the energy, the audacity, and the decision. The Communist Party has always remained faithful to its commitments. January 9th was not just a day of blood and mourning for Italy, this date must signify a turning point, a great step forward for the forces of democracy, freedom, and peace. 99. Single Front of Youth 2, I thank you for allowing me to spend 2 truly beautiful, happy days, in the midst of your enthusiasm, your songs, your sincere faith which reminded each of us of the years of youth, which they brought to life, the years in which, as for all young people, ideal emotions manifested themselves externally with great strength and liveliness in us too. You made us relive the years of our youth, when life opened up before us, when we dreamed and thought of being able to change not only Italy, to make it more beautiful, bigger, freer, but even to be able to change the world whole, in a short space of time. The experience of life has taught us that the path to freedom, justice, and socialism is longer than we believed in our youth. It has taught us that our path is not always easy, it is not always straight, it is often of harsh climbs and sometimes even more harsh descents, because in every struggle one is not always victorious, and when we happen to be beaten we communists have nothing to do but resume the fight to move forward. And we went forward, further and further. When we began our journey and our struggle, the proletariat had not yet conquered power in any country, it was on the eve of conquering it in immense Tsarist Russia. Today socialism is achieved in the Soviet Union, socialism is a reality that no one is able to erase. The victory of socialism in the Soviet Union meant not only a great victory for the Soviet workers, but a gigantic step forward for all humanity. At the end of the Second World War, other countries broke the chains of servitude, broke away from the capitalist system, and marched rapidly towards socialism. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, Albania, Great and Immense China, where hundreds of millions of men have shattered the regime of oppression forever. And to extract of the speech given at the Congress of the Communist Youth Federation of Bologna, February 19, 1950. 100. They are aligned on the front of freedom, peace, and socialism. The experience of life has taught us that the creation of a new society, of a world of justice, is not an easy thing and does not happen in a day, but it has also confirmed us in the profound conviction that our idea is right, it is holy, that it is achievable because it responds to the profound aspirations of hundreds of millions of workers, young people and adults, of millions of exploited and oppressed people, and because our idea and our struggle are guided and illuminated by a scientific theory which is Marxism-Leninism. In the course of our journey we have indeed acquired greater experience, greater awareness of the struggle and its difficulties, we have acquired class consciousness and socialist consciousness, but if we look back at the road traveled, I assure you, young comrades, that if it were we would do that journey again. If we had to start that journey again we would start it again. I want to say that the experience and the shocks of life have not shaken our idea in the slightest, on the contrary we are increasingly convinced that it is right, achievable, in Italy and in the world. Experience and life have taught us that that youthful and tumultuous enthusiasm that agitated our youthful years and that today agitates and moves you too, that thirst, that yearning towards the truth, towards sincerity, towards justice were and are right aspirations, they were not fantasies, chimerical dreams, but a reality that can be realized on this earth and which can be realized by our will, with the struggle of men, with their work, with their sacrifice. You came to life and to fight in better conditions than ours. A lot of progress has already been made in Italy and in the world, and what has been done, conquered, and recorded no longer needs to be done again. However, there is still a lot of work for you and for all of us. There is a lot to do, especially at home, in our Italy, which we thought would be completely free with the overthrow of fascism and the expulsion of the Germans. Well, what needs to be done? We will do it together, all united, men and women of all ages, young, adults, old. What needs to be done in Italy we will do together, you with your tumultuous enthusiasm, youthful, us with our experience, all united and moved by the same great faith in socialism. Yes, we will do what needs to be done in Italy too. We will carry our flags forward, ever forward, until victory. 101. This is why we are here, this is why you found yourself at the conference. You have come together to examine the tasks that lie before you, before us, to see what to do to achieve them, to better study our forms of work, propaganda, organization, and struggle. Talking to the armed forces, it is not us today who are undermining the prestige and authority of the forces of public order, but the prestige and authority of the forces of public order are offended and trampled upon by those who put the forces of public order not at the service of the people, but against the people. By those who use the police to defend the sordid interests of a group of privileged and exploiters. We have never been and are not against the forces of public order when they serve the Republic, when they carry out their function, which should be exclusively that of defending the democratic republic founded on work, as the art says. 1 of the Constitution. No words of hatred or disrespectful words against the police have ever come from us. Hatred is aroused and fueled by those who order agents and carabinieri to beat, to use violence, to shoot at workers. Today there are those who work every day to dig an ever deeper furrow of hatred and division between the workers who fight for bread, for life, and for freedom, and that part of the children of the people who are called to arms and often employed to serve not the Republic but the sordid interests of privileged groups of big capitalism. We must conduct an action of persuasion, democratic and patriotic propaganda, to counter the adversary's campaign of hatred and violence. Young comrades, you must talk to the soldiers and agents, explain to them who we are and what we want. You must explain that our interests are also theirs, that there is only one way to love the homeland, that of fighting to create a better life for Italians, that of fighting for the independence and freedom of Italy, for peace. Are you conducting an activity in this direction to explain to young people what the dangers that threaten our country are? Organize meetings, conscript parties, works. 102. Of students, of workers, of peasants called to arms. Do you take care of the needs, demands, and living conditions of soldiers, sailors and PS agents? The just demands of the soldiers and agents must be supported and supported by us. Young workers must be united, form a single front in the defense of their economic demands, their immediate interests, and in the fight for freedom and peace. Fighting for peace and forgetting to talk about peace to the soldiers means greatly underestimating the danger of war. Talking about democracy, the Republic, and the homeland and forgetting to approach law enforcement officers to explain to them that the homeland is not defended by shooting at the Italian people, at the workers, means failing in our duty. Talking about the unity of the Italian people and neglecting to carry out concrete, permanent, detailed work of propaganda, orientation, and persuasion among a part of the youth in the most diverse forms, means not working concretely to achieve unity. Youth unit. Every young comrade must be the soldier's friend. On the work front, on the peace front, all Italians must be united, soldiers and workers, students and farmers, all workers. The Socialist Youth Federation, from which the Communist Youth Federation originated, inheriting its traditions of sacrifice and struggle, has led some fine battles in the past against the supporters of war, against the supporters of African enterprises, of robbery and looting, of those enterprises that were to bring ruin to our country. He led a heroic struggle against the imperialist war. In the past, our struggle was not always rightly oriented. Our action, our slogans, our anti-militarism of the past were not without errors. There was something anarchistic that we rejected. The development of the movement enriched our capacity and experience. We learned that we could not be against all wars and all armed struggles. We learned that there are unjust wars and just wars. The war of liberation against fascism was just and sacrosanct. The wars for freedom are just and sacrosanct. 103. For the independence of peoples, and even today all our solidarity and our fraternal greeting goes to the peoples of India, Vietnam, and other countries exploited and oppressed by imperialism. We learned many things. We learned that the interests of the country and of the workers are and can be defended even when wearing the uniform of the armed forces, as long as the heart of a man and an Italian beats in the chest of every soldier and every agent. We learned that the interests of the homeland and of Italians are defended every time we act and work so that Italians can have better well-being and a better life, here on this earth. Those experiences of ours must not be lost. Our mistakes must not be repeated by you, but our positive experiences must be studied and carried forward. Heroic youth, you must make known to the young people, to your fellow workers, who the heroes of the struggles of yesterday and today are. You must know and make known the lives of the young people who directed the struggles of the past, from Gaston Sazzi to Nino Naniti, to Irma Bandiera, to Eugenio Curiel, to Loredano Bizzarri, to the hundred other young people who fell in the fight for freedom, in our land and in distant countries, everywhere there were chains to break, tyrants to overthrow, the justice to triumph. Over decades of struggles for peace, freedom, and socialism, young people have set an example of nameless heroism. What happened in China in the struggle to overthrow the regime of Chiang Kai-shek surpassed in grandeur the best examples of literature and history. Sometimes it is humiliating to see how even some democratic newspapers dedicate excessive space to scandal-based trials, while there is no space to make the heroism of our fallen soldiers of Medina, Melissa, and Torre Maggiore known to millions of young people, while sometimes there is no find sufficient space to make known the heroism of the masses, the spirit of sacrifice of the best workers leading the struggles. You were right to read here yesterday the motivation for the silver medal with which your comrade Bruno Gualandi, the vice commander of the heroic 7N Gap, was decorated. The best fighters for peace and socialism must 104. Be known by all young workers. Their life must be an example to all of us. This week, 5 years have passed since the day on which Eugenio Curiel, the head of the Youth Front, fell so that Italy could be free. He fell so that young people could have a happy life in our country. 5 years have passed and we feel that Eugenio Curiel is alive here, present among us, because he left us his faith, his enthusiasm, the flag of his youth bathed in his blood and the blood of all the martyrs, flag which we will always carry forward until victory. Young comrades, I have insisted a lot on some particular tasks, because we live in an era of acute struggles, in an era in which today like yesterday, perhaps even more than yesterday, young people must open the path of life and the future with fight. But note that the struggle does not only require enthusiasm, action, a spirit of sacrifice, but it requires work and study from all communists and especially from young communists. You have discussed your work tasks in recent days. You discussed above all the mass activity that you must carry out, the unity action that you must develop and that you young people more than anyone can develop. The problem of the unity of the working class and workers is not a problem, it is not a task only for the party. It is a task for all workers, and it is a problem to the solution of which young people more than others can contribute, because young people are still pure, not corrupt, not sectarian, because young people even when they follow other parties, even when they are linked to Catholic organizations do not yet have their blood poisoned by the plague of anti-communism. Is it possible to make young Catholics aware that their leaders betray the Republican Constitution when they use public force and weapons in defense of the rich, the privileged, the exploiters, against the workers and, that is, against the great majority of Italians? Yes, it is possible. Is it possible to make young Republicans, young Sarragatians, young Catholics understand that they too, like us, are interested in maintaining peace? Yes, it is possible. Is it possible to make these young people understand that the atomic bomb or the hydrogen bomb, if they were to fall from above, would not ask citizens which party card they have in their pocket? Yes, it is possible to make these things understood as long as we work. 105. As long as we talk to young people without a party and members of other parties. Unity between students and workers. We must carry out the action of unity and a united front among the students. We must break this barrier which has almost always separated the workers from the students, and the students from the life of the workers and peasants. In the struggles for work, for peace, for independence, freedom, and the greatness of Italy, students must be alongside workers, and workers must be alongside students. It is not possible that in the fight that we are waging for the independence of Italy, for independence from all imperialism and from all foreign powers, we cannot have students with us. The national policy that we conduct, the permanent defense of the interests and dignity of our country, against any servility and against any subordination of Italy to foreign interests, the peace policy that we conduct cannot fail to find adhesion and solidarity of the students. Our struggles for freedom, for a free, popular culture, for the defense of schools against obscurantist forces, cannot fail to meet with the support of students. The important thing is that we carry out work, that we make contacts, that we approach students, that we talk to them. Organize evenings and joint events, organize conferences and assemblies in which young workers, young students, and young farmers come together to discuss and debate issues of common and national interests of a cultural, artistic and social nature. Don't be afraid of debate and discussion. Everyone has their opinion. Also discuss lively. Ideas spread and assimilate through discussion. We must carry forward our ideas, we must bring them into environments in which up to now we are still too foreign, we must bring them without fear of discussion and debate. The ideal of socialism, the Marxist-Leninist theory, do not fear any debate. You must develop propaganda action, as a united front, of unity among all categories of youth, within 106 youth associations, be they economic or cultural, sporting, and recreational associations. You must conduct propaganda and united front action within all mass organizations, whether democratic or adversary. You must fight, work and study, these are our tasks, yours. Yes, you must also study because it is not enough to have the will to fight, you must acquire an increasingly clear and profound awareness of why we fight, of our objectives today and those of tomorrow. Those who love communism would like communists to always be better men, and we want young people to be better. You young people are sincere, honest, loyal, enthusiastic, the spirit of sacrifice animates you, you are not afraid of anything or anyone, but you too, like all of us, can improve yourselves by combining study with your other qualities. It is not only with circulars, with heavy and boring resolutions, with books that we can attract and educate young people. Especially in the Communist Youth Federation we must move from the politics of circulars to an increasingly lively and active politics, we must conduct less bureaucratic, more humane, more heroic propaganda, propaganda that touches hearts and feelings. 107. 1951. Let's unite against the government that tramples their Constitution. 1. The budget of the Ministry of the Interior is the mirror of its policy. Now every act of the Ministry of the Interior and the Christian Democratic government is an act of war on the workers' movement, on the working classes, on their political and trade union organizations, on the communist and socialist parties. Indeed, I would like to say that there is not a single act, a single thought of the Minister of the Interior and of the men of the Christian Democratic government that is not directed against the working class and its vanguard. Which is a great honor that we do in taking into account at all times our strength and the strength of the working class, and it is also the best proof that, whether we like it or not, there is no political calculation today that the government can do without taking into account the Communist Party, the Socialist Party and all the forces fighting for peace and freedom. These forces are considered as an enemy to be fought. With each of our calls for internal détente, for a policy of peace with other peoples, with each of our proposals to engage the people's energies for a plan of work, reconstruction and renewal of the country, in the implementation of the planned social reforms by the Constitution, you respond with threats and with declared and implacable struggle. So let's not ask you the question today, is your interior budget set up in such a way as to favor the consolidation of democratic freedoms or not? The planned expenses must serve to encourage the rise of the workers' movement, the development and consolidation of democracy, or they must serve to hinder and fight the just economic, political, and social demands of the Class 1 speech to the Senate of the Republic, April 24, 1951. 109. Workers and the Italian working classes? We will not ask you such naive questions. This problem has long been resolved. You solved it the day you decided to exclude the socialists and communists from the government, you solved it the day you agreed to make your own the policy of the old Italian ruling cliques, of big capital, you solved it the day which you have linked to American imperialist circles and to the politics of provocation and war. Nor do we ask you in the name of what principles, on the basis of what interests you conduct such a policy. This too is clear and not from today. You conduct your politics certainly not on the basis of national interests, certainly not on the basis of democratic principles. We have demonstrated this several times. In defense of the Constitution. Can we instead ask you, by what right do you conduct this policy of reaction and war? Certainly not based on the dictates of the Republican Constitution. On the contrary, your policy is every day more in conflict with the principles of the Constitution, and you know it, to the point that you have come to openly confess that the Constitution bothers you, hinders your plans, to the point that you clearly state the need to see her again. At the National Council of the Christian Democratic Party, First Hon. Gonala has openly raised this problem. And the Republican Constitution has been in force for just 4 years. Today you openly confess that you have suffered this Constitution, accepted it, considering it a trap in which and with which you can imprison the workers' movement. You thought that it was enough to write the great words of freedom, work, democracy on the constitutional paper. You believed that it was enough to write in the Constitution that sovereignty belongs to the people, that personal freedom is inviolable, that all citizens have equal social dignity, that everyone has the right to freely express their thoughts through speech, writing, the press and any other means of dissemination. You believed it was sufficient to write that the Republic recognizes the right to work for all citizens and promotes the conditions that make this right effective, and removes the economic and social obstacles that effectively limit freedom and equality between citizens, prevent the full development of the human person and the effective participation of all. 110. Workers to the political, economic, and social organization of the country. Did you believe it was enough to write all this on the constitutional paper, but then no one would ask you to apply these fundamental principles of the new Constitution? You thought you were deceiving, and you were deceived. You made your calculations wrong, it may be, but today you cannot. You have no right to consider the Constitution a piece of paper without any value, just because it does not serve you and hinders your purposes. In recent days I have expressed your objection in your newspapers. The Constitution can also be subject to revision, and this too is completely constitutional. That's fine, but in the meantime the Republican Constitution has not been mutilated or revised, and the fact does not depend on you, it does not depend on a parliamentary majority, it does not depend on the government, on the Minister of the Interior, on a police commissioner. Only the Italian people have the right to change the Constitution. Applause. Today, however, the Constitution is violated, trampled in fact by the last police commissioner, by the last marshal of the Carabinieri, and this by order, by disposition of the Minister of the Interior. Cite the facts, some say. But what is the point of citing the facts now? They are so numerous that it would take a few days to list them. On the other hand, you all know these facts. The first to know them is you, the Hon. Shiba. These facts have been reported dozens of times here and in the chamber. With what result? For bread and freedom. You know very well that the Constitution is applied in a discriminatory way, that its principles are constantly violated. Just as you know very well that until economic privileges are destroyed, until economic and social obstacles are removed, as stated in Art 3 of the Constitution, until there are those who live with 300, 400 lire a day and who can waste 1,000 lire a minute, the freedom and equality of citizens are words that sound like mockery and offense, and which in any case cannot assert their full value. We have brought facts and we will bring more. But what facts do you bring? You come to ask us every year for approval. 111. The allocations for the interior budget, without bringing us a single piece of evidence to demonstrate that progress has been made in the consolidation of freedoms, which demonstrates that today's citizens, and first and foremost those who work, enjoy greater freedom than before, they enjoy greater well-being, they can better defend their interests against exploiters, speculators, against those who live off the work of others. You come to announce to us that the police officers have increased from 60 to 80,000 and that therefore further allocations are necessary. That's fine, it's not the increase in the number of police officers, it's not the increase in their salaries, It's not even the improvement in the technical efficiency of the police that we disagree with or worry us. We understand well that a modern police force can also require large budgets. But what are these expenses for? How is this money used? In other words, how is this police used? This is the problem, and it is still the same exact problem that arises: freedom or reaction. We could also agree to allocate significant sums for police expenses when these serve to strengthen freedom, to guarantee everyone the right to work, to hunt down speculators, to cut the nails of the big monopolists, to enforce the Golosani laws on the landowners who refuse to apply them, when these means that you ask of us should serve to make the uncultivated lands work, to attack the various Torlonia, to prevent the demobilization of the industries, to enforce the employment contracts and all workers' rights, including that of a living wage. When you come to ask us for approval of the budget forecast for the Ministry of the Interior, you would have the duty, if you were truly a democratic government, to come and present us with a sort of final balance sheet of your activities, of the figures from which that the increase in the number of police officers and expenses has served to defend the rights of all citizens. In this case we too would approve, since there is no sacrifice too heavy when it serves to defend democratic freedoms and the equal rights of all citizens. But you cannot present such a budget, you do not have such facts to your credit. The activity that you Han Shiba, which you gentlemen of the clerical government ordered the police to carry out, was an activity aimed at attacking democracy and the workers' movement. You are not concerned about public order. 112. To defend, but exclusively, the privileges and interests of the dominant classes. The police are as you made them, and they did what you wanted. It is not against the police that we direct our criticism and our attack, but against you, gentlemen of the government, who have put the police not at the service of the state, but at the service of the big bourgeoisie and your party. We accuse you of having worked and are working to give a reactionary and fascist character to the police. We accuse you of educating officers in hatred and violence against the working class, against workers, and in particular against socialists and communists. We know well that among the thousands of poorly paid and poorly fed agents, many are honest men who would be willing and able to operate and would much more willingly operate to defend democratic freedoms, the cause of all workers, the freedoms of all citizens. You are responsible. You are responsible if they often act against the law. You are those who trample on the laws, you are outside the Constitution. If time permitted, we could present the final balance sheet of your anti-worker and anti-democratic repression activity. You gave the number of robbers, burglars, thieves, and murderers arrested during 1950, but you haven't told us how many workers, how many peasants, how many laborers, how many employees you have arrested, beaten because they are guilty of having gone on strike, of having defended their interests, because they are guilty of having taken themselves to the uncultivated lands to work, because they are guilty of having demonstrated for peace, of having collected signatures against the use of atomic weapons. But how does your police differ from the fascist police? Robbers, burglars, thieves, at least the so-called common low-ranking ones, were arrested even under the fascist regime. This cannot be your particular merit, the merit of a democratic government, of a democratic police. The others, those in yellow gloves, left them undisturbed, and you leave them undisturbed too. Have you ever employed 10 policemen to enforce the Golosani laws? You who so frequently send the swift 113 against the strikers, how many times have you used it to enforce employment contracts which, especially in southern Italy, are not respected by the bosses? You who have carried out so many searches over the course of the year in the homes of laborers, the unemployed, the workers, in the headquarters of the peasant leagues and even of some chambers of labor, have you ever had the homes of some great industrialists, of some men of the high finance, to find evidence of the false balance sheets, of the false reports with which these gentlemen defraud the state and squander the money squeezed out of the work of their workers? Have you ever had the homes of these gentlemen searched to look for evidence of their criminal hoarding, the sending of currency abroad and many other illicit transactions? You who have as many police at your disposal to send for the purpose of intimidation to rallies and popular festivals, as you have sent to Palazzo Labia or other similar gatherings of high and honest society where depraved and corrupt people squander their money of the people. The workers fighting to defend their wages, their bread, and their right to work, you hit them, you beat them, you arrest them too, today like yesterday, as the others did. From January 1948 to July 1950, 62 workers were killed, 3,123 were injured, 91,433 arrested, 19,313 sentenced to a total of 7,598 years in prison. And it involves violence, arrests, convictions, the vast majority of which are for economic and trade union unrest. In any case it involves political crimes, in most cases it involves facts that the democratic constitution does not consider crimes. If we also want to limit ourselves to this last year from January 1 to October 1, 1951, here are some data that refer only to some provinces. In Rome 868 workers were arrested, 1,119 were tried in magistrates' courts or in court, of which 760 were sentenced to various penalties. In Naples, 308 workers were arrested, again for political and trade union reasons, 307 were tried, 99 sentenced to various penalties. In Reggio Emilia 510 were arrested for spreading leaflets, strikes, shouting from El Unita, of which 146 were reported and 250 beaten by the police. In Medina 176 arrested, in Livorno 433 were arrested, of which 105 for exclusive agitation. 114. Trade union mines, 62 for the diffusion of El Unita, 28 for the collection of signatures for peace. In Foggia, 156 workers arrested for political and trade union reasons are currently in prison. In Bari 2,214 workers arrested, 2,040 tried, 1,660 acquitted, 380 sentenced to various penalties. In Lecce 15 arrested. In Brindisi 32 arrested during the year for spreading posters and selling El Unita. A total of 4,728 workers have been arrested this year in just 9 provinces, during strikes, trade union unrest, for spreading manifestos, for El Unita, for collecting signatures for peace, etc. The list could continue, but the data from these 9 provinces are a largely indicative index of what happened in the others. In Milan alone in the first quarter of the current year, 156 workers were arrested, in Genoa 66, in Ferrara 204, in Florence 80, in Grosseto 70, in Cagliari 79, in Viterbo 48. And now, for example, if I were to read the long list of violations of constitutional freedoms carried out from one end of Italy to the other by police commissioners and officials by order of the Ministry of the Interior only during last September during the month of El Unita and of the democratic press, I should speak for a few hours. For freedom of speech and assembly hundreds of our rallies were prevented under the most trivial pretexts. There is, it is true, an article of the Constitution which establishes that notice must be given to the authorities for meetings in public places, and for said notice, but today it is no longer a question of notice, authorization must be requested, and this is very often denied not for reasons of public safety, but because FON. Shiba and the other ministers of the Christian democratic government want to prevent our propaganda. Not a single one of the El Unita celebrations gave rise to disturbances in public order. You can tell me that rallies were held in all the big cities. It is true, but why should democratic freedoms be respected only in big cities? And the humble and hard-working inhabitants of the thousand municipalities of Italy do not. 115. Are they perhaps Italian? Maybe the Italian constitution doesn't apply to them. And even in the big cities the rallies were hindered in every way, they were allowed only after long and heated discussions. There was never a square that was convenient for the police commissioners or the carabinieri marshals, and there was not a single rally that took place without the presence of strong armed police and celere units. There is no longer a trade union or political rally of the Confederation of Labor or of the Communist Party or the Socialist Party that takes place without the presence of hundreds of militarily trained and armed police officers, ready to attack you know what. These are real military parades. I don't think even the Prime Minister has the respect of such imposing escorts of honor as those reserved for us, perhaps not even the President of the Republic. Not that we are bothered by the presence of the celere units in our rallies, on the contrary, we have pleasure in speaking to them too. Sometimes if they were not present there we would forget about them, and our propaganda would be defective. So they don't bother us. But when I think that the forecast budget we are discussing includes an expenditure of 2,440 million for daily public order allowances for PS officials, officers, and guards, and in addition another expenditure of 236 million for special services of the PS and other bodies involved in public order service, I wonder if taxpayers' money is not being squandered. What are such a huge number of PS agents doing at the rallies of the left-wing parties, at the popular parties of El Unida? Are they there to listen or to guarantee the right of citizens to gather at a rally? But who is this right threatened by? By no one but those who should enforce it. In reality the agents are sent in such large numbers, in uniform and in war gear, for the purpose of intimidation. They are there to remind citizens that their right to gather at a rally is not guaranteed by the Republican Constitution, but is at the mercy of the PS Commissioner or a Carabinieri officer. It's sometimes hard to think that the police in Italy don't have thieves to catch and criminals to monitor. 30% of crimes are reported against unknown persons, a third of criminals escape the police. During 1950, a total of 164,287 crimes, murders, thefts, robberies, etc. were committed. The number of perpetrators identified is 97,800. The number of those responsible is large. 116. Unidentified, and the police are largely busy repressing strikes, arresting union leaders, hunting down the spreaders of El Unida and participating en masse, in war gear, in popular festivals and rallies of democratic parties, to hinder or prohibit public meetings. Let's not even talk about meetings in places open to the public. For rallies, conferences, meetings in theaters, cinemas, halls, and places open to the public, the Constitution requires absolutely nothing. There is no need for any advance notice whatsoever. So how can we prevent them? This is how the Minister of the Interior found a way to violate and trample on the Constitution. All the police headquarters in Italy warned the owners of cinemas, theaters, halls intended for public performances, that 3 days before granting the halls for conferences and rallies must notify the PS. And since most of the owners of premises do not want to clash with the commissioner and the police authorities, they refuse to give up their premises for rallies and public meetings. The democratic parties and organizations, having been refused theaters and cinemas, resorted to municipally owned classrooms and gyms, but the order from Rome to the municipalities immediately came into play requiring them to refuse municipal premises for public meetings. List of a series of provisions sent to the PS authorities by the Ministry of the Interior. A government that works to consolidate democracy should favor the right of assembly. Once upon a time, in the early years of the century, the socialists complained that the municipalities had a market for cabbages or livestock and did not have a hall for public meetings, and it was one of the first tasks of the socialist and democratic administrations to build schools, libraries, reading rooms, and popular conference rooms. Today the most important municipalities, unfortunately there are still many in certain provinces that do not have them, have large halls and gyms for public meetings. What was once the privilege of a few has become a possibility for all, but here in the year 1951 we witness this sad spectacle. A government and a minister of the interior who, in order to prevent the people from meeting to discuss their problems and interests, intervene to order the municipalities not to grant the premises that belong to the entire population. The art One of the constitutional charter guarantees citizens the right to assemble freely in a place open to the public without the need to notify the police. But there is a law issued by Mussolini's fascist government that punishes up to arrest. 117. 6 months whoever does so, Art 18 of the PS laws. For 2 years, with dozens of sentences, the judiciary has solemnly stated that this police and fascist rule must be considered annulled by our constitution. But the Hon. Siba is not of the same opinion, and since the Hon. Siba finds himself being Minister of the Interior, the police headquarters of the Republic continue to arrest and report citizens arbitrarily for a crime that does not exist, for a crime that is not a crime, and which the Constitution considers a right of every citizen. The activity of the Minister of the Interior. In order not to abuse your patience, I will limit myself, ladies and gentlemen, to mentioning some of the actions carried out by the police bodies by order of the Ministry of the Interior, and I will limit myself to this last month, because if we were to list those accomplished during a year, an entire day would not be enough. September 14th, in Nardo, Lecce, the Cellera loads tobacconists and makes 8 arrests. September 15th, in Livorno the police commissioner withdraws the license from the owner of a place where an art exhibition organized by the Friends of El Unito was supposed to be held. Also on September 15th in the province of Ancona the police intervened in Gisi, Serra di Conti, Ostrovetera to prevent the harvesting of wheat among the Federterra organizations that receive their contribution in kind. September 16th, 140 laborers are arrested in Genzano for sowing uncultivated land. September 17th, the police commissioner prohibits the meeting of state trade union organizations in Cosenza. September 18th, in Licordia, in the province of Catania, 20 laborers are arrested for having worked on a property with tacit agreement with the owner. September 19th, the police station prevents a coach from leaving for Bologna. September 20th, the police commissioner of Taranto prohibits the state officials' rally. September 21st, the secretary of the Chamber of Labor of Reggio Calabria, Giovanni Catania, is arrested and released a few days later. September 24th, 25 farmers arrested in Frascati, 17 in Genzano, 13 women arrested on Viaduct Netanance, 40 farmers in Anguillara. September 25th, in Stillo, province of Catanzaro, the Carabinieri Marshal enters the premises of the Chamber of Labor and arrests the union leaders, who are then released the following day. Released, he is fined, which further confirms the seriousness of the illegality because it is not the first case of intervention by the public force in private meetings to disband and warn the participants. September 26th, in Pantelleria the Carabinieri Marshal seizes all copies of El Unita declaring, "Here I am in charge, the Constitution does not make law." September 27th, in Lecce a group of tobacconists protesting in front of the labor office is brutally charged by the Cellera, the worker Maria Pepe is seriously injured. September 28th, in Subiaco, Rome, on the occasion of Minister Campilli's visit, the authorities stop and warn a group of communist and socialist workers who had gathered to discuss some local demands to be submitted to Minister Campilli. September 29th, in Genzano, Rome, 131 farmers are arrested because they were protesting against a landowner for acts of vandalism and sabotage committed on the land. All those arrested were released almost immediately, but the owner guilty of the vandalism was neither stopped nor arrested. October 1st, 3 leaders of the local farmers' organization arrested in Enna. October 3rd, several farmers arrested in Crotone. 4 to 5 October, in Lurcara the police arrest the secretary of the Chamber of Labor Dr. Antonio Romano, as well as the secretary of the Miners' Union Stefano Salerno, and the UDI manager Maria Costantini. 4 to 5 October, numerous arrests of farmers in the provinces of Viterbo and Rome. October 5th, arbitrary arrest by the police of the secretary of the Communist Federation Mineo and some other communists in Trapani. October 7th, the secretary of the Quarrymen's Union is arrested in S. Angelo Formia, Caserta, because the stone quarry workers had gone on strike to enforce the employment contract. October 8, the leaders of the Earth Committee are arrested in Gravina di Puglia. 119. October 9, the Democratic Press Festival in Castel Fiorentino is prohibited. October 10, in Aquila some gatherers of peace signatures stopped by the police. There October, 12 farmers arrested in Orbtello. October 12, again in Orbtello, other farmers and the municipal councillor Savelli are arrested. October 13, in some municipalities in the province of Siena the display of party flags and the playing of the workers' anthem are prohibited. October 17, some young people demonstrating for peace are arrested in Monza. October 18, 28 young people were arrested in Milan and taken to Svitera because they had demonstrated for peace, reported under the old fascist laws for seditious demonstration. October 19, in Tiroli, province of Grosseto, 8 workers were arrested for having committed the crime of going to work at a cooperative where other workers with a high human spirit of solidarity had agreed to have them work in shifts. October 20, in Treviso the police headquarters prohibits the meeting of the Council of the Leagues from taking place in a recreational club in the city. October 22, in Spoleto, in the hamlet of Baiano, all copies of the newspaper Il Lavoro, the organ of the General Confederation of Labor, were seized. But these are just some of the dozens and dozens of episodes of violence, intimidation, arbitrariness, and illegality perpetrated over the course of 2 months to the detriment of workers' unions, democratic newspapers and peace advocates. These are episodes that characterize the activity of the Ministry of the Interior and its police bodies which continuously and systematically violate the fundamental articles of the Republican Constitution on purpose. If we want to summarize, they violate the Art. 3 which guarantees the equality of citizens before the law, violate Art. 4 which guarantees the right to work, and here we could ask whether, for example, the dismissals which have occurred in many Italian workshops and in particular in La Spezia, Regina, and the 3,000 dismissals in Breda decided in recent days are in accordance with the Constitution, as well as the breaking of every employment contract with all the other workers who will remain working at Breda, violate the Art. 13 which guarantees personal freedom. 120. The Art. 14 which guarantees the inviolability of the home, Art. 16 which guarantees the citizen's freedom to stay wherever he wants in the territory of the Republic and to expatriate, the Art. 21 which guarantees the freedom of expression of thought through speech, writing and any means of dissemination, Art. 36 which guarantees workers a salary corresponding to the quantity and quality of their work and sufficient for a free and dignified existence, Part. 38 which guarantees the right to assistance, Art. 39 which guarantees the right to freedom of association, Art. 40 which guarantees the right to strike. In the report presented by the Commission, it is hoped that the organic reform of the consolidated PS text will not be further postponed, and we ask ourselves how it can adhere to the legal and political conscience of the people who have given themselves a democratic constitution, a law created to strengthen the authoritarian regime. But you, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, must ask this question to Minister Seba, who has already answered with facts. He has no intention of proceeding with the democratic and organic reform of the fascist text of the PS laws. They are indeed in conflict with the legal and political conscience of the people, but they are not at all repugnant to their conscience, so much so that he demands that they be applied rigorously and precisely for those parts that sound offensive and insulting to the Republican Constitution. I purposely wanted to focus on facts that may appear of little importance to some but are not of such importance to us, precisely because in violating the Constitution you cannot even provide the justification that you were forced to do so to deal with serious situations of force majeure. That is, it could be understandable, not justifiable, if you had violated the Constitution to defend the Republic in danger from what were once called conspiracies, riots, insurrections. But no. For 2 years you talked about K-plans, dark plots, Bialystok castles, in reality there was only darkness in these great detective novels of yours which were supposed to justify your violations of the Constitution. You have babbled and often babble about Bolshevik danger and insurrectionary plans, but in reality you have taken and continue to take police measures against the exercise of normal democratic freedoms. You have violated and are violating the constitutional law not to prevent non-existent conspiracies and insurrections, but to prevent free elections, to prevent rallies and meetings open to the public, popular festivals, to prevent the right to strike, to hinder action of trade unions. You agreed. 121. That your officials violated the law with impunity, were guilty of crimes, committed crimes in order to save shady cliques that could be compromised if certain bandits, and not just Giuliano, were taken alive. Against the secret expenses, the budget of the Ministry of the Interior that is presented to us provides for an increase in spending of approximately 19 billion for the financial year 1951 to 1952 compared to the previous financial year. These 19 billion more go mostly to increase police spending, namely 12 billion and 881 million. While police expenses have been increased overall to 111 billion and 460 million, the allocation foreseen to subsidize populations affected by sudden disasters, such as for example the frightening floods of recent days which have tragically hit Sardinia, Sicily, and Calabria, the same as before remained, that is 70 million. The sum to be disbursed for the integration of the municipal assistance bodies remained unchanged, 1,800,000, while the expenditure for the Secret Service increased further to 22 million, confidential expenses which were increased to 200 million and expenses for special PS services which were increased to 236 million. It is not very clear what difference there is between these three items and especially between the first two, expenses for Secret Service and expenses for confidential service. That is, I don't know which of these two chapters is the one destined to pay the various Pisciatas and his accomplices. However, I would like to point out that it is a shame that in the Democratic and Republican regime secret expenses and expenses for confidential services are still included in the budget. The Han. Seba replied last time, because the story is now old, that any police in the world needs secret funds for its activity. No, we do not agree. This is a principle that we cannot accept, that the socialists have never accepted. When a government and a minister need to keep secrets, that is, to hide who these funds go to, it is because this money is largely destined for dirty people and for even dirtier and unspeakable purposes. I don't care who administers these secret funds. I don't care whether they are administered, as they say, scrupulously. Dishonesty and immorality consist in the use made of. 122. These sums. We are against secret funds and confidential expenses which serve, not only but also, to pay bandits like Pisciata or criminals of that type, which serve to pay for campaigns by unspeakable publicists to conduct defamation campaigns against communists and socialists, which serve to pay unclean individuals who, under the cover of a political pseudo-movement, have the aim of bringing provocation within the proletarian movement. If the names of those who draw on these funds were indicated alongside the sums spent as secret funds, perhaps not only in Viterbo, but in other trials, justice could have been enlightened in a much different way. I will not talk about the dark Viterbo affair because it has been widely discussed in the other branch of Parliament and because other colleagues will talk about it here, but this fact alone would be enough to demonstrate the consideration given to the laws by those who should enforce them. But what did the Han? Shiba. The end justifies the means. No, this will be your moral, it's not ours. You Han. Seba allowed and approved the use of bandits by senior officials and police leaders, even to arrest others. They used not confidants and collaborators who are not honest. No confidant is an honest person if only for the fact that in order to collect his salary he is forced to continue his criminal work, to act as an agent provocateur, but bandits in active service, of bandits in full activity who are burdened with a series of arrest warrants for infamous crimes, these bandits were recruited, hired, provided with passes, safe conduct from the police, in a word, authorization cards with which they could organize other robberies, other crimes with impunity. Dozens of carabinieri and agents have fallen victims of duty, murdered by these bandits, and some of them were operating with passes in their pockets, the authorization issued by high-ranking PS officials. But is it conceivable? Is all this conceivable in a democratic country? Is it conceivable that the police inspector Messina, in charge of the fight against banditry in Sicily, has as his direct collaborator a bandit of the stature of Salvatore Ferreri sentenced to 30 years in prison? Is it conceivable that Inspector Verdiani, in charge of arresting the bandit Giuliano, spends Christmas Eve eating panettone and drinking heavily in Giuliano's company? It is conceivable that the captain of the Carabinieri Perenz slept for several days in the same lodging, in the same room as the ban. 123. Finger Pisciata, become friends, collaborators, to the point that at a certain moment we no longer know who is the man of the law and who is the outlaw. But who can still believe the words of the Minister of the Interior? What value can his signature still have if he authorized someone to use it, or in any case approved that it had been used to sign certificates of merit or passes to bandits? The Han Siba had repeatedly assured that Giuliano had been killed by the Carabinieri in conflict. Who can still believe the words of an interior minister who gives false versions? Nor does the honorable come Siba to take refuge behind the judiciary, to escape questions. The passes to Pisciata and Palant. We know well that it is up to the judiciary to examine, evaluate, search for accomplices and responsibilities, and condemn those who are in cages in Viterbo. But here we are not in the Viterbo court. It's up to you, Han Siba, who wondered whether it is true or not that the police used these bandits. It's up to you, Han Siba, who asked himself whether it was true that these bandits had been provided with passes, safe conducts signed by high-ranking police officials, and even a letter of merit which bore his signature, false or not. It's you, Han Shiba, that you know or can know these things. It's you, Han Siba, who knows whether police officials are authorized to issue cards and passports to bandits, to hire them into service, to cancel their convictions, to establish mutual assistance pacts. It is she more than the judiciary, because she, even before the judiciary, knows and can know these things. I am not referring to the other facts, to the complicities that emerged in the Viterbo trial which the judiciary is investigating and must investigate, but to the questions that have been asked here, you more than anyone else are able and obliged to answer. And the ongoing trial does not justify her confidentiality at all. Each of us can understand how the Han Mario Siba, as leader of the Christian Democratic Party, can hold electoral rallies and write political articles in which the truth is somewhat mistreated. But Pon Siba is Minister of the Interior, and when the Minister of the Interior makes false statements, when he authorizes granting passes to bandits and the use of his signature, when he administers secret funds that no one knows to whom they go. 124. And for what precise purpose? But then we can believe nothing of what this government does, and we have reason to fear everything. Then every citizen has the right to fear for his own safety, for his own life. If, returning home this evening, one of us is attacked, he is no longer certain that he is faced with a bandit, but he may have a legitimate suspicion that the bandit has a pass issued by the police in his pocket. But we have the right to know whether it is the custom of the police to issue these passes to people of ill repute. How many criminals are circulating in Italy with police passes? Why did only Ferreri and Pisciata have to have that card? Why couldn't I think that Pallas also had a pass, an authorization of this kind or something similar in his pocket? Who can guarantee and assure me of the opposite? Certainly not the Han Shiba. Furthermore, at the time of the criminal's arrest, these safe conducts can be made to disappear either by the criminal himself or by anyone who has an interest in making them disappear. I didn't mention Palant's name by chance. Palant came from the same environment, from the same localities. He had as friends certain gentlemen, let's call them that, from the upper districts, whose noble and princely names often recurred in the Giuliano affair and in the Viterbo trial. It is true that the Han Seba assured us that Palant had no accomplices, but how could the Han Seba, just an hour after Palant's arrest, make sure and assure the country that this bandit had no accomplices? And what happened to Guastello, Guddi and Celesti, the three prisoners who entered Palant's cell in Noto to find out from him who his accomplices had been? These three prisoners were immediately sentenced to 17 years in prison, then hastily sent to a criminal asylum. Why all the rush? Maybe because they couldn't speak, couldn't say what they managed to learn from Pallas. I do not know. We only know that Pallas, who fired 4 revolver shots at the Han Togliatti, whose life was in danger for several days, was sentenced to 13 years in prison, already reduced by amnesties that had occurred, while those 3 prisoners, who did not harm Palant's hair, were sentenced to 17 years in prison and sent to a criminal asylum. The matter is far from clear, but it certainly cannot be the Han Seba to clarify it for us, because the Han Seba knew from the first moment that Pallas had no accomplices. Pallas must not have had accomplices. 125. I do not believe, ladies and gentlemen, that all these things do not affect your political sensitivity, your dignity, your moral sense. They certainly affect that of the Italian people. It goes without saying that we have no confidence in this government, its policies, and its systems. It would be unfair to attribute only to the Han. He bears responsibility for the attacks that the government directs and prepares against the Republican Constitution. It would be unfair to attribute responsibility for certain affairs, let's call them that, for certain directives, for certain rules of conduct only to the Han Seba. The Han Seba certainly has responsibilities, he has perhaps more direct responsibilities than other ministers, but the whole government is responsible. The Han de Gasperi and the other ministers knew and know where their foreign policy is leading, they knew and know where their internal policy is leading. They have never lifted a finger against all the violations of the Republican Constitution, against all the arbitrariness and illegalism of the Minister of the Interior. So they approve everything. From Portella della Ginestra to Medina, to Viterbo. The Han de Gasperi came here a few days ago to flaunt his honesty. He came to tell us, I am a gentleman. But a gentleman cannot approve this line of political and moral conduct. The Han de Gasperi came to tell us, I returned from America to continue the fight in defense of freedom. But what measures has the Han de Gasperi towards his Minister of the Interior, who every day gives prefects, police commissioners, and police provisions and directives that violate the fundamental rules of the Republican Constitution, and who orders the state forces to violate the Constitution? What measures have been taken against those who beat workers, arbitrarily arrest strikers and trade union organizers, prohibit rallies, prevent and limit by all means even those in closed places, who arrest press spreaders and peace propagandists, which cancel the right to go abroad for a large part of citizens? When you not only tolerate, but order all this to be done, when you try to cover up the reactionary measures you are preparing under the cloak of democracy, you cannot be a gentleman. Nor can we tolerate without disdain that people come here to make fun of us. Forgive me for the word, that you come to make fun of us by flaunting your gallantry, your honesty, presenting yourselves as the champions of democracy and 126. Freedom, at the same time as you work to nullify the Constitution. The corruption of the regime. In reality, there is at the basis of this regime a fund of immorality partly inherited from the fascist regime, from 20 years of corruption in which Mussolini's hierarchies grew fat, and which is partly a new and recent acquisition. It was imported from America. Along with the ERP funds also came the systems of American gangsterism. On the other hand, all this can be explained. A foreign policy of war cannot be conducted without at the same time conducting an internal policy of reaction. That your systems are part of Atlantic politics is demonstrated by the fact that the same anti-democratic systems, The same violations of the laws, the same abuses, the same violence, the annulment of the equal vote for all, occur, where more where less, in all countries linked to the Atlantic Pact. And if in Italy the government still does not unleash those weapons that are used in the United States against the communists and the partisans of peace, it is not, as the Honorable Mirza Agora wrote the day before yesterday, that it lacks the will, it is because the workers' movement, its unity, its strength, and the strength of the democratic movement are such as to be able to face and prevent a return to tyranny. Gentlemen of the clerical government, your system leads to the bankruptcy of legality and democracy. And it is a tragic mistake and a bad game for you to give a glimpse, just a glimpse to the country, that there is no other alternative, no other possibility, no other way out than a clerical government, which intends to annul the democratic constitution, impose his dictatorship and take Italy to the end with the war policy of American imperialism. It is a tragic mistake to make Italians believe that you can do whatever you want, despite the laws, despite the parliament, despite the constitution, despite the elections, because you also find a way to annul universal suffrage, thus also violating the constitution, where it establishes, Art 48, that not only must the vote be personal, free, and secret, but it must be equal. It is a mistake for you to try to make Italians believe that there is nothing to be done, that you have come to power and there is no democratic law or republican constitution that holds and has. 127. The strength to guarantee the rights of all citizens, the right of every minority to work to become a majority, the right of the people to assert their will. Today it is already clear to an ever-increasing number of people that the rights of citizens are no longer guaranteed by the Constitution, but rely solely on the organized strength of these citizens, on the strength of the General Confederation of Labor, of the Communist Party, of the Socialist Party and of democratic organizations. Therefore, in those provinces, cities, and localities where these organizations are strong and maintain their efficiency, the Republican Constitution is respected, while where the organized strength of the workers presents weaknesses, where the unity of the workers does not exist or is weak working class, they no longer know what the Republican Constitution is, perhaps they never knew, and the law is made by the Marshal of the Carabinieri, the police commissioner and the big landowners. You make the law. You would like to bring Italy back, but you won't succeed. Unfortunately, after 20 years of fascist dictatorship, this other stage of their ordeal had to be reserved for our people. But you too will pass, and you will pass quicker than you think. You came to power late, you arrived after the experience of fascism and 2 world wars, after the deepest crisis that modern Italian society had ever gone through, after the epic liberation struggle fought by the Italian people. And we all know how you got there, and thanks to what internal and external forces. In reality today, and not from today, the working class has found itself at the forefront of the fight for freedom in our country. Today, the working class and workers are at the vanguard of the struggle for the defense of the Republican Constitution, democratic freedoms, and national independence. When it came to fighting to expel the foreigner, defeat the fascists and regain freedom for the Italian people, the working class was not lacking and found itself at the meeting prepared and in a position to fulfill a role of guidance and direction. It found itself with the awareness and conscience that the struggle to save freedom and peace cannot be fought victoriously only by the vanguard of a class, even the most progressive. The fight to save freedom and peace must be fought and won by all the united forces of the working class, intellectuals, farmers, workers, by the great majority of the Italian people. 128. Today it is the working class that appeals to other forces, that appeals to all those who have remained faithful to the principles of democracy and freedom. The fight to save peace and freedom requires the collaboration of all sincerely democratic forces, it requires the unity of the Italian people. Only a peace government can save Italy. To give Italy this government, we will fight together with all men of goodwill, we will fight with all our strength, with all our energies. Loud, prolonged applause. 129. 1952. The Italian Resistance. North and South. It is not my intention, nor is it up to me to respond to the essay Togliatti and the Resistance. I only wish, if I am allowed and since I have been brought up, to express my thoughts on some statements that concern me and on events in which I modestly participated. I do not share the opinion expressed by Giampiero Carracci, according to which the political character of the Italian resistance was that none of the forces present managed to have full leadership of the others. This was the result of a compromise between the decidedly anti-fascist forces of the three left-wing parties and conservative forces, partly former fascist or pro-fascist. This judgment seems to me to capture only part of the truth and not all aspects of the phenomenon, which are more complex. A uniform judgment of the resistance cannot be given for the whole of Italy. Resistance understood, as it is in the essay by G. Carracci, as a partisan struggle from September 1943 to April 1943, developed above all in northern Italy, in the regions occupied by the Germans. The fact that the South, also because it practically did not suffer German occupation, was scarcely present in the anti-German popular struggle, not only contributed, as G. Carracci states, to keeping the Southern question unresolved, but exercised a considerable weight on the entire development of the Italian situation during and immediately after the resistance struggles. Even in Rome the liberation occurred almost a year earlier, and in any case the balance of power was always completely 11. Essay by P. Secchia, in Nuovi Argomenti, NOS 55, 56, March-June 1952. 131. Verses. Then in the north. So much so that Rome was the only one of the large Italian cities liberated directly by the Anglo-American armies and not by popular insurrection. The Italian resistance was a great united movement of the Italian people against the Germans and the fascists, the result rather than a compromise, I would say, of a consciously contracted alliance between the popular democratic forces and the conservative forces, but in every alliance, or in every compromise as G. Carracci prefers, there is always someone who directs, someone who is at the head, someone who gives the strongest contribution, and someone who participates in a more or less subordinate position, someone who is dragged along, and someone acts as a barrier. In every alliance, in every great people's movement, it is always of considerable importance which forces have been leading it. In our case, simply answering that none of the forces present in the resistance and the CLN managed to have full control over the others means not delving deeper, evading the question. If we examine reality, in all its aspects, it is indisputable that, during the War of Liberation, the left-wing forces had the upper hand in the direction of the resistance in the north, while in Rome and in the south, the conservative forces had the upper hand. And this too is still a somewhat summary and schematic judgment, which could in turn be better clarified by taking into account the changes in the balance of power which occurred during the various phases of development of the War of National Liberation. The same Christian Democrats, liberals, and monarchists cannot all be put in one bag and judged en bloc as conservative forces. In part, they were sincerely anti-fascist forces, in part, they were influenced by the times, by the pressures of the struggling masses, which facilitated the action of the left. At least in the north, where the resistance had its greatest development over time and in terms of mass participation, the decidedly anti-fascist and left-wing forces had a decisive and preeminent function. They were the main protagonists and managed to take the political direction of the CLN, of the CVL command, and of the partisan formations. This is widely recognized by all the main leaders of the resistance, friends or adversaries of the left, including General Cadorna, who was the commander of the CVL. 2. This absolute preponderance of the communists and shareholders in the general command of the CVL only occasionally counterbalanced by the intervention of the other members. It corresponded, moreover, to the actual situation of the movement on the periphery. R. Cadorna, La Riscossa, Rizzoli, Milan, p. 132. 132. Which certainly did not happen without debates, without clashes, without conflicts, but on the main issues the consequently democratic and anti-fascist forces, communists, socialists, Action Party, managed to gain the upper hand. We managed to get the upper hand over the wait-and-see attitude which was the ideal of the conservative forces. We got the upper hand over the need to fight not only against the Germans, but against the fascists. We got the upper hand over the right-wing currents which, under the pretext of techniques, tended to place only career officers at the head of partisan units, men mostly of a conservative orientation. We managed to get the CNA and the CVL to accept the appointment of political commissioners in all formations, and even when the agreement was reached for the unification of all the partisan units under a single command, we accepted the change of name, but we did not give up on the essentially. The commissioner remained with the name of War Commissioner instead of Political Commissioner, but he remained. We managed to get it accepted that the CLNs should be established not only in the regional capital, but in all the provincial centers and in every locality of a certain importance, because in their extension we saw the creation of bodies of self-government of the masses, of direct and immediate democracy. We managed to get the CNA to accept that the struggle would also be conducted with mass agitations. We not only made people accept the principle, but above all the practice of major strikes and the general strike. In first place in the clandestine armed organization were the Action Party and the Communist Party, indeed this more than that. The Communists had a fertile field of recruitment in the factories where the experience of the 20-year clandestine struggle gave excellent results. M. Salvadori. History of the Italian Resistance, Neri Pazza, p. 87. There is no doubt that the Communists have the main role in the resistance. P. Pieri, in the liberation movement in Italy, N. 32, p. 53. It must be said clearly that in the preaching and conduct of the partisan war the Communist Party had the clear prevalence of those who clearly know the objectives to be achieved and have specialized personnel. Arcadorna, there according to the Risorgimento, Poligrafico dello Stato, p. 286. All the parties gave men to the cause of anti-fascism which had indiscriminately become the cause of freedom. No one gave them with as much coherence and systematicity as the Justice and Freedom movement and the left-wing parties, especially the Communists. F. Antonicelli. In the liberation movement in Italy, N. 21, November 1952. 3. The statement that we were inclined to rigidly subordinate the trade union demands to political directives for the needs of the struggle is not true. We have never set aside the class struggle. 133. Always from the beginning to the end of the war, the resistance was characterized by the intertwining of armed struggle with mass struggles. We managed to get people to accept a concept of the resistance that included not only the struggle of the armed partisans, but also the struggle of the working masses in the workplace itself, and to get the CLN themselves to stand in solidarity with these workers' struggles. 4. We managed to get the establishment of unitary agitation committees within the factories accepted. Above all, we succeeded in having the popular insurrection accepted and imposed, which the conservative forces of the resistance tried with all means to sabotage and cause to fail in Genoa, Turin, and Milan. If the left-wing anti-fascist forces had not managed to take control of the partisan movement and the resistance, the insurrection would not have taken place. As in fact there was none in Rome where the conservative forces opposed it and had the upper hand. Against most of the parties adhering to the CLN, the communists, socialists, and shareholders were unable to act alone. The balance of power was unfavorable to us in Rome, where, as in Milan, Turin, and Genoa, there did not exist a large mass of workers concentrated in the factories, true fortresses of the insurrectional movement, nor was there a large mass of workers around the capital. Agglomeration of peasant masses who lent a strong support to the common people of the city. In the north the large concentrations of workers in the factories had behind them and were active. Of course there was a general interest of the nation to which particular interests had to be coordinated, but we communists never believed that the interests of the working class were in conflict with those national. All the political strikes organized during the resistance started from, and were based on, economic demands. The fight was aimed against the Nazi fascists and the collaborationist bosses. Our directives in this regard were clear and explicit. L. Longo writes, report presented to the conference of the insurrectional triumvirs, in our struggle, November 1944, our organizations must take into serious consideration the situation of the popular masses, their immediate needs, their urgent demands. The concessions obtained so far are negligible. The economic agitation for the immediate demands of the workers, peasants, workers must continue, expand, transform into a powerful mass movement, into strikes, into street demonstrations. The defense of the immediate needs of the masses is therefore identified in the struggle for the expulsion of the Germans and fascists. We never accepted that the CLN stipulated agreements, even local ones, with industrialists to suspend strikes. C. P. Secchia and C. Miscatelli, their Monte Rosa fell to Milan, Einaudi, Turin. 4 L. Longo, the struggle for unity in the contrast of political tendencies, in Rinascita, and 4, April 1955. 134. Minds supported by the advanced peasant masses of Emilia, Romagna, the Po Valley, who actively fought against the Germans and the fascists to defend their livestock, the products of the land and their work from fascist raids. The PCI itself was far from having the strength and influence in Rome that it has today. The CLN in Rome was chaired by Bonami, with him there was De Gasperi for the DC, Casati for the Liberals, Ruini for the Labor Democracy. In the North this last political formation did not even exist. Within the CLN of Rome these men and the political currents they represented always constituted a united and supportive group towards the delegates of the PCI, the PSI, and the Action Party, who consequently always found themselves on every controversial issue in minority. On the contrary, in the North, the PCI, the PSI, and the Action Party were almost always united and with their unity determined the majority in the CLN. Finally, the influence of monarchist forces and the Vatican in Rome was much stronger than in the North. It is in the Vatican that negotiations are taking place with the Germans for a peaceful eviction of the city and for a contemporary agreement in this sense with the Allies advancing from the south. It is in the Vatican that the Patriots' hope of having a unified military command at the head of the insurrection is definitively extinguished. 5. Their Roman people, like those of all the other regions, the 4 days of insurrection in Naples would be enough to demonstrate this, were able to demonstrate patriotic enthusiasm and daring actions. The heroism and spirit of sacrifice demonstrated are beyond question, but it is also undeniable that the left-wing forces failed to take the direction of the CLN and the liberation struggle. Even from the point of view of political objectives, in the North we managed to get the CLN to accept the concept that the aim of the struggle, with the expulsion of the Germans, was not to restore the regime that existed before fascism, but to give life to a regime of true democracy. It is sufficient to recall the famous motion approved in January 1944 by the CLN.65 R. Battaglia, History of the Italian Resistance, September 8, 1943 to April 25, 1945, Einaudi, Turin, p. 301. 6. Tomorrow there will be no place among us for a regime of masked reaction nor for a lame democracy. The new political, social, and economic system will only be a sincere and effective democracy. In the government of tomorrow, this too is very certain: workers, farmers, artisans. 135. There is no doubt that in unity there was a contrast of political tendencies, but the reason for the contrast is not to be sought so much in the international situation as G. Curici states, but in the diversity of political and ideological positions, in the diversity of the class interests of the forces that participated in the CLNs. We communists always worked to achieve the greatest unity of all the forces in the fight against the Germans and the fascists, but at the same time we were constantly concerned with gaining leadership from the left-wing, consequently democratic, forces. The entire history of the resistance has been a continuous struggle not only against external enemies, but also against conservative forces who tried to influence the CLN themselves and prevent the development of the insurrectional movement. It was a continuous action to unite all the forces around the CLN, but also to give this unit an orientation, a direction, objectives, an ideal conscience. Nor did I, as G. Curici states, do any self-criticism in the aftermath of the turning point in Naples. I don't see why I should have done it since we had always followed a policy of national unity. 7. It would be difficult to underestimate the importance of the turning point in Naples and the influence that Togliatti's initiative had on the developments of Italian politics. The constitution in Salerno of the National Union government gave a vigorous boost to the entire unification process and to the strengthening of the War of Liberation, but above all in Rome and in the liberated territories, where the situation was block. All the popular classes will have a decisive weight and the parties that represent them will have an adequate place in this country. Among them the Communist Party, which is part of the CLN on a level of perfect equality with the other parties, with equal fullness of authority today and power tomorrow when the National Liberation Pact is achieved. Declaration of the CLN, January 1944, Archive of the CLN. The document is published in For the Freedom and Independence of Italy, Rome, 1945, p. 91. 7. Personally, I had been in the North since September 12, 1943 and was part of the party leadership for Northern Italy. On the evening of September 10, when the Germans had entered Rome, the PCI leadership met and we decided to divide ourselves into two groups. One would constitute the leadership of the party in Rome and throughout the liberated territory. It was then thought that Rome would be liberated fairly soon. The other group was to reside in Milan and other locations in the north and constitute the direction of the party for northern Italy and the general command of the Garibaldi brigades. Only at the end of the War of Liberation, in May 1945, was a single direction of the PCI reconstituted, the result of the merger of the two leading groups of the center-south and the north. 136. Cata and the conflict between the anti-fascist parties had become acute over the institutional program. In the north the situation was not blocked, we were engaged in great mass and military struggles, the partisan formations had a notable consistency, we did not have too much time for abstract discussions on the structure of tomorrow, on the powers to be recognized or rejected at the monarchy. We did not have the problem of creating a unitary government before us since we were fighting in territory occupied by the Germans. Our contacts with the South and with Rome were practically non-existent, very difficult and uncertain until the liberation of Rome, almost impossible afterwards, when the front line divided the two Italies. In the north there was a clandestine government and it was represented by the CLN which existed and functioned as a unit. The same discussions within the CLN took place on different topics than in the south and in Rome, and the divergences arose on the problems of the present, on the way of conducting the War of Liberation, on the work of organizing and mobilizing the people, on the structure that they had to have peripheral and central CLNs, partisan commands, and so on. The situation in the north was such that the socialists and shareholders themselves were unable to adopt the attitude that their comrades had adopted in Rome and, in fact, the CLN gave its support to the political turning point of the South. 8. It is very true that since May onwards we underlined more forcefully the importance of unity as a prerequisite for a right direction of the movement, but even after the turning point in Naples we never failed to add that together with unity it was necessary to work to ensure a right direction to the struggle. In my article cited by G. Curici I forcefully affirm that the problem of uniting and mobilizing all the healthy forces of the country ate what in southern Italy had been considered a coup d'état, which in Rome had given rise to a violent controversy which finally resulted in the strengthening, at least formally, of the anti-fascist front, had a different effect in the north, just as the situation on the battlefield where the monarchists and republicans were already fighting side by side was different. R. Battaglia, OPCIT. p. 280. It seems to me that the difference in situation is clearly captured and summarized by Leo Valiani, when, speaking of his party, he says, their Central Committee of Liberation, in the situation of besieged Rome, was reduced to an activity symbolic. But it did not correspond to the situation in the north. For several months all our effort had been aimed at making the CLN of northern Italy an effective popular governmental power, a secret government recognized by the population. We had an effective partisan army behind us, of the popular masses actually in motion, even of the executive bodies of 137. Must be at the center of our party's activity today, but I immediately add that unity in the struggle is the prerequisite for unity of leadership. And again in August 1944 I wrote, the position of vanguard and leadership in the national liberation struggle does not rightfully belong to our party. Our party must conquer this place and conquer it every day with example, with the work of conviction, with struggle, and with action. 9. Even after the turning point in Naples, if the united effort was greater, our attention never ceased on the direction to be given to the movement. The position we took on the eve of the insurrection, on April 10, 1945, with the famous directive no applies to all of them. 16, which is often cited by all scholars of the Italian resistance. In this decisive phase of the insurrectional struggle, an unprecedented and brazen intensification of all the maneuvers aimed at sabotaging and preventing the insurrection and above all the popular insurrectional movement is to be expected. It may be that this is the last directive that our organizations will be able to receive from the center of the party, but one thing must be clear to everyone: under no circumstances should our party and the comrades who represent it, in any military or mass organization, accept proposals, advice, plans aimed at limiting, avoiding, or preventing national insurrection. Any disposition contrary to the insurrectional orientation of the patriotic movement must always be rejected with the greatest energy by our comrades, wherever it comes from. If our friends in the CLN and in the military commands intend to implement similar anti-insurrection provisions, we must do everything to dissuade them, to convince them of the betrayal of the revolutionary administration. With the Allies we had effective, daily relations of co-belligerence which could translate at any moment into strategic cooperation of the utmost importance. Publicly disavowing and tearing apart the commitments regularly undertaken by the Action Party in the South, for the Friends of Rome meant only a diplomatic and moral protest, but for the North it would have meant an effective split within the actual war forces. Diplomats can quibble about the value of a signature, like the one given in Naples, but those in charge of an army, even a partisan one, cannot do so. El Valiani, All Roads Lead to Rome, La Nuova Italia, Florence, p. 238. 9. This is an element of little importance, but for the sake of precision I think it is right to point out that my articles on La Nostra Lotta, like those of the other comrades, were not even signed with pseudonyms, since they were more than articles, as we warned when they published in volume in 1954, were directives almost always elaborated collegially. 138. What they do to the detriment of national interests, to drag them at all costs to the right path, always set by the National Liberation Committee and the General Command, which is also the path of the Italian democratic government. But if despite all our efforts, if in similar cases we were not able to dissuade our friends and allies, we must do it alone, trying to drag as many forces as possible into our wake. 10. Woe if in those days we had allowed ourselves to be entangled by the fetishism of unity, and if, for fear of offending this or that other person or political group, we had capitulated to those who were maneuvering to try to prevent the insurrection. Despite the fact that in the North the resistance, the partisan war and the insurrection were wanted and directed by the consequently anti-fascist forces, by the left, things in Italy went very differently than in Yugoslavia, but not because the old ruling classes managed to fail the insurrection or to prevent it from having direction. When G. Curici states that in Italy during the resistance the old ruling classes did not have long enough to express their own de Gaulle, but they managed to ensure that the people did not find their Tito, he forgets that the Italian situation was profoundly different from the French and the Yugoslavian ones. Without underestimating the function that personalities perform in history, we cannot ignore the situations from which certain men, at certain moments, are expressed. France, unlike Italy, was an ally of the United Nations, and the French resistance had a predominantly military character with de Gaulle at its head. Because de Gaulle had a real army with a navy, air force, and tanks, he had a part of the overseas territories. Most of French Equatorial Africa and Cameroon joined Free France. Their populations, their resources, and their strategic positions had considerable importance, so much so that the French military forces of de Gaulle were able to participate in the great Allied operation of the Normandy landing with 4 cruisers and 100 airplanes, 3 groups of fighters, 2 of medium bombers and 2 of heavy bombers. It is known how the United States, after the defeat of France, rearmed the French troops in North Africa, 250,000 men divided into 8 combat divisions and 300 military units. 10-hour struggle, N7, April 1944. 139. Hill with 19 air teams, which made it necessary to send 3 million tons of goods. 11 Faced with an effort of this magnitude to arm the French military resistance, the French civil resistance also received, like ours, considerable help. Limited. The material parachuted to the Italian partisan formations north of the Gothic line is only around 3,000 tons, supplied mostly by English planes. 11. 12. After September 8 the Italian army had fallen apart, had been dissolved, partly deported to German concentration camps, and the contribution of the Italian army cotters to the partisan formations both in the north and in central Italy was scant. In the territories of central-southern Italy, even after the liberation of Rome, the Allies prevented, for reasons we all know, the Italian government from being able to reconstitute an army and participate in the War of Liberation. They went to the point of not even allowing the few forces of the Italian army fighting together with the Allies to take on the name of divisions. They invented the names of combat groups. As for the Yugoslav resistance, it managed to permanently liberate some important regions of the country and to create a free government in these regions, and a command of the Liberation Army, even before the end of the war and the arrival of the liberating armies which, in particular not negligible, they were not the Anglo-American ones, but the Soviet ones. 13 On the other hand, we in Italy never managed to have a free territory of a certain importance where the CNA was in government, where the General Command of the CVL had its headquarters, where in a word the partisans and the resistance had the power and could organize a real army. The free zones of Ossola and Carnia, also located at the extreme edge of the homeland's borders and of little strategic importance, lasted 30 days, a little more. The others, Montefiorino, the Longhi, Valsesia, etc., even less, we were unable to extend them or even keep them. Nor were the Italian reactionary forces able to prevent 11 Veneras, rearming the French. Washington, 1957. 12 F. Parry and F. Venturi, The Italian Resistance and the Allies, Report to the International Congress of the History of the Resistance, p. 29. 13 There on September 16, 1944, after having liberated Romania and Bulgaria, the Soviet armies made contact with the Yugoslav partisans at Nagatin near the Danube, and continued their impetuous offensive towards Belgrade, which was liberated by the united struggle of the Army Yugoslav Liberation Army and the Soviet armies, after a hard battle, on October 21. 140. Heaven. We were prevented from doing so by the presence in Italy of 25 German divisions equipped with tanks, aviation, and all the war potential of a modern army, while the Italian partisans were armed only with machine guns and hand grenades. The Yugoslavs in their struggle were favored not only by the political and military conditions, which we have mentioned, but also by their own territory with mountains and forests in the center of the country, devoid of important industrial agglomerations and with poor communication routes, while the completely different our situation also from this point of view. It is sufficient to think about the characteristics of the large Italian industrial centers, their location, the numerous railway and road lines that connect the most important centers of our country, the numerous passes, 11 in the Ligurian Emilian Apennines alone, to understand how difficult it was we will be able to have territories permanently liberated. G. Curici recognizes that our position of having been able to set up the Italian resistance by linking the military struggle to the struggles of the great masses is correct, and our position of not abandoning the industrial centers and large cities into the hands of the enemy is correct. Yes, our position was right, but we must add, right because we did not have the strength to liberate these industrial centers. We did manage to liberate our cities with the popular insurrection, but this preceded the arrival of the Allied divisions by only a few hours, at most 48. The German troops gave way to the Anglo-American ones, who immediately gave all their support to those plutocratic and pro-fascist forces that Carracci speaks of. If these decisive elements of the Italian situation, which is completely different from the French and Yugoslavian ones, are not kept in mind, there is a risk of making a novel and of making one believe that everything was possible, that it depended solely on the leaders of the Italian resistance to adopt this or this other strategic direction, the French one or the Yugoslavian one, and that if things went the way they did with us it was only because someone would have prevented the Italian people from finding their Tito. Which is pure fantasy. Things would have gone very differently here too, if the Italian resistance had been able to permanently liberate a territory of a certain importance and install a free, democratic government of the CNA and the general command of the CVL before the end of the war. In these conditions the suitable man or men would also have been found in Italy. 141. We have posed the problem of having a permanently free territory since the beginning of the War of Liberation, but it is not enough to see and pose the problems, we need to have the strength to solve them. 14 What at the beginning of the partisan struggle seemed pure imagination, as the partisan movement developed, it became an object of study, discussion, and then concrete implementation. In the summer and autumn of 1944 it was possible to temporarily liberate around 15 territories, but only 3 were the largest free zones and they lasted a month and a half or two, the free zone of Ossola, that of Carnia and the Republic of Montefiorino. However, these were 2 short-lived attempts. 15 The Allies never posed the problem, it would be more accurate to say they refused, of giving decisive help to these areas. Even when Ossola was liberated, the first thing the partisan command thought of doing was to reactivate the 2 airfields in Domodossola and S. Maria where Allied planes could land and even motorized units with heavy armament could land. In September 1944, the Anglo-American armies had passed Tuscany, were aiming for Ravenna, had already liberated Rimini. It was not at all far-fetched to think that an intervention by force of airborne units could have accelerated the insurrection of the North. In any case, it is certain that even a small amount of help to Ossola could have had great repercussions in Turin and Milan, where people trembled knowing what was happening 100 kilometers from their home, that this could have shaken German domination to the core of Lombardy and consequently in the Po Valley. 1614 I still remember the enthusiasm of the young Gaspare Pagetta, who later fell heroically in Megalo, in listening to our speeches. We thought then that our valleys, Val Sesia, Bielace, Ossola, Valle d'Aosta, the entire alpine belt that goes from Mont Blanc to Espernardo, from Monte Rosa up to Lake Maggiore, could become a large area free which would then extend, if not to all of Piedmont. P. Secchia and C. Muscatelli, OPCIT, p. 68. 15 There were about 15 free zones, in Piedmont, the area of the Lanzo valleys, those of the Mira and Verita valleys, that of the Longhi, Ostigiano, Ossola, Val Sesia, a part of the Biella valleys and the Valle d'Aosta, in Liguria, Val Trebbia, Val Borbera, Valle del Taro, the western Ligurian area, in Lombardy, the old Trepo Pavese with its epicenter in Val Staffora, in Emilia the areas of the upper Seno Valley, Parma, and the Republic of Montefiorino, Medina, in Veneto the free zone of Friuli, Carnica area, and the Cansiglio Plateau. 16 El Valiani, OPCIT, p. 291. 142. But the aid from the Allies, continually promised, radio communications in those days were frequent from both sides, never arrived. The English put forward childish justifications that the proximity of high mountains prevented planes from flying over the area to carry out launches, while the Germans, when they launched the offensive to liquidate the Republic of Domodossola a few days later, even intervened with bombers Stukas. Even in other ways, in the days of the free government of Domodossola, attempts were made in vain to obtain weapons and ammunition. 17 The same planarization to which G. Carracci refers must have served not only to prepare the insurrection, to bring the partisan formations closer to the cities, but possibly to create free zones. Those who were initially against it were more for military considerations than for political reasons. They believed it was impossible to make partisan units live on the plains, and experience showed, even if attempts were right to be made, that it was anything but easy. The partisan units could go down to the plain to escape the raids, to divert the enemy, or to deal surprise blows where they least expected it, but once the action was complete they had to retreat again to reach their cantonments in the mountains or in the upper valley. These were quick trips to the plains, but not a stable settlement. Proof of this is that when the order for the insurrection was given on 20 to 25 April, almost everywhere, despite the diligently prepared plans, the partisan units, whose commitment was expected to provide decisive help for the liberation of the large cities, they arrived later than expected and when the cities had already liberated themselves. This delay could indeed have had serious consequences if the Germans and fascists had offered tenacious resistance to the insurgents. The formations from Oltre-Popovese only arrived in Milan on the evening of the 27th, those from Ossola and Valsesia at noon on the 28th, when the insurrection had won. Nor can we blame the partisans for these setbacks. Descending from the mountains and valleys, the partisan units, and this did not only happen in Milan, but also in Piedmont and Liguria, had not found the 17 there late Gigino Battisti, son of the martyr of Trento, designated by the junta of the Free Government of Domodossola, due to its relations with Switzerland, conducted negotiations with the Swiss government to obtain weapons, but unfortunately only managed to obtain a few wagons of potatoes. 143. Free road. They had been forced to engage in combat with German and fascist troops who were resisting and to overcome various obstacles along the way. They had not been able to complete the approach march before the time of the insurrection struck because the main roads had remained in the hands of the enemy and controlled by them up to the end. Plainization had been another topic discussed and addressed, but not resolved, despite various attempts made. The lack of large forests made life in the plains difficult except for small groups of partisans. The fact is that on the eve of April 25 the majority of the partisan units were not in the plains at all, much less in the vicinity of the large cities. Nor is G. Carracci's observation founded when he believes he can contrast the position of Togliatti, who felt the problem of the mass character of the party more to that which we had in the north, where we would have had the tendency to underline the of the party's vanguard rather than its mass character. There is no need to look for political differences even where they do not exist. G. Carracci does not take into account a small detail. In the north we conducted mass struggle and armed struggle in clandestine conditions. Under German occupation, every day hundreds of militants and workers were arrested, deported, shot, while Togliatti gave the approach of the new party, of the mass party in liberated Italy when the party was already a government party. Despite the different situation, to the extent that circumstances allowed us, we also worked in the north with the aim of creating a mass party. We had started in September 1943 with 5,000 party members. By April 25, 1945 they had risen to 100,000, so much so that, when it reached us, we welcomed Togliatti's directive with full agreement. It is certainly true what G. Carracci states, that I conceived and conceive the new party as a party that must never lose sight of its general programmatic objectives, and it is equally true that I wanted and still want to underline the class character and the revolutionary ideology of the party. In our conception of the party there is no place for dogmas and schemes created once and for all. By fighting to modify a given reality, the party also modifies itself, but the principles keep their place, because a party without programmatic objectives does not, it wouldn't even be a party, and without class character and revolutionary ideology it wouldn't be a party. 144. Communist. I don't believe that there can be dissent among communists on these concepts. In conclusion, I do not share the judgment of G. Carracci, who attributes to the abilities of the old Italian ruling classes being successful in preventing the resistance from transforming into a revolutionary struggle, first, and the renewal of Italy, immediately afterwards. After the war those same classes, although politically bankrupt, writes G. Carracci, proved capable of ensuring the country's restoration and then a vigorous expansion of capitalism. During the resistance, especially after June 1944, they slowed down the anti-German struggle, preventing it from transforming into a revolutionary struggle due to its very intensity. I seem to have demonstrated that the balance of power that existed in the North cannot be put on the same level as those that existed in the South. But also in the South, however strong the conservative currents supported by the Vatican, the monarchy, the classes of big capital, however weak the consistency of the CLN was, however the decisive element that weighed in favor of the old capitalist ruling classes was the occupation of our country by the Anglo-Americans. Forgetting that it was the Allies who prevented the Italian government in Rome from being able to raise an army, even a small one, to participate as a co-belligerent in the War of Liberation, forgetting that the Italian government counted for little less than nothing in the face of the will of the occupiers, it means forgetting that, in the days immediately following April 25, the Allies prevented Togliatti, then Vice President of the Council, from speaking to the crowd in Milan and arrested Nani because he had attempted to speak. Forgetting these facts means forgetting what the harsh reality was. It means forgetting that our country was occupied by foreign troops, controlled by a foreign administration which prevented the elections for the Constituent Assembly from even being held before June 1946. It means forgetting that the Allies did everything they could to disorganize the CLN movement, to stop it in its development, to prevent it from giving the country's government the means to solve so many difficult problems. The liberals and other CLN saboteurs from within have been nothing more than coach flies. In reality, those who prevented our more rapid political renewal were the foreigners whose will we had to deal with. 1818 P. Togliatti, Renewing Italy, Report to the V. Congress of the PCI, editions of L. Unity, Rome, December 29, 1945. 145. With this I do not mean to say that during and especially after the War of Liberation mistakes were not made, which have not been recognized today, by the democratic movement, the anti-fascist parties and also by the Communist Party. 19 It was under the governments of the Republic that the conservative and reactionary forces, bent and forced during the resistance and giving way to popular forces, were able to regain the upper hand and prevent the implementation of the Constitution. There is much to be said about the restoration of capitalism and its vigorous expansion in recent years, but this is another topic with which the resistance does not have much to do. 19 We cannot forget that the conditions in which Italy's liberation from fascism and the German invasion took place were very different from those of almost all other European countries. We were an enemy country, already fascist, and which therefore considered itself entitled to deprive itself of all autonomy. Furthermore, we were occupied and administered entirely by the authorities of those Anglo-Saxon states which in the anti-Hitler bloc represented not the popular wing, but the imperialist wing. With this I do not want to justify the weaknesses that existed in the liberation committees, the weaknesses of the Italian democratic parties and also of our party. However, I want to recall all the elements of reality so that the judgment adheres to reality itself. We communists also participated in the general weaknesses of Italian democracy, whereby certain positions were not conquered by us as perhaps they should have and others, already conquered, were abandoned without the necessary struggle. There have undoubtedly been weaknesses in our government action, which we have criticized in documents that are available to all delegates. An obvious weakness was when we were excluded from the government. At that moment we were not able to rightly combine parliamentary action with extra-parliamentary action, and perhaps because we had not immediately grasped all the aspects and the gravity of the crisis that was then beginning for Italian democracy. P. Togliatti, 3 Threats to Italian Democracy, Report to the 6th Congress of the PCI, Edizione Rinascita, Rome, January 1948, pages 26, 150. 146. Mattardi 20 The 28th anniversary of the assassination of Giacomo Mattardi is this year remembered by almost all parties with particular importance. Which would be a positive element if this were due to the sense of responsibility of all the Democrats called by the recent electoral campaign to pay attention to the dangers of RINU. Quotes about fascism. But in this commemoration, which should have united those who suffered and fought for freedom, someone wanted to insert an unworthy speculation. The clerical leaders, i.e. those who were part of the first fascist government, who voted full powers to Mussolini, wanted to give Mattotti's commemoration this year a partisan and anti-democratic character. The government parties which, in the recent elections, in many municipalities presented themselves as related to the fascists and almost reached an agreement on a national scale with Borghese and Graziani, wanted to commemorate Giacomo Mattotti under the sign of anti-communism. Forgetting that the communists are among those who, more than others, followed Mattotti's example, not in words, in fighting without sparing blows and sacrifices for the overthrow of the fascist regime. Giacomo Mattotti was not a communist, he was a reformist socialist, but the teaching that above all comes from him is that of the fight without quarter and without capitulations against the class enemy, it is that of loyalty until death to the great cause of workers, to the cause of peace and freedom. Giacomo Mattotti belonged to that group of tough fighters who do not give in to intimidation, who do not obey threats. Mattotti had deluded himself that the class struggle should never become civil war, and he hoped for a gradual, unchallenged rise of the proletarian movement. Instead, he had to experience with what ferocity and with what crimes the big landowners and the big industrialists were willing to defend their privileges. But when hard times came, Mattotti was able to courageously keep his place in Parliament and outside of Parliament. How many times was he attacked, beaten, and seriously injured by fascist bandits hired by the landowners? 20 El Unida, June 10, 1952. 147. He never gave up, he never gave up. To everyone he was an example of tenacity, courage, loyalty to the cause of peace and socialism. This is why we communists, we socialists feel we can worthily remember Giacomo Mattotti today. Because we did not give in to fascist tyranny, because we never stopped the fight to overthrow the regime of dictatorship and war. At the moment in which the supporters of the Atlantic warmongering policy, on the eve of receiving the Plague General with flowers and hosannas, dared to desecrate the memory of Giacomo Mattotti, we have the duty to remember the ideas for which Mattotti gave his life. Giacomo Mattotti fought vigorously against the war. It remains generally established that the Socialist Party of every country has the duty to continually oppose war and its creative instrument, militarism. Each socialist party votes against its country's military spending to signify the internationalist aspirations of the workers. Thus wrote Giacomo Mattotti in 1915, who a year later, in July 1916, was tried and condemned for defeatism. Even then, those who fought for peace were considered by reactionary groups to be anti-national and defeatist. Patriots, wrote Mattotti, naturally sit only on the right. When it comes to starting and preparing a war, it is the right-wing elements that come forward. Giacomo Mattotti fought strenuously in defense of democratic freedoms. He considered the fascist elections of 1924, carried out with an electoral system very similar to the current one of alliances, as illegal and devoid of any value, not only because they were tainted by all sorts of arbitrariness, fraud, and violence, but first of all because the candidates elected by Mussolini they had no program and were unable to give assurances of maintaining faith in the constitution. Is it worth putting forward any program in front of a government that professes to have only one, to hold on to power? Faced with a party that replies, "We are the nation, everyone else is anti-national, so we alone have the right to command." What sort of elections are these where the 390 candidates elected by Mussolini can't even tell you for sure whether or not they want to reform the constitution and maintain the prerogatives of parliament or not? These are elections. These words of Giacomo Mattotti, March 30, 1924, could today be repeated one by one to the men of the party. 148. Dominant who claim, they alone, to be the nation, who have held and hold elections with a specific purpose, to hold on to power at all costs, who not only have not given any guarantee of respect for the Constitution, but openly proclaim that they want to violate it by presenting a series of liberticidal laws. Finally, it is worth remembering that Giacomo Mattotti fights fascism not only in its external forms, but above all as an expression of the ferocity and domination of the economic oligarchies and privileged classes. Since then he refuted the legend that clerical leaders have put back into circulation today, of a fascism that arose as a reaction to so-called Bolshevism. The farmers' organizations have become criminal organizations. Where the local landowners are not cruel enough, some prison leftovers come to reside to operate and give practical lessons in delinquency. The authorities, the government, the justice system assist shameless accomplices. And the entire press is cowardly silent. He never talks about pole sign because he cannot find even the shadow of socialist provocation or communist ambush there. This is what Giacomo Matteotti spoke in June 1921. By remembering the martyrdom of Matteotti we remember the thousands of workers, Democrats, anti-fascists killed, tortured and massacred by the fascists, from Antonio Gramsci to Gastone Sozzi to Eugenio Curiel. We remember the thousands of fighters of the War of Liberation who fell to ensure peace for our country, to give Italy a democratic and republican constitution. All those who died in the fight for peace, freedom, and progress of our country ask us to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. The commemoration of Giacomo Matteotti must mean an act of protest and condemnation against the ruling clerical cliques which, with a policy of war preparation and repression of the popular movement, of violation of the Constitution, open the doors to reaction, to new adventures and to imperialism foreigner. The commemoration of Matteotti must mean for all Democrats, for all anti-fascists, for all honest men a commitment to strengthening unity and action in the fight for peace and the defense of the Republican Constitution. 149. This is the time 21. The general discussion is closed. The clerical newspapers announced triumphantly on Thursday evening, which now consider the game done. In reality, the battle against the electoral bill has just begun. The debate has not remained imprisoned within the walls of Montecitorio, it spreads across the country, invades meetings, penetrates homes, mobilizes factories, animates the streets and squares. The protests can no longer be counted, tens of thousands of agendas, petitions and signatures. Delegations sent by municipalities, democratic associations, and free citizens arrive in Rome from every part of Italy to affirm their loyalty to the Republican Constitution and their determined will to defend it from any attack. Work stoppages, strikes, and demonstrations follow one another in the cities and countryside. The Hon. Siba was forced to publish a statement in which he announced that the popular demonstrations against the scam law 22 are not yet widespread. This government statement is the first successful bulletin of the Great 21 L'Unità, December 21, 1952. 22 In 1952, a new electoral law was presented to the chamber by the De Gasperi government which provided that the party which, alone or connected, related, as it was then called, with some others, had reached 50.01% of the votes, would have obtained 385 representatives in the chamber, subsequently reduced to 380, equal to 65% of the entire chamber. This electoral system was similar to the one already devised by the fascists in 1923, with the Acerbo law. The bill was immediately called a scam law and this qualification was successful. It spread throughout the country and was not the last reason for the failure of the law itself. If the three parties that had been in government with the DC in those years, Social Democrats, Republicans, and Liberals, had allied themselves with the DC and had obtained 50.01% of the votes or 65% of the parliamentary seats, the DC it would have secured the government for no one knows how many years. This electoral law, which was approved in France, still ensures power for the Gaullists today, despite the strength of the left-wing opposition. As soon as the bill was presented in Parliament it triggered the most violent opposition from left-wing parties and other opposition parties. 150. Battle engaged by the opposition, it is the recognition of the breadth that the movement is taking on. The country is in alarm, large masses of citizens understand and become aware every day of the serious danger that threatens the Republic. But alarm is not enough, fear is not helpful. Awareness of the gravity of the situation must be expressed in ever broader and ever more powerful action, in an action that moves not only the vanguard, not only the working class and peasants, but the great majority of organized and unorganized workers, the great majority of Italian citizens. The opposition is engaged in a tough battle in Parliament, which can only be successful if supported and conducted with great strength and breadth throughout the country. This is a fight that does not interest a group of deputies, a party, or some parties, but interests all Italians, all citizens who love freedom. Workers are attacked in their daily lives and in their basic rights, all their achievements are at stake. It is about bread and freedom, wages and peace, universal suffrage and the Republican Constitution. The struggle that is developing in these days is a struggle for the immediate interests and at the same time for the general interests of the working classes and the nation. This is not a battle to have 10 or 20 more representatives in Parliament, it is about defending the conquests of the resistance, the future of the nation. The Secchian leaders who rightly accused the DC of wanting to attempt a real coup d'état. The DC replied that according to the law, even opposition groups by joining forces could reach 50.01% and benefit from the majority bonus. Which was not true, since in the situation at the time it was impossible for the left-wing parties to obtain 50.01% of the votes, unless they had allied themselves with the monarchists and the fascists. Which was absurd to think. On the part of the DC and the government, it was also stated that the bill strengthened the small parties, thus affirming the democratic principle of defense of the minority. This too was false, since the project only benefited the small parties allied to the DC, not those of the opposition, which on the contrary would have been even further reduced. The bill, due to its obvious anti-democraticity, immorality, and its evident contrast with the spirit and norms of the Constitution, aroused doubts and conflicts even among the government parties. 7 deputies of the Social Democratic Party resigned from the party, openly speaking out against the law, and created a new political group, Popular Unity, which at once clericals try to impose their dictatorship on the country instead of with the violence of the truncheon, with the violence and discretion of the law. This will recall that, and the results would be equally disastrous for the people and for Italy. A battle of this magnitude and importance cannot be exhausted in a few hundred rallies, conferences, debates, in the collection of tens of thousands of signatures, in petitions, in the sending of delegations and protests, and in sporadic, spontaneous, albeit numerous work stops. All this is important, but it must be done on a much greater scale than has happened up to now, because it involves orienting millions of men. There must be no square, no village, no factory, no house where, through the rally, the debate, the conversation, through the newspaper or the flyer, the guiding word, the invitation to action and unity of those who they fight to save freedom. Elections presented its own candidates and conducted a determined campaign against the fraud law. Ferruccio Parri left the Republican Party in protest, a group of left-wing liberals left the Liberal Party. Despite the tenacious opposition of the left, who presented 1,600 amendments for obstructionist purposes, the bill was approved in the House on January 21, 1953. The discussion passed to the Senate, where the obstructionism became more accentuated and took on tones of extreme violence. All the senators from the left and the right spoke against the bill, with long speeches with the aim of preventing the approval of the law in good time. Giuseppe Paratori resigned as president of the Senate and was replaced by the DC with a picked-up president, Musi Ruini, who performed the miserable task and was president for a few days, which marked the end of his political life, which was enough to impose March 27, 1953, by casting the rules of the regulation, suddenly modifying the procedure, taking away the floor from those who still had the right to speak, the approval of the law, which passed with 174 votes, among which even members of the opposition of left. The senators of the left, particularly the communists, rebelled against the violation of the regulations. There were furious melees, benches were torn down, the president was forced to abandon his seat. The Senate closed that evening and was not reopened until after the elections. But the scam law did not pass in the elections, and it did not pass not only because of the strong opposition led in Parliament, but because the country had moved with unrest, strikes, mass demonstrations which culminated in the general strike. Public opinion had understood that the approval of the scam law would have meant the domination assured by the DC, by the single party, and the end of parliamentary democracy. The struggles of the working class, of the peasants, of the workers were decisive. 152. Our word must reach not only the communists, the socialists, and our friends, but to all workers, even those who are furthest from us, those who today find themselves in the throes of disorientation and lack of confidence in their own strength, to Italians who realize that they have been deceived and betrayed by Christian Democrat, Sarragatian or Republican leaders. They must find new hope in our words and a possibility of action in our unitary and democratic politics. It is not true that there is nothing to be done. The cause of freedom can be saved, it can be successfully defended because the Italian people today have the ability to take it into their own hands. What matters is to have faith in your own strength, to fight united and with great enthusiasm, and popular action will be all the more effective the more it is conducted in a broad, united and organized way. This is the hour, these are the days of maximum effort to save democracy and democratic freedoms. It is true that it is one of the first battles, but the success of the others often depends on the outcome of the first, and therefore as the enemy presses on, the unity of the popular forces must consolidate and the action become more powerful. The struggle and, let's say it, parliamentary obstructionism represent the parliamentary institution's last defense against the clerical majority's intention to transform the legislative chamber into an illegal constituent assembly, which tears up and tramples on the fundamental pact of the nation, the Republican Constitution. The united, organized, and powerful action of the popular masses and citizens in the country represents the national conscience and the maturity of our people, determined not to allow this abuse of power and not to let the freedoms they have achieved be taken away. The clerical hierarchies threw down the gauntlet, the workers and the Democrats took it up. They, like their representatives in the chamber, will be able to defend with all their energy the equal right to vote for all, universal suffrage, the Republican Constitution. Scammers won't get away with it. However, great mass movements cannot be improvised. They need preparation and their success is all the greater the more they have been well prepared, the more they have been preceded by extensive and intense propaganda and organizational work. Our duty, the main task of communists today is to accentuate, together with all democratic forces, the struggle to save freedom, and with freedom, peace. No other task today stands above this. It does not only engage leaders, parliamentarians, activists, it engages. 153. And not just for a few days, but for weeks, all the comrades, the whole party. It is certain, said Comrade Togliatti, that a preeminent role at this moment belongs to the workers' movement and to us, it belongs to the parties of the working class and workers, it belongs to the organizations, including trade unions, it belongs to all the democratic associations of workers. The time has come to multiply our propaganda, organization, and struggle efforts. The cause of freedom can be saved, because the people will have the last word. 154. 1953. Our fight for freedom, peace and Constitution 1. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I will not stop to demonstrate that this electoral bill is unconstitutional, anti-democratic, immoral, fraudulent, wicked, not only because, authoritative colleagues, in this and the other branch of Parliament they have already done so effectively and in a which has not been refuted, not only because others will take it upon themselves to demonstrate it, this is one of the cases in which it is useful to repeat, but because it seems to me that this conclusion of the unconstitutionality, immorality and anti-democratic nature of the draft law is also accepted by clerical majority and his relatives. I draw this conclusion not from a tacit but from an explicit admission of the majority in the chamber. The Speaker of the majority in the other branch of Parliament in the session of December 30 US thus he expressed himself, the purpose of this law, legitimate or illegitimate, democratic or anti-democratic, constitutional or unconstitutional, even moral or immoral if you like, and these are all questions that we will see is to assign to the party or group of parties that will have the absolute majority, the possibility of carrying out a certain policy and determining a government that implements that policy in a relatively stable way. And again, their means, also suitable or unsuitable, legitimate or illegitimate, constitutional or unconstitutional, moral or immoral, all questions that we will see. The means, I was saying, is to assign to the party or group of parties that will have the absolute majority, a so-called majority award. For the rapporteur it was therefore of secondary importance to establish whether the bill is constitutional or unconstitutional. One speech given to the Senate on March 13, 1953. 155. Nay, democratic or anti-democratic, moral or immoral, the essential thing was to see what the aim of the project is. Of secondary importance for the speaker was to establish whether the means to achieve this end is legitimate or illegitimate, moral or immoral, good or unfair. We are here in full Machiavelli, the end justifies the means. With the aggravating circumstance that here we are dealing with the use of illegitimate, immoral, and unfair means to achieve equally unfair goals, which if we want to define in political rather than moral terms we can call anti-democratic and anti-constitutional goals. In the ministerial report presenting the bill, the liberticidal objective is highlighted very clearly where it is said, freeing men from the fear of tyranny is in the current historical moment the highest and most arduous task of the regimes democratic, especially for those nations that find themselves in the presence of massive totalitarian parties, strictly organized, bound by disciplinary and political ties towards foreign governments which, in contempt of every norm of international correctness, do not begrudge them aid of every kind, not excluding if necessary also the military one, to facilitate the conquest of power. Faced with this incontrovertible reality, one thing seems certain. I ask honorable colleagues to pay attention to this point about which the Minister of the Interior has no doubts, no hesitations, no scruples, no embarrassment about lawful and illicit, moral and immoral, constitutionality or otherwise. The reality he describes to us is incontrovertible, indisputable for him. One thing seems certain, and it is this: a democracy which hesitates to use in the fight against movements that you call totalitarian, at least the weapon of the ballot for a more responsive juridical organization of political representation would fail in the fundamental task of defending constitutional freedoms and would be doomed to suicide. The confession of the Trulla. There is an open confession here that the law is unjust, anti-democratic, unconstitutional, and iniquitous. The presenters of the bill confess this openly and brazenly when they write in all letters that the aim of the project is to use the weapon of the card to prevent the parties that 156. They call them totalitarian and refer to our workers' parties because in the report it is said that mass parties are able to have a representation corresponding to their influence and the votes that they will obtain. And again on December 9, in a speech to the Chamber, Pon. Sibo pronounced these precise words: "This law aims to prevent, through the strengthening of democratic institutions, the triumph of certain political ideologies which are the denial of freedom. Therefore the aim of the law, openly, brazenly confessed, is to prevent our parties and, that is, the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, the Workers' Parties and their ideology from being represented in the Italian Parliament. I say can be represented because if these arguments of the Minister of the Interior and the government are accepted as valid today to reduce the parliamentary representation of workers through fraud, I don't see why tomorrow with the same arguments, with the same theses, it won't be possible to maintain that it is better that this representation be excluded altogether. This law wants to prevent, says the Minister of the Interior, certain political ideologies from triumphing. It wants to use the weapon of the ballot for this purpose, in other words fraud, but if democracy cannot even, he says, use the weapon of the ballot for this purpose, she would be doomed to suicide." Here the intentions of the Minister of the Interior appear very clear. He would gladly send us democratically to finish our days in Porto Longone, but for the moment he seems to have some hesitations in this regard. I recognize that the undertaking is not too easy, but he adds if we hesitated to at least use the card's weapon, hell, where would we end up? This reminds me of the constitutional reasoning of an OVRA official who, faced with our protests regarding the violence exercised on some of our co-defendants during the investigation, replied to me, "No one was tortured. I assure you that the OVRA does not torture and has never tortured anyone," and faced with the facts we brought regarding Tizio or KO he said, "Well, you know, a few punches, a few slaps, but if the OVRA couldn't even do this, if it couldn't even make the suspect eat a little salt and leave him without water for a few days, then what kind of police would it be? We could change jobs." The same reasoning seems to me to be made by the Han. He shies when, addressing above all the liberals and bourgeois Democrats who remain faithful to their ideals, he says, "But if we hesitated to use 157. To at least use the weapon of the ballot, perhaps the desire would be to use other weapons, we would be doomed to suicide." What is strange and surprising is that, after having made these and other similar statements, the Minister of the Interior then or in the same speech we stated that we want to put the intentions on trial. But you confess your intentions quite openly. You said that it is a scam law when you say that you want to use at least the weapon of the ballot to achieve a goal, to prevent it, you said, etc. etc. I know well that sometimes there are those who, when they speak in Parliament at least, either out of naivete or out of that certain courtesy that would be better called parliamentary hypocrisy, where before throwing a punch they give their opponent a caress, they acknowledge your good intentions, at least for the moment, but he doesn't trust it for tomorrow. We cannot acknowledge any good intentions even at this moment, because the violation of the Constitution is not a danger that can happen tomorrow, but is already underway, because, and these are your words, you have the scam law project developed in order to prevent us, that workers, from having the representation they deserve, in order to prevent certain ideologies from prevailing. In support of his good intentions, the Han Seba stated that the past of the coalition parties would guarantee that these parties will respect the Constitution even when they have 2/3 of the chamber. No, that's not true either. Meanwhile, honest or dishonest past, the law must be fair, it must be in harmony with the Constitution and with democracy. But, as for the past, no, the related parties really don't give any guarantees, because in the past they were unable to defend the Constitution, indeed they helped to bury it. Your past gives no guarantee. A party that collaborated with fascism by participating in Mussolini's government at a time when the Constitution was being torn up cannot claim that its past is a guarantee. At the Congress of the Popular Party held in Turin in 1923, the Han de Gasperi pronounced these precise words, which are reported by the Messaggero on April 14, 1923, "I ask that the Congress approve the attitude held up to now by the party, an attitude of frank and loyal collaboration in which we, and 158. I challenge the opposing press to prove it to us, we have never failed. No misunderstanding, our collaboration with the fascist government is loyal and does not need other adjectives." Comments. In the same Congress of the People's Party, FON de Gasperi presented an agenda in which there was a fundamental point which went like this: the participation of the People's Party in the current ministry, this is the fascist government, has been approved as an appreciable contribution to the fascist revolution being inserted into the Constitution, and intending that their presence can and must effectively cooperate in the political and financial restoration and the rebirth of moral and religious values. And again, Journal d'Italia of June 27, 1923 reported this declaration by the Han de Gasperi: "We have supported Mussolini's government since the March on Rome, we believe even today that it is the only possible government, and we don't even dream of wanting to block its way with label parliamentary barricades." This was the promise that the People's Party would not lead a series of oppositions against the Acerbo law. Nor should we be told that the Matadi crime had not yet occurred at that time. Yes, it's true, the Matadi crime hadn't happened yet, but how many crimes had fascism already committed? In a single night in December 1922, more than 50 Turin workers had been taken from their beds, from among their families, stabbed, thrown into the Po, barbarously slaughtered, dragged like Ferrero, attached to the truck, through the streets of the city of Turin. Our comrade Sen. Rovda was then seriously injured. He is here safe by a miracle. All this in just one night. How many crimes had already been committed by fascism and Mussolini, and yet for you that was the man of Providence, that was the government in which you participated, the only possible government. After this, the past of your parties should be a guarantee, while our past would not be. We would be the anti-democrats, the anti-nationals and so on. I'm not discussing good or bad faith right now. I could even tell you that I don't care. I don't deny good faith, nor do I grant it a priori. I simply say that I don't care. We are not interested in knowing whether, for example, certain social democratic leaders agreed to declare the Confederation of Labor dissolved in good or bad faith. The fact remains that they dissolved it and lent themselves to a sad task that was very convenient for Mussolini. We are not interested in knowing. 139. Whether it was in good or bad faith that the leaders of certain Aventine parties opposed it in 1924, after the assassination of the Han. Matadi, in order for the popular masses to enter into struggle, opposed the proclamation of an all-out general strike against the government of the assassins. We are not interested in whether it is in good or bad faith that the Christian Democratic deputies and leaders did not oppose with all their strength and with all their votes. They limited themselves to abstention. Indeed, some of them voted in favor, upon the approval of the Acerbo law in 1923. What matters is what these parties actually did and not their intentions. The reality was that the leaders of these parties did not know how to defend the statute and the constitution. They allowed it to be trampled on in a shameful way. Well, that past of yours, even for these facts alone, does not give any guarantee. We take our hats off to certain leaders of the Liberal Party such as Nitti and others who have chosen the path of exile or in any case have proven that they know how to defend the constitution and democratic freedoms. We take our hats off to Turati, Boazzi and other honest social democrats who paid with their lives for their devotion to the workers' cause and, if you like, also for the errors of some of their naive positions which we can consider in good faith, but certain current leaders should not come of the Social Democratic Party to tell us that their past is a guarantee. No, the past of the Christian democracy and its related parties is by no means a guarantee. If you want to provide proof, you must provide it today with facts. Based on the past, you can't believe it? By your admission, it is therefore not true that the vote is the same for everyone. It is not true that the law you propose works in favor of some as well as others. It is not true that it places every citizen in the same condition. You openly confess that you have designed the law in such a way as to be able to obtain a certain result, a certain purpose, which means that the citizen's vote is no longer equal, which means that the Constitution is violated, which means that you admit that it is a scam law, an unfair and unconstitutional law. But at least have some logic, don't contradict yourself every moment. If, as you have done, you want to argue that you have designed the law in such a way as to obtain a certain thing. 160. Result, to prevent, that's your word, certain parties, certain ideologies from being represented in relation to their strength or from being able to prevail, don't then come and try to explain to us that our opposition is out of place, because the law is right, the vote equal, it works both in our favor and in your favor. Therefore, since you colleagues of the majority do not give excessive importance to the fact whether the law is just or unjust, moral or immoral, constitutional or unconstitutional, to look only at the essential, which would be the goal, I also want to leave the Constitution aside, pretend that it doesn't exist, leave it in the drawer as you often do, as many prefects, commissioners and other of your officials have done for some time. I will limit myself to talking about only two things. First, the character of our opposition, our struggle if you like for this project. Secondly, of the noble aim that you propose, using illicit means. The character of our struggle. But in the meantime, let's start by establishing that you have drawn up the law for a very specific purpose that you have admitted, that of preventing us from gaining the majority today, nor tomorrow, nor ever. The noble aim would be to prevent our parties, the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, the Workers' Parties, every movement that does not align itself with you and which you therefore often define as anti-democratic, from having the representation they deserve in Parliament. It is therefore not a question of discussing an electoral law here. On this point at least, it seems to me, we all agree. Senior said last night. Macri, here we are discussing a political problem that transcends electoral law. Perfectly. For us, it is not a question of seeing whether this electoral bill leaves us with 20 or 30 deputies more or less. We are not deciding on any electoral system, but on an electoral system that subverts the democratic constitution, which abolishes the parliamentary democratic system, because by your open confession it has the aim of preventing our parties, that is, the workers' parties, can ever have a majority. On the other hand, even in the past, discussions of electoral laws have always touched on fundamental problems of the character of a state or its constitution. 161. Already Zanardelli, in his report on the electoral law project in 1882, said, "We cannot forget that the electoral law is the most important of the political laws of a free country, it is the fundamental basis as indicated by the very name of a representative government." And Romagnosi also wrote, "The theory of elections is the very theory of the practical existence of the Constitution." Hence the strong, thoroughly determined character of our struggle. Since you admit that an issue is at stake here that transcends electoral law, you should not be surprised if we wage a thorough fight against this project, because for us it is a question of preventing a return to a regime of tyranny. In the past, when we had to examine the catastrophe to which fascism brought our homeland, we were able to point out precise responsibilities not only in those who fascism had created, organized, supported, but also in those who had not had the courage to lift the voice and above all to act against fascism, who had not had the courage to call the people to fight and to tell them that we were heading towards catastrophe. We too were forced to recognize that we should have done more, that part of the responsibility, albeit indirect, was also ours, if only because we should have been stronger, we should have known how to conduct the fight against tyranny in a more energetic way. And unitary to prevent the country from being placed in chains, sold to foreigners and led to catastrophe. Well, after this experience we could not be satisfied tomorrow with having been right, A great satisfaction would be to witness the havoc of democratic freedoms, to witness the loss of the country's independence, to see it once again brought to ruin as the fascists already did. We don't care at all about being able to say tomorrow, "We were right when we denounced Christian Democrat politics, we were right when we took a stand against the scam law." These are the satisfactions that we do not want to have and reject. We want to prevent you from ruining the country once again. Applause. That's what we want. Hence the character and breadth of our fight against the bill fraud. What would our words be worth tomorrow? We said it, we predicted it. It wouldn't count for anything. Why not? 162. One cannot separate one's responsibilities at any time from those of one's people, from those of the nation. We are the living force of the nation and we must do everything to ensure that its future, which will be common to ours, is a future of peace, progress, and happiness for our people. We don't just want to be able to say that we have done everything, but we want to actually do everything we can to save freedom, to defend the Constitution. This is what many of those who called themselves and still call themselves liberals cannot say. It is not the first time that the Italian Parliament has been called upon to rule on electoral laws that violate the fundamental pact of the nation, yesterday the statute, today the Republican Constitution. When Mussolini asked for full powers, you clerical gentlemen granted them to him. When Mussolini asked Parliament to vote on the Acerbo electoral law, that law which according to Amendola, Turati, Mattardi, Gramsci, Gobti, according to your own declarations annulled universal suffrage and the Constitution itself with proportional representation, your opposition, O clerical gentlemen, it was not and could not be a serious, decisive, strong, consistent, all-out opposition. You, after having made some opposition speeches, abstained from voting. And Mussolini's liberticidal law passed thanks to your abstention. The Acerbo law, which annulled the equal right to vote, which made Parliament the camp of money pleas, that law which caused violence and ferocious crimes, that law which caused the assassination of the Han Matadi by the fascists and by mandate of the fascist government, that law passed with your complicity. You collaborated with the executioner. If they were to investigate, the responsibilities would fall on many of the current supporters of the Acerbo-Silva electoral law. The responsibilities are so broad that when the law for sanctions against fascism was made in 1944, to look for a term of discrimination, the famous date of January 3, 1923 was found. That is, it was considered that the support and collaboration given to fascism before January 3, 1925 should not have been considered reprehensible and criminal acts. After January 3, yes. Why was this distinction necessary, considered absurd even by the masters, by the experts in scientific sciences? 163. Ridiculous and political, considered absurd because January 3, 1923 was only the logical consequence of October 28, 1922 and the Acerbo electoral law approved in 1923. That absurd distinction was made because otherwise quite a few would have been indicted. Among those indicted would be several of you, honorable Christian Democrats, who gave your vote of confidence to the first Mussolini government of which you were part. Among those indicted would be those of you who voted for the Acerbo electoral law or who in any case, with their deliberately equivocal and compromising attitude, allowed its approval. The crimes committed by fascism before and after the March on Rome, up until the moment of the assassination of Giacomo Matadi, had not disturbed you in the slightest, just as the March on Rome had not disturbed you. Were the systems with which Mussolini came to power democratic and honest? How can you, since you have been so insensitive to the fundamental laws of honor, freedom, democracy, humanity, and civil life, how can you pose today as standard bearers, as champions of freedom and democracy? What did you do when fascism was born, when in 1921-22 it set Italy on fire, set fire to the chambers of labor, cooperatives, workers' organizations, assassinated the leaders of the trade unions and the socialist movement? You did nothing. You didn't lift a finger. Why? Because in those years we were the affected ones were the workers, the peasants, the workers, they were the socialists and the communists. You approved or you were silent. You sanctioned those crimes, you sanctioned the conquest of power with the most criminal and brigand means because you participated in the first Mussolini government, because you gave him your vote of confidence. You collaborated with the executioner, with Mussolini, and with his gang. In a word, you approved the coup d'état, you shook hands with those dripping with blood of the leaders of the March on Rome. And then we would be the anti-democrats. When it came to the Acerbo law, the chamber capitulated for fear of the worst. Even then, the opponents of the Acerbo law were presented as obstructionists, as enemies of Parliament. Even then there were those who urged us not to dramatize, there were those who said, after all, it is an electoral law, the right system has never been found, one system is as good as another, why make things tragic? Let's vote for this law that fascism is asking for, let's give it the chance to normalize it. 164. Situation, our resistance could cause the worst. These sound exactly like the speeches that certain social democrats have been repeating in recent days. If we don't approve, they will dissolve the House, if we don't approve they will dissolve the Senate. And what do we care? Dissolve the House, dissolve the Senate, but stay in the Constitution. Loud applause. We saw how things ended then, you Christian Democrats didn't want to dramatize, you limited yourself to abstaining from approving the Acerbo law. But the worst came anyway. The beast was not tamed. When we set ourselves on the path of violating democratic freedoms and the Constitution, we put ourselves, to use a phrase used by the Prime Minister himself, on an inclined plane, and on this inclined plane we slide. It is difficult to stop, yes, it ends up in dictatorship. Fight thoroughly against fraud. This is why it is necessary to fight, and fight with strength, with decision, with tenacity. This is why we are not here just to make speeches, but we are aware of the gravity of the situation. This is why it is precisely the case to dramatize. This is why today we also say from this rostrum to the workers, to the peasants, to the workers, to the avant-garde intellectuals, to all the Democrats: demonstrate, fight, protest, strike against the scam bill, intensify your action. Make the weight of your will felt, because only the unity of all workers, only the broad, united, compact struggle of all Democrats can prevent the clerical leaders from continuing on this path which takes us back to dictatorship, which can once again lead to disaster our country. Loud applause. With the experience of the fairly recent and vivid past weighing on us, and in the situation in which we find ourselves, we feel a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. At this moment, a heavy responsibility weighs on us, on the Communist Party, on the Socialist Party, on every honest Democrat. We don't want to have to blame ourselves tomorrow for not having done everything we could, for not having used all our strength, all our energy to defend democratic freedoms, to prevent the suppression of universal suffrage and the annulment of the Republican Constitution. 165. There is a form of resistance and opposition that is useless. It consists in satisfying ourselves with some speeches that of your goodness you can also allow us to make. It consists in making speeches to support our point of view, perhaps with the aim of saving the honor of the flag, satisfied with the conviction that we are the truth and you in the false. No, we reject this form of opposition and resistance to your abuses and illegalities. It would be not only vulgar opportunism, but authentic parliamentary cretinism. This would be the old parliamentarianism with its inferior methods of small and large intrigues, made up of ignoble hypocrisies, deceptions, double gamism, of that old parliamentarism in which Italy was immersed for decades, that parliamentarism that fueled corruption, debased consciences, and gave birth to fascism. Because, if it is true that bourgeois democracy is not fascism, it is also true that at a certain point that democracy gave birth to fascism. Sometimes, in the past, we too were forced into purely propaganda resistance. But because in the past the Communist Party was a small party with little influence on the working masses, we were then forced to limit ourselves to denunciation. We limited ourselves to denouncing the consequences of the policies of reactionary governments. We limited ourselves to revealing the iniquity, the injustice of certain laws. We said to the people, look, understand, learn, see what the faults of those who govern you and of the regime are, under which you live. But today we are a great force. We cannot limit ourselves to denunciation, we cannot limit ourselves to pointing out the fraud inherent in your electoral bill. We have the duty to fight with all our strength so that this project does not become law. We don't want to have to regret tomorrow that we didn't do everything we could to save freedom. This is why our opposition to your politics and your liberticidal projects has a very different character than in the past. This is why we do not limit ourselves to waging the struggle in Parliament with all our strength. This is why our aim is not to make speeches, but to derail your plans. This is why we call on all workers to fight tenaciously with all their forces in defense of the right to vote equally, in defense of Parliament, in defense of the Republican Constitution. Because, as has already been said very authoritatively, no constitution has ever served on its own to save freedom if the consciences of the citizens have not been there to defend it. 166. Their strength, their ability to crush every reactionary attempt. No constitutional provision in itself assures us of democratic and social progress if the organized and conscious strength of the working masses does not know how to direct the whole country on the path of progress and break the resistance of reaction. The true guarantee that freedoms will not be suppressed and that the Republican Constitution will be saved lies in the strength of the working class, of the movement, of the popular masses who, with their struggle and with their vote, will have to reject your scam project and prevent it from become the cause of disastrous consequences for the future of Italy. Italian workers have fought hard battles in recent years and also in recent months for the defense of their bread, wages, work, for the defense of freedom, but we will never tire of warning about the gravity of the danger that today threatens all their conquests with the right to vote. It is all their conquests that are at stake. It's about bread and freedom, it's about wages and peace, it's about the right to have employment contracts, internal commissions, it's about the right to organize, freedom of the press, the right to strike. You are the ones who go beyond the law. When we appeal to the resistance, to the struggle of the working masses, of the Italian people, you pretend to be shocked and shout that we are going beyond legality. No, clerical gentlemen, it is you who are leaving, who have already departed from legality because your law projects, your acts are against republican legality, they violate the Constitution, they are an attack on democratic institutions. We are not outside of legality, because the Constitution gives the right to every Italian citizen to freely express his thoughts through speech, writing and any other means of dissemination. Parliament is no longer the only center of debate and political struggle in the country as in the past, because the Italian Constitution is based on popular sovereignty and the people have the legally recognized right to express their opinion openly and directly. The workers have the full right to openly express their opinion and their protest even with the political strike. And when the big industrialists, in agreement with the government clergy, 167. And under the pressure of American imperialism, they fire the workers who go on strike, not only violating the Republican Constitution, but returning to the systems that were typical of fascism. Which is not surprising among large industrialists, but what is surprising is that politicians who call themselves democratic forget that it was from the strike that the first shaking of fascist tyranny came. In these days, today to be precise, 10 years have passed since the strikes in Turin and Milan in March 1943, which constituted a decisive element in the fight to overthrow the fascist dictatorship. It was the strikes of March 1943 which, demonstrating the level of maturity reached by the working class, gave impetus to the popular anti-fascist movement and forced the bourgeois conservative groups themselves to hurry to act before the popular masses took over. Today marks exactly 10 years since those glorious strikes, March 13, 10 a.m. We send a warm greeting to the workers of Turin, Milan, the Biella area, the Vercelli area and the Novara area with the certainty that they will know how to be worthy of their valiant fighting traditions. We send greetings to Comrade the Han Umberto Massola, to the gold medal Leo Lanfranco, who fell in the War of Liberation, and to the other comrades who directed and supported those strikes. Loud applause. We forget that it was with the partial strikes of 1943-44 and with the general strike throughout German-occupied Italy that the workers contributed effectively to conducting the War of National Liberation. It is through the great strikes of March 1943 and April 1944 that the working class dealt powerful, decisive blows to fascism and Nazism and won the right to participate in the direction of the political life of the country. It won the right to engage in politics in the factories, the right to meet, to discuss, to express opinions on all issues that concern the nation. It has acquired the right to strike enshrined in the Republican Constitution. We will no longer let these rights be taken away from us. I have finished the first point, why we wage this fight with the utmost strength. Let's get to the other question, the noble, democratic goal you propose. Who is this scam bill aimed at? 168. Your project is directed against the working class. This electoral bill is directed against the working class. It is directed against the workers who in their great majority are represented by the Communist Party and the Socialist Party. You can say what you want, but you cannot deny that our voters are the workers, the employees, the farmers, the workers. They are the most active and advanced part of the working population of our country. You know better than us how many votes we had in the political and administrative elections. In the elections of the internal commissions in the factories, we and the socialists obtain an average of 80% of the votes everywhere. A directive, a single word from the CGIL is enough in Italy to stop production, to stop the factories, the railways, the ports. Are other elements perhaps needed to demonstrate that we have the majority of the working class and workers behind us? Therefore the laws directed against the communist and socialist parties, given the strength that these parties have in our country, are laws directed against the working class and workers. Who are these parties that you want to prevent from having their representation in Parliament? They are the parties not only recognized as worthy of consideration and respect by yourselves in the documents of the Commission that drafted the Constitution, but what matters are parties recognized in the fullness of their rights by the Constitutional Charter. They are those parties that brought here to this chamber, by virtue of a provision of the Constitution, those deputies of the Constituent Assembly who had served a sentence of no less than 5 years by the Special Tribunal for having fought against fascism, for having defended freedom, for having fought to regain freedom and democracy for our country. If I'm not mistaken, all the rightful senators of this category sit on this side. I know well that we are the object of ridicule and insults on the part of reactionary newspapers for this title of ours, for this right recognized by the Constitution, but we are proud of it, we are proud of our past, of our struggle yesterday and today. We are proud to sit here because we feel that we represent a large part of our country, we feel that we represent the workers, the anti-fascists, the Democrats who during the fascist dictatorship fought hardest to resist fascism and to overthrow it. We are proud to sit here especially when we think. 169. We are there in spite of you, especially when we think you would like to chase us away. Applause. You are the party of the capitalists. And can you deny that you represent the interests of the big bourgeoisie? You represent the interests of big capital directly and I would even say personally. It is not necessary for a party and a government to serve the interests of large industrialists, large landowners, and large capitalists, to be directed by large industrialists, large landowners, and large capitalists. We know very well that the majority of them, in Italy and in other countries, prefer to remain behind the scenes, at the head of their companies, their anonymous companies. They prefer to have their hands free to support yours today and another tomorrow. Government that best suited them. However, in your case, you represent big capitalism not only indirectly as a business committee of the big bourgeoisie, but you also represent it directly, personally because a large number of big industrialists, big farmers, bankers, directors of big companies are even members of your party or openly support it. You have brought a large number of them to deputies and senators. You have brought here a long list of deputies, senators, and members of your party who manage large industrial companies, agricultural companies, banks, joint stock companies, the list of owners of the large newspapers who support your politics. But I fear that reading all these names would bore the assembly and make my speech too long. Besides, you don't lose anything. They are names known to everyone, they are not secrets. I had limited myself to transcribing the names of those who appear in the official annuals, in the biographies of the parliamentary manuals themselves, because then all those others who limit themselves to being holders of share packages or who have no property of their own, of these it is almost impossible given the regime in which we live know the names and the number. Mind you, I am not making any judgment on the activities that these citizens carry out, I am not even remotely alluding to parliamentary incompatibilities or anything else. For me, the list serves exclusively to demonstrate with one more argument that the Christian Democratic Party is today the party of great capitalism. 170. We all know that in your party there are also authentic workers. We also know that unfortunately you still extend your influence above all thanks to the services that the church renders to some of the workers. However, the policy that your party and the clerical government are conducting is a policy that fully and completely defends the interests of the big capitalists and not those of the workers. Can you perhaps deny it? And if you deny it, tell us which party represents big business in Parliament and in the country, Conf Industria and Confida? Before fascism it is an indisputable fact that the great Italian bourgeoisie did not have a strong political organization. The politicians of the liberal democratic regime preceding the fascist one, and in particular Giovanni Giolitti, who was the trusted man of the great industrialists and the great bankers, never worried about creating strong bourgeois parties. Their art actually consisted in breaking up existing parties and creating a parliamentary majority through clientele, compromises, corruption and manipulation. Fascism then managed, in the way and with the means that we all know, to give for a certain time a unitary organization to the great Italian bourgeoisie, to give the great capitalists a centralized, disciplined, single party, with its own armed force. It was, true, a special type of party. It was not a party in the traditional sense of the word. It was not a democratic party. However, from this point of view, there would be a lot to be said about the democratic functioning of the Christian Democratic Party. Be that as it may, it is certain that today the party of the big bourgeoisie and big capital is the Christian Democratic Party. It is on this party that the big capitalists are betting and counting. In his speech to the chamber, discussing this bill, the Hon. Seba said, by examining the intentions, it was argued here that the law would have a reactionary character. To demonstrate the validity of such an accusation, it would be necessary to demonstrate that it favors right-wing parties, whose resurgences have been revealed by the latest administrative competitions. But the most reactionary right-wing party today is you, gentlemen of the Christian Democrats. Because parties are not judged by what they say or imagine they are, but by what they actually are, by what they actually do or can do. The old Marx already taught us this. 171. Today the MSI or other neo-fascist movements constitute a danger to the extent that you stimulate them, favor them, and protect them, but they do not have large masses following them, and nor are they at this moment the party on which the big bourgeoisie and financial capital they bet their main cards. Without a doubt there are great industrialists and large landowners who also help and support these fascist movements. The game is known to be played by the great bourgeoisie with various cards, but today it is the Christian Democratic Party that represents the interests of big capital. It is on the Christian Democratic Party that the big industrialists, the big bankers, the big landowners rely and bet their cards. It is the clerical party that these people are counting on. So much so that you are in power. It may very well be that the neo-fascists, the MSIs, have even more reactionary intentions than yours. But in politics what matters is reality and not desires and intentions. Those will have the intention of reacting, but those who actually do so because they are capable of doing so, because they are in power and have all the levers of command of the state, from the police force to the prisons, are the Christian Democrats. It is you who denounce, who arrest, who persecute the strikers, the spreaders of our press, who make the police brutally charge the demonstrators. It is you who made the fraudulent law to take away the municipalities from the people. It is you who developed the project that we are discussing. It is you who have prepared the bills against the freedom of the press, against the freedom to strike. It is you who intervene arbitrarily in all fields of public and private life, from jobs in administrations to the judiciary, from local authorities to credit institutions, from the press to the radio, from artistic and cultural events to trade union and political meetings, and above all you who intervene to prevent the right to work. Because you, and I will prove it, have taken over all the employment offices, and today we are returning to the time of the so-called bread card, to the time in which in Italy many were forced to take the fascist party card to live. Today in half of the Italian provinces to get a job you have to go to the priest, the leader of the Christian Democrats or the marshal of the Carabinieri. Applause from the left, exchange of apostrophes. The bosses, the big industrialists and the big landowners, the great majority of citizens who live on the work of others, on privileges, on stock market and banking dealings, these are in your party or dictate the politics. They are also in your related parties. 172. The Confederation of Industrialists sent its membership to your congresses. Monsignor Bartolomasi recently blessed the banner of the Agrarian Association stained with the generous blood of 15 working peasants murdered in recent years. He blessed this banner at the same just as he and many of his other co-religionists have blessed for 20 years the black pennants in whose shadow the most infamous crimes were committed in Italy and abroad, in whose shadow the attacks and massacres were committed in Abyssinia, in Spain, Greece, Albania. That you are the government that represents the interests of big capitalism is demonstrated by the fact that you have not even remotely thought about applying the Articles 41, 42, 43 of the Constitution, i.e. those articles which pose the problem of the nationalization of certain companies, monopolies, sources of energy, essential public services and others which have a character of preeminent general interest, those articles which pose the problems of ensuring the social function of ownership and worker participation in the management of companies. And you didn't even remotely bother to ensure the application of those articles 36 and 37 which establish that the worker has the right to remuneration proportionate to the quantity and quality of his work and in any case sufficient to ensure himself and his family a free and dignified existence, to ensure that working women have the same rights and for equal work the same pay that is due to workers. Are you not perhaps trying to please the big landowners, and certain parties related to you by covering up what you have pompously called the agrarian reform? On the other hand, you have always taken care to send the police every time the workers went on strike or protested against employer abuses or to obtain the fair wages they are entitled to obtain respect for the Constitution. The ministers of your government always participate in the conferences and congresses of the Confederation of Industry, of the Confederation of Large Farmers. Naturally they do not participate in the congresses of the Confederation of Labor of Land Workers. Mind you, we are not surprised, it is logical that it is like this. You are their party, you are their government, you are their regime. You are the party and government of the great industrialists and the great agrarians, and as such you are their friends and defend their privileges with all means. We are not surprised by all this, but all this does not comply with our Constitution. 173. What is fascism? There is a lot of talk about fascism and democracy. What is fascism? What is democracy? We are far from confusing and lumping together all the regimes of the bourgeoisie, we are far from considering every form of dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, every form of reactionary government, as fascism. Not every form of reaction is fascism, and we do not claim at all that the current clerical regime is identical to the fascist regime. If we said this we would no longer understand anything. However, we know very well that fascism was not solely capitalist reaction. We know that fascism was the most consequent integral reaction system of big capital. It was the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital. But we also know that fascism was such not only for its acts of violence and ferocity, but for the systematic and total suppression of every form of autonomous organization of the working masses, for the suppression of all political freedom for workers and workers. Fascist violence was not an end in itself. When we were sent to the hospital with a broken head or were sentenced to 20 years in prison, fascism did it not only for the sake of exercising violence on our people, but it did so above all with the aim of preventing the reconstruction of democratic organizations. He did so with the aim of preventing the free existence of workers' organizations. Fascism was an organization through which the most reactionary groups of big capital prevented the working classes from using their rights legally with violence and terror. The aim of fascism was to suppress one by one democratic freedoms, universal suffrage, freedom of the press, freedom to strike, freedom of organization, freedom of teaching, and so on. In 1928, unlike the first years, fascist terrorism no longer manifested itself essentially through physical violence, but the essential form with which it exerted pressure and intimidation was economic terrorism. Economic terrorism. You have long since begun to use the weapon of economic terrorism widely. Strike dismissals. 174. Rants, that is, workers who exercise their right recognized in every letter by the Constitution. These dismissals are wanted and requested by you, or, at least, you don't lift a finger to prevent them. Every worker, just like in the fascist era, not only has great difficulty finding work if he is known as a communist or socialist activist, but he knows that even if he takes part in the struggles in defense of his interests, and his interests are not only the increase in his salary, but the defense of his civil rights, he will be fired. In more than half of the Italian provinces it is not possible for a worker or a farmer to find a job unless it is recommended, presented by the ACLI, by the parish priest, by the marshal of the Carabinieri or by the secretary of the Christian Democracy. The placement agent is a man from the Christian Democrats, and the alternative is back to what it used to be: if you want bread you have to take the card, otherwise you and your family are condemned to starvation. Here too I will only mention a few cases so as not to bore you. Meanwhile, in over 7,000 municipalities in the country there are 6,000 placement agents, while the municipal placement commissions do not exceed 200. Why don't these commissions that cost nothing exist? Why didn't they constitute themselves as required by law? But for the very simple reason that the government does not want the placement agent to be controlled by a workers' commission in which the unions would be represented, the General Confederation of Labor. The 6,000 placement agents, who are naturally paid with taxpayers' money, are all Christian Democrats. I would like to see that the Minister of Labor who is responsible for the appointment choose communists, and are propagandists of the Christian Democratic Party. Indeed, these placement agents are not even appointed by the Minister of Labor, but in reality they are appointed by the Christian Democratic Party. The fact has already been reported to the chamber by the Hon. By Vittorio and Pietro Amendola, but he deserves to be remembered here too. Here is proof. It is a letter from the Provincial Committee of the DC of the province of Salerno and is addressed to the section secretaries, their headquarters, and for information to the area delegates. The letter bears the protocol number 3760 and says, to avoid practices of a delicate nature such as those concerning the hiring of placement agents at municipal offices, replacement, etc. suffer delays for the necessary investigations, this Secretariat has come to the mandatory decision that any such practice be approved in advance by the Steering Committee. In Nardo, which is the center of the Salento Latifundium, the COL. 175. The rental is managed by the police commissioner, and the placement agent is only a semblance because the laborers are sent to work by the Bishop Monsignor Urso, the police commissioner and the local secretary of the DC. In southern Italy, the farmer who must have land according to the excerpt law must go through several tests. First, that of the provincial agricultural inspector, who must define whether he is a capable or incapable farmer. Then, he must go through the approval of the Carabinieri, and we all know what the Carabinieri must define, based on the famous Povera files put back in order and updated by order of the democratic government. Finally, they must pass through the ACLI and the parishes. Therefore, having work and having land according to the rules established by the excerpt law is no longer a right, but becomes the faculty of the parishes and ACLI, who decide as they wish and according to their electoral interests. Yes, gentlemen, according to their electoral interests. Already in the recent local elections we have witnessed in southern Italy, in the areas of application of the excerpt law, the shameful system of using land as an instrument of pressure and blackmail towards farmers. The activists of the Christian Democrats were the same officials of the bodies that have to assign the land, naturally paid with the money of all the taxpayers, with the money of these same farmers whose votes you steal. And it is something everyone knows that in many municipalities, I would say in the majority of municipalities in southern Italy, the lists of land assignees are compiled in the parish priest's house. Therefore this right to that little land within those narrow and restricted limits set by the miserable excerpt law, that right conquered with so many heroic struggles and with so much blood, that uncultivated land conquered for the economic progress of the country, is transformed into an instrument of corruption, of blackmail, in an electoral weapon against democracy and progress. Another aspect of your policy of intimidation and terrorism, which is very similar to the fascist one, is the truly prison discipline that has been created in the factories. I won't dwell on words, I'll cite facts. I'm just sorry that time prevents me from quoting many of them. The factory must not be a prison. In Milan, the Montecatini Society has hired hundreds of armed guards drawn from the police and the former black brigades who sold 176. They are employed in factories to search workers upon entry and exit, to rummage in their drawers in search of a communist or socialist trade union leaflet, to prevent internal commissions from speaking to workers during working hours, to listen to if the workers talk about politics, to even control when they go to the toilet. In Milan, last December, a company owner, a foreign citizen, fired 2 workers, openly and brazenly justifying the decision because they had participated in the Congress of the Chamber of Labor. At Fiat Mirafiori in Turin, not during working hours, but during meal hours, special supervisors in the refectory approach the workers and are ordered to fine them if they talk about politics. So today, in certain factories, there are workers who have already adopted, so as not to be surprised, the mask jargon of the era of conspiracy and clandestinity. Maybe you don't know it, but undoubtedly all my friends in this part know that back then in the factories the head of the government, the Duce, was called Pasta and Beans or Cerruti, or some other similar name. The Council of Ministers was called the Business Gang, the ministers were called the Soups, the Communist Party was called the School, or the Family, the comrades were called the Pupils or the Opinions, and so on. But this is fascism making a comeback. No, this must not be, we do not accept it and we will never accept it. We must not return to clandestine work and language, and those workers in the factories who gave the lesson they deserved to those supervisors who tried to lay their hands on them to carry out arbitrary, humiliating and offensive searches, or who fined them because they talked about politics. Speaking from this platform, we say to the workers of Milan, Turin, Varese, Palermo, and every other city or factory in Italy, you must react to abuses of power, illegalism, and violence. You must not hide your faith. To those supervisors who fine you or report you because you talk about politics, make them feel that your calloused hands are capable not only of working and producing. Defend your dignity, it is your right. Protest collectively, demonstrate en masse, and with work stoppages, with strikes, you further strengthen the unity of the working class and your organizations. Don't let yourselves be divided and pitted against each other by the base police maneuvers of the bosses. Workers and supervisors, all unitedly direct your protests, your struggle, your demonstrations against the bosses who are the only ones responsible, who 177. They are those who order such shameful abuses, who order such acts, who offend and violate the Constitution, the dignity of every free and civilized man. Applause. All citizens have the right to freely express their thoughts through speech, writing, and any other means of dissemination. The factory is a workplace, it is not a prison, it is not and must not be a prison. The Italian workers, who knew how to work and stand up to the German occupier even when the bosses had fled, will also know how to work in the factories today, but at the same time defend their dignity, their rights against anyone who wants to trample on them. Camillo Prampolini, the apostle, perhaps the mildest man of Italian reformist socialism, wrote in July 1899, "Arbitrariness arises through the fault of those who commit them, but also through the fault of those who suffer them and let them pass without resistance. And therefore those who do not resist arbitrariness do not have the conscience of a citizen, they do harm to themselves and others, they are unworthy of freedom and they prepare tyranny." Against the infamous cancellations. And what about the events that occurred in several municipalities in the Brescia area, the Cremona area and the Lower Milanese area? The permanent workers who were terminated, and you know that termination means not only the loss of their jobs but of their homes, if we can call the miserable hovels where they live that way, were terminated because they belonged to the socialist and communist administrations of their commune. This is the freedom of the people to administer their own municipalities. No, this is fascism. Naturally, not all of these events went smoothly. I recognize that many of these terminated candidates were then able to renew their contracts and resist under the roof to which they are entitled, but this is because they fought tenaciously, united, they defended themselves. But the arbitrariness remains. The fact remains that today a landowner, believes it is possible to terminate a fixed salary on the grounds that he is the administrator of the municipality. This denounces the fascist climate that you have recreated and are creating. What is shameful is that today we must carry out agitations and strikes to defend this elementary right, enshrined in the Constitution, the right of every citizen to be elected as a municipal councillor or mayor without losing their bread and their home. 178. This denounces the fascist climate that you have recreated and are creating. Explain to us if this is not the case, because in 1945, in 1946, or even in 1947 these events did not happen. My colleague Professor Giannacone, in one of his valuable articles in La Stampa of December 4, 1952 wrote, "In the economic field the Christian democracy has often preserved, even worsening them or disguising them with other words, many of the tendencies, habits, claims of the fascist regime, tendencies, habits, and claims aimed at a progressive centralization of the greatest sum of functions and economic interests in some bodies and groups of the Christian Democracy Party. The methods you employ to assert your totalitarianism are undoubtedly, in many respects, different from the fascist ones. You don't send teams of black-shirt truncheons around Italy, but send the Celera to charge the strikers, the demonstrators, and the Celera's truncheons are certainly not made of softer wood than the fascist ones. The repression is organized by the organs of the state that you call democratic. The methods are different, but the results you wanted to achieve are the same as the fascist ones. The freedoms of the press and of strike are already openly threatened not only by the arbitrariness of the police commissioners and prefects who continually violate the Constitution with illegal seizures of posters and wall newspapers, not only by the dismissals of the workers who join the strikes, but by the draft laws presented by the government and waiting to be discussed. As for freedom of organization, this is threatened and begins to be impeded when you discriminate between citizens registered with this or that party, when the state bodies take steps to register and put on the police black book honest citizens who they join the democratic parties, the communist and socialist parties, when in many provinces of Italy you go so far as to prevent citizens who are members of these parties from finding work. This is fascism. In any case, these are the methods that fascism used to achieve the goal of preventing the free development and advance of democratic and popular forces. And today you have reached the point of wanting, as the fascists already did, to suppress the right to equal voting with the proportional system. You, like the fascists, feel the need to deal a death blow to universal suffrage in order to prevent workers from being able to participate in the direction of the political life of the nation. 179. We do not say that yours is already a fascist regime, but we know and you know equally well that all the regimes of open reaction of the fascist type here in Italy, in Germany, and elsewhere have always been prepared by similar regimes and governments to yours, by governments that trampled the Constitution under their feet and began by taking away or limiting the right to vote and democratic freedoms to a part of the citizens and precisely to the working class and workers. The March on Rome, the establishment of the fascist regime and all the politics that followed were the completion of a vast offensive action directed primarily against the working class and the workers, directed against those truly democratic elements who wanted political renewal and economic of the country. This is the essential aspect of fascism. This is the aspect that escaped many in the past. Others realized late what fascism was. Don't be fooled. Many of you know very well what the essence of fascism consisted of, but they pretend to ignore it. They pretend to believe that fascism consisted of black shirts, kites, parades, banners, goose-stepping and other elements of exteriority. In 1921-22, few knew how to take seriously and understand what fascism was. Most believed that fascism was a passing phenomenon, the expression of some groups of exalted and displaced people, the product of the war. There were parties that tried to put the working masses to sleep by hiding the reactionary and class character of fascism, presenting it as a power above classes, as a superficial and short-lived phenomenon. Today it is necessary that every citizen in good faith, I am talking about citizens, ladies and gentlemen, because I believe that not only we but every citizen must seriously reflect today on the consequences of the electoral bill presented by the government. I would like every citizen in good faith should reflect on the experiences of the past and remember that at its rise many gave credit to fascism. Among those who gave credit to fascism at least in the early years there are many of you, including the Han. De Gasperi, the Han. 180. Gronchi and others who gave the vote of confidence to Mussolini or even participated in his government. But I am not talking about these. I would like those citizens in good faith who allowed themselves to be deluded and deceived, who did not understand in time what fascism was, to reflect on the experiences of the past. We are among the few, said Antonio Gramsci, the founder of our party, in his speech to the Chamber on May 16, 1925, we are among the few who took fascism seriously, even when it seemed that fascism was only a farce, bloody, when the usual clichés about war psychosis were repeated around fascism. In November 1920, we communists predicted that fascism would come to power, something inconceivable for the fascists themselves at the time, if the working class had not had time to slow down its bloody advance. The correctness of the predictions of Antonio Gramsci and the Communist Party should make many reflect on the current situation in order not to fall once again into an error of analysis and perspective. Today there are undoubtedly still citizens and workers in good faith who do not understand what the true nature of the Christian Democratic Party is, who do not understand what interests it represents. I repeat, I do not at all maintain that the Christian Democratic and Fascist Party or government are the same thing. These are two different things. However, both fascism and the current clerical party and government represent the big bourgeoisie, the big capitalists and their interests. Although today we find ourselves in a national and international situation completely different from that which existed in 1921-22, today as then the reactionary forces of big capital work to suppress democratic freedoms, to annul its fundamental parts of the Constitution, which was then Albertine statute that the reaction wanted to tear up, today it is the Republican Constitution. Then in 1921-22 the big capitalists and the big Italian landowners, through the fascist gangs, prevented workers from the legal use of their rights. With violence and terror they suppressed democracy and freedom. The big capitalists then abandoned legality because legality was a danger to their privileges and their interests. 181. There are different ways of departing from legality, of cancelling democratic freedoms. Then through fascism they were cancelled with hand grenades, with violence and organized assassination. Today they would like to limit and suppress democratic freedoms for workers, universal suffrage, parliament, imposing scam laws, unfair and unconstitutional laws. The big capitalists are willing to respect the law and democracy only as long as these serve their interests. I wanted to briefly examine what fascism is. Let's now see what democracy is. What is democracy? Evidently when you talk about democracy, you are talking about something that has nothing to do with democracy. You men of the clerical government, leaders of the Christian democracy, by democracy you certainly do not mean a government of the people even if you speak and write about popular sovereignty. By democracy you mean a regime in which a parliamentary majority seizes in any way and by any means, even by suppressing universal suffrage and equal voting, should make laws as it pleases, even in open conflict with the Republican Constitution, and the government would have the task of enforcing it. This is what you call democracy. But such a regime is not a democratic regime at all. A government or democratic regime is one thing and a government with a parliamentary majority, however achieved, is another thing. A great Italian, De Sanctis, in his speeches and political writings said, "It is the legal majority that must govern, but for a government to be accepted by the public conscience, it is required that the legal majority is at the same time a real majority in the country. Otherwise there is only the appearance of the parliamentary system. No country settles on legal fictions. There could very well be a parliamentary majority that develops and imposes anti-democratic laws on the country. Anti-democratic and unconstitutional laws remain such even if approved by a parliamentary majority. A regime of tyranny can very well be exercised through the law." 182. Fascism had also had its laws approved by a caricature of parliament. You make extensive use of those PS laws and the fascist codes still currently in force, they serve wonderfully well to apply your democracy. But can there be a democratic regime whose fundamental laws regulating the lives of citizens are still the laws developed by the fascist regime to maintain its dictatorship? Let us therefore not confuse democracy with a parliamentary majority, however obtained. These are two very different things. We easily recognize that the principles contained in the Republican Constitution are democratic principles. This is why you want to suppress them. If these principles were implemented, we would have a democratic regime in Italy and our country could make great steps forward in its economic development and social. Instead, we have a government which, relying on a parliamentary majority obtained in the way we know on April 18, and which you propose to consolidate in the coming months with this ignoble fraudulent system, does not apply and does not enforce the principles of the democratic constitution. On the contrary, it asks for openly reviews and drafts and enforces laws that are in stark contrast to the Republican Constitution. Yours is not yet a fascist regime, but it is no longer a democratic regime. I have heard it said more than once in this room and in the other room of Parliament from some of you and also from the Prime Minister that the difference between the fascist regime and the current one lies in this, that we did not do certain things during fascism we could say in Parliament or on the streets, but only in front of the special court. It is true, ladies and gentlemen, during the 20 years we spoke from a not very comfortable platform for which we did not have too many competitors. There weren't many people competing for the Civitavecchia constituency back then. Applause. Then you didn't invent scam laws to try to take that place away from us. Laughter. But what if the whole difference lay in the fact that back then we could only speak in the special courtroom or between the four walls of a cell in Porto Longone and Civitavecchia, while today, 183. We speak in the Senate, democracy would be reduced to a very poor thing. Democracy does not consist only in the relative freedom to speak granted to a limited number of elected people, but in freedom and justice for all citizens. A democratic regime is that in which freedom and civil rights are not conceived as an august concession that the government can arbitrarily grant or take away from this or that category of citizens. A democratic regime is that in which civil liberties are a right of all citizens and are guaranteed by a constitution that no government or governmental authority can violate with impunity. A democratic regime is that in which workers enjoy the greatest well-being and can work to improve their living conditions every day, to move forward and advance the entire society. A democratic regime is that in which it is made impossible for small groups of large capitalists and parasites to monopolize all the riches of the country and to dispose of the work, freedom, and lives of the great majority of citizens. That regime is democratic in which the people of the factories, fields, mines, and offices, where the world of work that creates and produces and its representatives can truly participate in the direction of the life of the country. That regime is democratic, even if it is a parliamentary democracy, a bourgeois democracy or whatever you want to call it, where the workers in the factories are not at the mercy of the bosses, where the laws enshrined in the Constitution apply to them too and not those imposed illegally by Conf Industria. That regime is democratic where the police is not an instrument of anti-popular repression at the service of large industrialists, but is there to guarantee and defend the rights of all citizens, of all workers. Finally, that regime is democratic where the law, starting with the electoral law and the right to vote, is truly equal for everyone. But you want to suppress the equal right to vote, that is, universal suffrage, because this is the only means you have at your disposal to ensure your power. This is the true, real reason, the only reason why you have prepared the bill we are discussing. 184. What history teaches. History is old and teaches us that at a certain moment in the development of society the bourgeois parliamentary democratic regime is destined to be overtaken by new, more advanced forms of democracy that allow society to progress, or the parliamentary regime is destroyed by reaction. Already Marx 100 years ago, in 1850, commented thus on the coup d'état of Napoleon III and the suppression of universal suffrage: the bourgeoisie, rejecting the universal suffrage in which it had hitherto draped itself, from which it had derived its own omnipotence, confesses openly, our dictatorship has until now existed by virtue of the popular will, now it must be consolidated against the popular will and consequently seeks its support no longer in France, but outside, abroad, in the invasion. They seem like words written today, they were written 100 years ago, but even today the leading groups of the great bourgeoisie that you represent seek their salvation not in Italy, but outside, abroad, invoking American support, seeking their salvation in the suppression of universal suffrage and democratic freedoms. The leading groups of the great Italian bourgeoisie need the electoral fraud law, and you have openly confessed this, also in order to be able to conduct the war policy of the Atlantic Bloc. You cannot deny that this electoral bill is a real law of war and was dictated to you by the foreigner. Others before me have already revealed that it is no coincidence that the offensive against democratic constitutions is not taking place only in Italy, but in all the countries adhering to the Atlantic Bloc. A stubborn struggle is developing on the part of the reactionary forces to annul these constitutions. Under the pretext of perfecting them, a real crusade is underway against the bourgeois democratic constitutions, which has very specific objectives, to ensure that the government circles of these states have every freedom of action for participation in a war of aggression conducted by American imperialism. The democratic principles contained in the bourgeois democratic constitutions are in open contradiction with the aggression plans of the United States of America, for which the countries of the EU. 185. Western Europe is now nothing more than fiefdoms and military bases. These constitutions must therefore be adapted to the aims and plans of the Atlantic Bloc, to the aims and plans of American imperialism. Other companions of mine have talked about it and I won't dwell on this part. I simply remind you that our comrade the Hahn, on March 16, 1949, Togliatti presented an agenda to the Chamber in which he asked that the Chamber expressly prohibit the granting of military bases to foreigners. The Hahn de Gasperi then rejected with disdain not only that agenda but even the idea, offensive to him, that our country could grant military bases to foreigners could even be raised. Everyone can today see with their own eyes that the foreigner is in our home and has land, naval, and air bases at his disposal, so that he can make his own convenience in our home. The big bourgeoisie has always been against Italy. Nor is the attitude of the big Italian bourgeoisie, so adverse to the interests of the nation, unique to today. Above all, I would like to remind the Social Democratic colleagues who sit in this chamber and the Social Democratic workers who listen to us outside here, a noble page written by Claudio Treves on August 15, 1919, the great Italian bourgeoisie, as it has shown in all its recent history and with an indelible character of blood in the politics of war and peace, is with very fine class intuition always against Italy, out of zeal to always be against the greatest number of Italians to the greatest advantage of the privileged Italian minorities. And so it is. But such class intransigence justifies and strengthens ours too much for us to regret it after all. We remain, we alone patriots of the International against these patriots of Versailles, faithful lackeys of the world plutocracy who have the soul of the emigrants of Koblenz and have eviscerated affection only for the Russian boyars who are now overthrown and fugitives. Perhaps this definitively seals Versailles and the Franco-Anglo-American Triple Alliance and the economic noose with the monopoly of seas, lands, ships, raw materials, thrown over the whole of Europe, the political noose with which the Holy Alliance has the internal politics of the states when it does not seem sufficiently compliant with its needs for hegemony and oppression. 186. Faction. Woe to us as Italians and as socialists if we passively accepted the slavery of Italy, and with the slavery of Italy, the slavery of the world. The Italian bourgeoisie can betray everything and even itself, but the Italian proletariat will not be able to stop being itself and seeking all the ways of its own emancipation. The inconclusive biotia of the Italian bourgeoisie with all its betrayals to the homeland out of solidarity with the foreign and oppressive class can barely make a day's work more painful. But we don't waste time. The historic match is underway and no one will hold back from it anymore. Thus spoke Claudio Treves in August 1919. You say that this, like other laws you have in the pipeline, must serve to defend democracy, which would be threatened by our intentions. That is, you would make anti-democratic laws today out of fear that we might make them tomorrow. You violate the Constitution today out of fear that others may violate it in the future. You should recognize that this reasoning is absurd, artificial, grossly childish. Yesterday some colleagues asked us whether we will always be faithful, even in the future, to the current democratic Republican Constitution. It has already been answered. But you have the habit of always placing all questions under the aspect of eternity. You who think, and openly declare it, about the need to modify the Constitution today, would like us to make a commitment not for the current historical period, but forever. In the current historical period, we have told you many times, we believe that the democratic Republican Constitution, if applied, can make our country progress, can ensure its well-being and peace. For this reason, we remain faithful to the Republican Constitution and will do everything to defend it and ensure that its principles are implemented. As for the future, it is clear that neither Italy nor the world will end with our people. They will continue to move forward and the Italian people will always be able to decide freely about their future. We fight for democracy and socialism. It is clear that we are socialists, we have never hidden it, we work and fight to defend democracy. But 187. At the same time, to win over the majority of the people to socialist ideas, to the most advanced form of effective democracy. Up to now the constitutions and statutory agreements have always been violated only by conservative and reactionary groups, they have always been violated by the big bourgeoisie, by the capitalists and their governments. And always with the pretext that it was a question of defending freedom, the established order, legality from imaginary threats, from dark intentions. The Italian workers' movement has never broken democratic legality, it has never risen against the Constitution. I am not judging at this moment whether this has always been good or whether there have not been weaknesses and errors in the past, I am referring to 1919-20. I note one fact, the Italian workers' movement has never broken democratic legality, it has never threatened, much less trampled on democracy and freedom. Yes, you did it. The dominant capitalist groups, their parties, and their governments have always done so. You say you fear we will do it in the future. This is the process of intentions. But you have already done it in the past, and not just once, in the last century and in ours, in the era of the Sicilian fascists, in 1898, in 1915, in 1922, in 1923, in 1926. On all these occasions it was trampled upon the constitutional statute. You violate it today. The great bourgeoisie and the privileged castes have always shown that they are willing to trample on any constitutional norm, any statutory legality in order to defend their interests, in order to prevent the advance of the working classes. Who organized the civil war in Italy in 1921-22? It was the lords of the great bourgeoisie, it was the big leaders of the Church, the Vatican, and the monarchy who financed, organized and supported the armed gangs of the black shirts and the advent of fascist tyranny in Italy. It was the big industrialists and the big landowners who financed and organized those armed gangs that murdered Mattardi, Amendola, Divagno, Lavanini, Ferrero, Gobti, Don Manzoni, and 100 other Italians. They were the big capital groups that you defended yesterday and defend today, those big capital groups that you represent and to which many of you personally belong. They are the ones who have committed the most repugnant and opprobrious crimes, who have tormented Italy for decades, who have shed the blood of the best sons of our people, who have brought our country to ruin. They are the ones who have 188. The courage to accuse us of having the intention of canceling freedom in the future. Legality kills you. But who gives you the right to attribute certain intentions to us? Who gives you the right to think that we intend to do what the big bourgeoisie has always done, what you are doing even today? Since legality kills you even today, you try to kill legality after having done everything to push us to break it. In 1895 Frederick Engels wrote, "The parties of order as they call themselves, you see that you are not discovering anything new, find their abyss in the same legal order that they have given themselves. Reduced to desperation, they shout with Odelenbrot, legality kills us, legality is our death, the Constitution is a trap," says the Honorable today. Shiba, the legality that instead tenses our muscles and revives our blood, almost promising eternal life. And if we do not commit the notable folly of allowing ourselves to be dragged into a war in the streets to give them a pleasure, they will ultimately have no choice but to break legality with their own hands, this legality that is so fatal to them. These words seem written for us today. You have done everything to drag us into street fighting and civil war. Your abuses, your violence tended towards this. The maneuvers organized by foreigners in our country have tended towards this since the first day the War of Liberation ended. We all remember that when Comrade Nani came to the north a few days after the liberation, he was arrested near Navarra by the Anglo-Americans. It was a huge provocation. In the same days Togliatti arrived in Milan, while he was preparing to speak in front of an immense crowd, mostly armed because at that time the partisan divisions had not yet been demobilized, were recognized by the Allies, were providing order service in the city. While Togliatti was preparing to speak, an American officer ordered that he should not speak. Comrade Togliatti was the vice president of the council, he was the head of our party, let's say we were the masters of Milan and not just Milan, well, the meaning of 189. Responsibility and awareness of national interest always prevailed in us then and afterwards. Loud applause. We did not accept the very low provocation. Togliatti didn't speak, he looked out onto the balcony and simply said to the immense cheering crowd, "We understand each other." Other provocations were attempted and organized later to drag us into a street war, a civil war. Who doesn't remember the rebellious movements of self-styled partisans organized in 1946-47 by a certain Andreotti and others? Who does not remember the mass arrests of partisans in the provinces of Modena and Emilia, partisans who in the vast majority were then released because they were innocent? Why, at a certain moment, suddenly, there was a wave of arrests accompanied by violence and torture in the police barracks. And this precisely in the provinces where the partisans were strongest, precisely where our organizations are most robust and have the greatest influence. They wanted to provoke us, they wanted to force us, the workers, or at least provoke the most naive elements to react through violence and street fighting. They wanted to bring the country into civil war. The attack against our comrade the Han. Wasn't Togliatti perhaps the most serious and dangerous of the provocations attempted against us in July 1948? We said then and we repeat today that that attack was not the work of a madman, but there was someone who had armed that madman's hand, there was someone who had guided that hand, there was a hand of the foreigner, there were traces of the same American gangsterism that organized the assassination of La Haute in Belgium, the attack on Duclos in France. There were traces of those who had taken care of publishing and disseminating the famous booklet with the biographies of the so-called 300 ruthless men, of which 40 were Italian. Yet even then all our efforts were aimed at making the provocation fail, at preventing Italian workers from falling into the trap set for us by the American imperialists and their agents. And now we have reached the point, of which Engels speaks, in which, seeing that nothing can take us out of legality, seeing that we remain faithful to the Republican Constitution that we have signed, you decide to try to break with your own hands this Constitution which also you voted and approved, try to break that pact that unites the Italian people. 190. We will do everything to save freedom. Gentlemen, we will do everything we can to prevent you from realizing your designs. We will do everything to prevent our country from having to go through painful hours again. We will do everything to maintain the fight for freedom, peace, progress, and a better future for our people on democratic terrain, within the framework of the Republican Constitution, but if you trample this Constitution under your feet, you will nullify its substantial parts in fact and with unjust projects that only have the appearance of legality, then it will not have been us who have broken legality, it will have been you who have forced us into a fight that may be harder for us but will be much harder for you. That is, do not think that you can continue on this path with impunity. Do not think that with any parliamentary majority you can annul with one vote a constitution that has cost our people decades of hard struggles, of blood, of nameless sacrifices. The day in which with a blow of the axe, with a blow of the parliamentary majority or whatever, you will have broken the constitution, and that is this commitment which binds Italian citizens, which binds us all, that day you yourselves will have given the go-ahead to new forms of struggle of the Italian people. With this I believe I have also clearly answered those friends who asked the question the day before yesterday from these benches: will the Communist Party ever emerge from legality? The Communist Party has remained and wants to remain faithful to the Republican Constitution with all its strength. But the Communist Party is not in power today. The Christian Democrats are in power. The governments have the primary responsibility to remain faithful to the Constitution and make it respected by everyone. If it were to happen, as happened with the Albertine Statute, which at a certain moment was trampled underfoot by the ruling classes who, through armed gangs, did what you know, if it were to happen that through squadrism and other means, because let's remember that Hitler came to power in Germany without being preceded by squad violence, attempts were made to annul democratic freedoms, to put the workers, their parties, and their organizations back in chains. Oh, so don't have any illusions. We will not stand still and say no, while others violently say yes. Loud applause. 191. What happened in 1921, 1922, 1924, and after, will never happen again. Let those who dream of prisons, borders, and concentration camps be sure of this. Even then, in the face of the havoc that was being made of freedoms, we clearly took the position that it was necessary to defend ourselves and counteract fascist violence. Even then we maintained that fascism could be prevented from coming to power as long as the working masses fought united, he decided. 30 years ago, however, Italian workers, unfortunately, were largely still under the influence of social democracy. The unions and democratic organizations were directed by reformists, and I don't think anyone will dispute this, who supported the thesis that there was no need to react to fascism, that one needed to remain silent, endure, and everything would pass. On this road, from capitulation to capitulation, they arrived at complete capitulation. And the consequences were not only the destruction of the trade union and democratic political organizations of the workers, the consequences were not only exile, prison, and death for many socialists, communists and Democrats, the consequences were then the fascist wars and the ruin of the country. The Italian people will not travel this road again. You say that we give you no guarantee because wherever the workers, the communists conquered power, gallows, death sentences, etc. appeared. Let's talk about these forks if you want, since you want it so much. It has already been answered, and not just once, that profound social revolutions have taken place in Russia and other countries which have expropriated the great capitalists of their economic and political power. We are faithful to the Constitution. The Italian Constitution, however, to which we have remained and want to remain faithful, is the result of the anti-fascist struggle. It is the result of the national war of liberation, and that is of a democratic and national movement. The head of our party has repeatedly declared that our effort was to develop a strategy and a tactic that would allow the advent of the socialist masses in Italy to lead national life in the least painful way for the life of society, without compromising nor the tranquility of the country, nor its sovereignty and independence. 192. Naturally, this advent cannot occur without at least the beginning of profound transformations in the economic structure of society, without a limitation and the initiation of the total suppression of the monopoly power of privileged groups, without, in other words, the implementation of those structural reforms indicated by our Constitution. But if you today block the way to any progress, if you want to prevent any and all reforms, I am talking about those provided for by the Constitution, if you strenuously defend even the most revolting privileges, if you are against even just limiting the predominance of monopoly power, if you want to deny everything, you will undoubtedly exacerbate the struggle, take it down a painful path and then end up losing everything. It has already been said, if the revolution that occurred in the countries of Eastern Europe and Asia scares you, apply the Constitution. We only ask you to continue fighting for political, economic, and social progress in the democratic and republican regime that Italy has given itself. On this ground, on the ground of the Constitution, we will work for the implementation of those reforms essential to the well-being of the country. We will work to win the majority. But if you want to prevent us, if you want to prevent by any means that the workers' parties work legally to become a majority, then it is you who are opening up those prospects that scare you so much. Long live the Soviet Union! We have already said that profound social revolutions have taken place in Russia and other countries, the nature of which has been openly proclaimed. In these countries, where the workers have conquered power and done away with the regime of exploitation, there are remnants of the old ruling classes of big capital who have not resigned themselves to no longer being the ruling class, they are resigned to no longer living on the work and sweat of others, who have not resigned themselves to no longer living in the most unbridled luxury on the blood and miseries of the people. They have not resigned themselves to no longer being the masters of the factories where the workers were, as we are today, considered as slaves, as machines that are worn out to the extreme limit of what is possible, worse than machines because of these. 193. A certain amount of care is taken while the health of the workers is not taken in the slightest. Well, those nostalgics have not resigned and are rebelling, incited and pushed by the agents of American imperialism. Popular justice falls on them, it falls on them with the force of the law and the constitution of those countries. But you, who scream or pretend to scream so much for some individuals who have paid the price for their betrayal, for some individuals convicted according to the laws in force in their country, condemned with regular trials held in broad daylight, what have you said, what did you do when in Italy dozens and dozens of workers were murdered, summarily executed in the streets without questioning, without their responsibility for the crimes attributed to them being established, without any proof of their guilt, summarily executed without process? Loud applause. The development of the proletarian and social movement in Italy, from its beginnings until today, has been accompanied step by the massacres and shootings of workers who with their generous blood have marked the aspiration for a human and happy life. During their strikes and their struggles for the conquest of economic rights, Italian workers, farmers, and workers have often fallen under the machine gun fire of large landowners and the carabinieri. Vera, Candela, Giratana, Molinella, Cavalcari, Conridicella, Budrio, Casalicchio, Roccagorga, each of these names is a link in a long chain of infamies and crimes of the ruling class. Each of these names recalls a page of the heroic struggle, sacrifice and rise of the Italian people. To these many other names we should add, Medigna, Montescaglioso, Celano, Medina, and many other painful stations in the ordeal of the Italian people. Has there ever been a single police officer punished, a single police commissioner demoted, a single prefect ousted, a single minister who had to account for such misdeeds? Ah! You scream against the gallows of Prague, but you have not raised a single complaint, rather you clap your hands when workers in Italy are summarily executed without trial just because they fight in defense of their bread and their rights. In Prague, popular justice questions, examines, investigates, allows defense, judges. Convictions do not rain down on a street corner. There they attack those who would like to put the regime of exploitation and slavery back on its feet. 194. Life, the fascist regime. There, those responsible are struck and the roots of fascism are eradicated. You, the Borghese, the Graziani, the Valletta and many others, absolve them, bless them, place them on the altars. Your Gonella would like to take away Togliatti's right to be elected and wants to give it back to Graziani, to Borghese, he would give it back to Mussolini and Farinacci, why not, if they were alive? In his speech in Parliament Togliatti rightly exclaimed, "Ah! If there had been someone capable in 1922 of asking for the right sentence against Mussolini, against his acolytes and his financiers, how many misfortunes would have been spared our country, our people. In recent days I was reading the book of a valiant partisan, Professor Battaglia, who, in telling the story of the heroic era of the Resistance, highlights among other things the generosity of the Italian people who after 20 years of tyranny, suffering, of humiliation, after having witnessed and endured the assassination of dozens of sincere Democrats, from Gobti to Amendola to Gramsci, after having endured thousands of years of prison distributed by the special tribunal, whose judges regularly went to mass and sanctified holidays, after all the crimes of which fascism was guilty, as of July 25 he did not see a single fascist pay strike fascism at its roots. Not a hair of anyone's hair was harmed. How much generosity! But is it really about generosity? It may be that it should be called that, but it is certain that that generosity still cost us much more blood after September 8. The same generosity of July 25, 1945 is what threatens to cost our country further ruin. It is that generosity that means that you, just 8 years after the end of the War of Liberation, openly ask for a substantial change to the Constitution, of that Republican Constitution that was conquered by our people in their epic struggle for freedom and independence of the country. Yes, it's true, Italian workers have always been very generous, but the capitalist ruling classes have never been so generous. Just think of Messrs. Valletta and other similar great industrialists who like him in 1943-44 spoke about us, the communists, the workers with such respectful, allow me the word, dis. 195. Sentience. They were then dying of fear, they begged for clemency from us while they still continued to serve the Germans. They kept one foot in the CNL's bracket and provided a few packs of 1,000 notes to the partisan formations at the same time as they delivered the war supplies and the list of workers to be deported to the Germans. Today these Costas, these Vallettas who have saved not only their lives, but their industry, that industry which belongs to the people and the nation, who have had it saved thanks to the heroic struggle of the valiant partisans, thanks to the struggle of the workers and of the workers today these Costas, these Vallettas and associates have, I won't say the courage, but the supreme cowardice to fire those workers who saved their factories and their lives. It seems that the fear has passed for Messrs. Costa and Valletta. It would seem that they have forgotten their responsibilities and their criminal complicity. However, we have not forgotten and we will not forget. They have not forgotten and will not forget the Italian workers. It is you with your actions, with your politics, with your fraudulent and unconstitutional bills that make us remember these things. It is you who, when you demand the revision of the Constitution, when you present the unconstitutional laws, when you acquit Graziani, Borghese, and other brigands and condemn the partisans, you remind us that the propertied class, the old selfish and reactionary castes of the always privileged have been able to raise the head precisely because the Italian people had not struck them with sufficient energy at the very roots of their political strength. Your mud does not touch our brave partisans. I would like here, speaking of partisans, to remember our comrade, a brave partisan, the Hon. Dante Gorari, loud applause in prison for 4 years, who should answer for some missing objects, an alarm clock I think, among the various cases and suitcases of gold and banknotes stolen by Mussolini and given by him to the Italian people. Dante Gorari is suffering from a serious illness that slowly consumes him and you want him to die in prison. You never put him on trial because every time there are elections you need to bring out the unworthy slander, the dirty speculation on the gold of 196. Dongo. Don't bring up the independence of the judiciary. We were not born yesterday, we have had a lot to do with the judiciary and we know how these things happen. But who managed to arrest Mussolini with all his gold and stolen goods? The partisans. Who had the cities of the north, an immense industrial heritage, in their hands on April 25, 1945. I ask here for General Cadorna's testimony. The partisans delivered great values to their commands, they guarded warehouses, factories, and banks. The partisans were honest. Loud applause don't muddy them. In this regard, I want to tell you about an episode perhaps unknown to you. When on October 15, 1944, the Germans and fascists who arrived in force managed to reoccupy Domodossola after 40 days, our partisans, under fire from the Germans, while many strangers who had gone to act as dacoits in the Republic of Domodossola were thinking of fleeing, the our Garibaldians decided to load and save a train of 8 wagons of mercury and 3 wagons of tin, copper, and bronze across the Simplon during the night of 15 to October 16 so that they would not fall into the hands of the Germans. These wagons worth hundreds and hundreds of millions were delivered, in the presence of Gigino Battisti, to the Italian minister Berio, who had then replaced Magistrati in Bern. This is how Garibaldi's partisans thought about saving the industrial heritage of our country. And today you are trying to tarnish them, you are keeping a brave partisan in prison, loud applause, for 4 years, without either releasing him or putting him on trial, because that is what you need, while you have put or had put out all the Grazianis, all the Borgheses, all those who preyed on and helped rob our country. This is what you do. Now this is fascism. It's an infamy. There is not a single country in Europe where the profiteers have not paid, where the war criminals have not been held to account at one time. Here, however, they were acquitted and also got back their assets, which were not theirs, they were stolen from the Italian people. While brave and honest partisans like Gorari are kept in prison. But Dante Gorari will always be able to walk with his head held high, your slanders will not tarnish him. Slander, said Vincenzo Monti, are like processions that leave the church and return to the church. I close the parenthesis and return to the problem of democracy. If you believe you can grant or remove the Div. 197. Civil rights and political freedoms for workers, you are very wrong. Today we are not in the conditions of 100 years ago or even 30 years ago, when fascism violently swept parliament, organizations, and democratic freedoms. If today it suits the ruling groups of big capital and the reactionary bourgeois forces to take away democratic freedoms from the people, it does not suit the workers to let them be taken away. It is not convenient for the Italian people, and it is not in the country's interest. We have fought, fight and will fight with all our energies in defense of democratic freedoms, in defense of parliament, universal suffrage, the constitution, and national independence. We call on the workers to lead the struggle with the greatest strength, with the greatest unity, with the greatest enthusiasm, because we know that this struggle is in the interest of all citizens, of the whole nation, and can decide the future of our village. We will lead the broadest and most energetic fight here and in the country against this Trulla bill. We will lead the fight to be able to give Italy a government of peace, a government that ensures the country's freedom, independence, respect for constitution. On your electoral bill we ask that the people be called to vote by referendum. Only the people directly can decide in this case. Neither we nor you have the mandate to change the foundations of the Constitution. Filippo Turati was also of this opinion. Speaking against the Acerbo law, he said, I say that we have all the powers with the exception of one, with the exception of the power to strip our mandates of the fullness of the mandate with which they elected us. Now this is what we would do, defrauding those who elected us of the integrity of the vote, that is of political citizenship, of belonging, with equal rights, to the Italian nation. For these betrayals, said Filippo Turati, there is prison. In history there are other punishments that are certainly more terrible and inexorable. Not for our people, who are the ephemeral, you will not win, but for the idea, for history, for the future, which are the very necessity of the country, the perennial necessity that we represent and are called democracy today, socialism tomorrow. The conclusion of Secchia's speech is welcomed by a thunderous ovation from the left. For many minutes the opposition senators standing applauded heartily. Many comrades congratulate the deputy secretary of the party. The impression in the chamber is profound, and the president therefore deems it appropriate to suspend the sitting for 15 minutes. 198. The words and deeds of the Pella government. 2-3 Mr. President, honorable senators, the repeated attempts made by the Honorable De Gasperi and the leaders of his party to evade and trample on the will of the majority of the Italian people have already been sufficiently highlighted, clearly expressed with the vote of June 7. Some of these attempts, too clumsy and shamelessly haughty, made under the banner of a sadly famous motto, "The fascist I don't care," failed miserably, demonstrating to their authors that something had changed on June 7 and that this something could not be cancelled by a "I do not accept" from the Honorable De Gasperi and by Gonala's outbursts. The failure of the attempts of De Gasperi and Piccinini, which crashed against the reality of the new Italian situation, demonstrate the gravity of the political crisis that has had and has its repercussions and consequences within the Christian Democratic Party itself, perhaps more serious and profound consequences than the leaders of this party themselves imagined. The character of the Christian Democratic Party, held together by the discipline of the confessional, but very heterogeneous from the point of view of the social groups that compose it and the interests represented in it, explains the difficulties in resolving the crisis, the struggle of men and groups and the internal troubles of this party. We are at the third attempt, made with greater skill and also with a certain cunning by the leaders of the Christian Democratic Party, to remain alone in power at all costs and continue to monopolize all power. The statements made by the Prime Minister, the Hon. Pella, to extract of the speech given to the Senate on August 21, 1953, on the occasion of the presentation of the Pella government. 3. After the electoral defeat of June 7, 1953, which marked a severe blow for the DC and its allies, De Gasperi failed, despite having tried, to reconstitute a new government. The task was entrusted to the Hon. Pella. To some it seemed like the beginning of a change in the policy followed by the DC up until then. In reality, the facts demonstrated that it was a change in words. There was in fact no serious and substantial change in domestic and foreign policy. The financial exposures of the Hon. Pella left a sense of profound disappointment. As far as relations between citizens and the state were concerned, nothing came. 199. With a tone and language undoubtedly very different from those to which PON had accustomed us for years. De Gasperi, are a new element whose importance has not escaped anyone. In essence, however, the Prime Minister's statements do not appear equally reassuring, and if they were not followed by an open clarification they could undoubtedly give rise to misunderstandings. Misunderstanding and confusion would be even worse than open and declared hostility. The Hon. Pella, in enunciating his declarations, walked, so to speak, a tightrope, using deliberately vague and generic language, in order to keep herself in balance and try to give satisfaction, if not to everyone, to many, a language which, if it were not immediately followed by the facts, could not fail to be judged, despite its formal correctness, as likely to surprise the good faith of the country. Because, in front of the measured and correct words in form, there are the facts, and the first fact that is evident in the eyes of each of us and of the country, is that this government continues to be a single-party government of the Christian Democracy Party. Yes, it's true, we recognize it, some ultras of Catholic action have been excluded, some crazy Sanfedists, that is, the current government presents itself with a less markedly clerical guise, but even more openly for the men who compose it as the direct representative of big capital and monopolistic groups, such as the CONF Industria government. The Prime Minister paid respectful homage to Parliament, stating that it is truly the expression of the popular will to which, these are his precise words, we intend to bow. The Hon. De Gasperi and his colleagues had accustomed Parliament to such openly and insolently anti-democratic language that today even the simple use of parliamentarily correct language has struck and could not fail to strike favorably. But what is the substance? The substance that hides behind the correct language, behind the clever words has changed. Indeed, the arrest of the journalists Aristarco and Renzi marked a worsening of the previous conditions. The favorable vote that the government obtained and accepted from the monarchists could not fail to arouse concerns among all true Democrats, Republicans, and anti-fascists. The Hon. Pella, whose government had been described as a combination between Christian Democrats and monarchists, was forced to resign on January 5, 1954, after just over 100 days of a squalid and difficult life. 200. And solicitors? We can say that the Han Pella, for the way he composed his government, for the men, all partisans, that he called around him, for the procedure itself followed, we can say that the Prime Minister has truly shown respect for Parliament and has bowed to the popular will expressed by the vote on June 7. Respect for Parliament. 10. I believe that there cannot be effective respect for Parliament when a government is established with artificial majorities and, above all, when a part of Parliament, a large part of the voters, are a priori denied the ability to participate, at least to contribute to the direction of the political life of the country. There are 10 million, and it has already been noted that Italians have voted for the Italian Communist Party, for the Italian Socialist Party and for the independent democratic forces. Where and in what way is the will of these millions of Italian citizens represented, not in the composition of the government, but in the same programmatic exposition made to us by the Prime Minister, the Han Pella? 10 million votes are slightly less than the votes obtained by the Christian Democracy Party. These 10 million socialist, communist, and independent democratic votes count for little for you, or at least for the leaders of the Christian Democracy Party, at least for now. Less than zero. This is your democracy? The first fact of fundamental importance that is clear and must be underlined is that, even with this new attempt, the leaders of the Christian Democratic Party refuse to respect the will of the nation. It has been said, but it is a provisional government. The Prime Minister himself characterized his government as transitory, as a government of administration. I am not questioning the technical and administrative competence of the men who make up the current government, but perhaps that, assuming that it is a technical administrative government, I say admitted, but not granted, because there cannot be a technical administrative government that is not in at the same time political government. Perhaps that the technicians, the competent, the administrators, and above all the men devoted to the country, who know how to put the interests of the country above the 201. Own personal interests. Do they belong only to the Christian Democratic Party? If we wanted an administrative government, a provisional government that for a certain period of time would carry out the most urgent functions of the functioning of the state, why wasn't it made up of technicians and experts belonging to all the democratic currents? The truth is that what is important to the Christian Democratic Party, above all words, is to remain in power at all costs. What is important is to keep the men who they represent the will and interests of the working class and working classes. It would be naive and dangerous on our part if we explain this attitude as a result of poor intelligence, as the result of a misunderstanding of the situation, or simply as disorientation and so on. We do not want to underestimate the leaders of the Christian Democracy Party. Without a doubt disorientation also has its part, and the intrigues and maneuvers of the leaders of the Christian democracy have not managed to hide it. The disorientation of the Christian Democratic Party and also of the small parties that had allied themselves with the Christian democracy derives first of all from the way, unexpected for them, in which the national and international situation has been developing in recent times, from the contradictions that have increasingly come to the forelight within every capitalist country adhering to the Atlantic Pact. The international situation. The current international situation, as has been highlighted very authoritatively in recent days, is characterized, first and above all, by the great successes achieved by the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China in the field of peace and democracy, in the effort to ease the tension international, in an effort to prevent another world war. The armistice in Korea is a fait accompli and is a fact of enormous importance, which also marked a victory for the peace-loving forces. Today more than ever in the capitalist world, the consequences of the great victory achieved by the Chinese Revolution, completed between 1948-49, are being felt. This victory aligned on the fronts of democracy, peace, and socialism. 202. A population of over 850 million men. This event, whose value had not escaped the American imperialists, but of which Pon. De Gasperi had thought it could be ignored. He dealt a formidable blow to the capitalist system and made a great step forward in the fight for the destruction of the colonial system in Asia and throughout the world. The great victory of the Chinese Revolution, the effects of which have been felt particularly in recent years, not only bears witness to the fact that we are in the era of the disintegration of the capitalist world and of liberating revolutions, but has had and will continue to have consequences of great brought about in the transformation of the social structure of the entire world. The loss of the Chinese markets by the capitalist countries, as well as the Soviet ones, has worsened the prospects of the capitalist countries and has further aggravated the crisis of Atlantic politics. And it was to deal with the growing economic difficulty that the aggressive circles of the United States had provoked the war in Korea, thinking of achieving their objectives in a short time. But they had miscalculated. For brevity's sake, I will not mention other recent international events that demonstrate that there is something new in the world. Everyone can see that the desire for peace of millions of people, in every country, has become such a powerful and effective force that the standard bearers of the Atlantic Pact have been forced to take it into account. The antagonisms and conflicts within the Atlantic bloc have worsened, and it is certainly not the proclaimed full loyalty of the Italian government to the Atlantic Pact that is able to hide or attenuate these conflicts. The disorientation of the leaders of the Christian Democracy Party after the elections of June 7 also derives from the fact that they were certain, with the use of all the means that the state apparatus had made available to them, ca custa von ca custa, with the billions invested in propaganda, with the monopoly of religion and its organizations, with the monopoly of radio, cinemas, and every other means of influence, pressure and deception, they were certain of being able to have the majority and trigger the law fraud. In this regard, it was reiterated here by the Prime Minister that the electoral reform must be considered to have failed. But this electoral law, which must be considered to have fallen, did not fall by itself. It was annulled, condemned by the Italian people. However, today we see men sitting in government positions who had actively, and with all the means that we 203. We know, supported that law. The leaders of the Christian Democracy Party were so sure of victory that the current Minister of the Interior and his colleagues had gone to electoral rallies in the squares of Italy to proclaim that, after June 7, all communists and socialists they would have been put in jail. The day before yesterday I heard our president read a long list of requests for authorization to proceed against senators, almost all of whom are from this party, points to the left for contempt of the government, but I have not heard even one request for authorization to proceed in the against the leaders of the Christian democracy who, with that threatening language towards the freedom of citizens, vilified the Republican Constitution and its free institutions. Applause from the left. The same Han. During the electoral campaign, De Gasperi wanted to give the broadest assurances to large industrialists and large landowners that the state would place itself at their complete disposal to defend their privileges and particular interests. In his electoral speeches, in his Milan speech in particular, the Han. De Gasperi openly promised that after June 7 he would take steps to aggravate and make even more severe the penalties provided for certain crimes, the penalties provided for by the fascist penal code currently still in force. It is very true, and we take note of it, that the Prime Minister, the Han. Pella did not use the same language here, rather he announced a measure of clemency inspired by feelings of broad humanity. This measure is awaited by thousands of Italian families and also by hundreds of prisoners, many of whom are guilty of nothing other than having fought to defend their rights and their children's bread. However, it is not just a matter of clemency. The country has asked for a measure of broad amnesty, which will put an end to the sad consequences of fascism's infamous war of aggression, and we are in favor of a measure which does not contain discrimination such as to continue the division among Italians. We are indeed in favor of a broad and general measure, which provides clemency for all, which brings peace and tranquility back to the families who still suffer the consequences of the war. Today, we demand justice. However, first of all we ask for justice for the partisans convicted for war actions or in any case for actions carried out during the War of Liberation or, even if committed after, which were 204. Directly and evidently linked to the struggle to free the country from the foreigner and from those who had betrayed their homeland. It is not just a question of promising a measure of clemency, but it is also a question of knowing what the current government intends to do with the fascist penal code currently in force. Yesterday our colleague, my friend Skok spoke here about the PS law, but we still have the fascist penal code in force, 7 years after the proclamation of the Republic, 10 years after the fall of fascism. In Italy, in a so-called democratic regime, the same code is still in force which served the special fascist tribunal to condemn in the name of the defense of the homeland thousands of anti-fascists, communists, socialists, patriots, that code which served to make Antonio Gramsci die in prison. Well, throughout the electoral campaign the Hon. de Gasperi promised not to tear up that code, which is a permanent insult to the democratic and republican constitution, but, on the contrary, he promised to update it by aggravating the already harsh penalties provided by fascism. Well, we would like to ask a question: what does the current Prime Minister, the Honorable, think about it? Pella, what does the current government think of the fascist penal code still in force? We, even before clemency, ask for justice. We ask for the Republican Constitution to be applied and for those fascist codes and laws of the PS to be annulled which are an insult to democracy, to the Republican Constitution, and which can put it in danger because they attack the freedom of citizens. The current attitude of the leaders of the Christian Democratic Party cannot be explained only by disorientation or misunderstanding of the situation, but essentially as the result of a political struggle, as an expression of the class struggle, of the struggle that big capital wages against the working class, the workers, and the Italian people. The attitude that the leaders of the Christian Democracy Party have taken, that is to try, first with Pon. de Gasperi, then with the Hon. Piccinai, and now with the Hon. Pella, to continue the previous policy, trampling on the expressed will of the Italian people to have a government of peace and social reforms, corresponds to the needs and directives of the groups of the large monopoly capital of our country. With its vote on June 7, the Italian people gave their support to the international peace initiatives and the policy of détente, that is, they united their voice with the forces that in every country are calling for the end of the Cold War. They condemned the policy followed over the last 5 years by the clerical party and its allies. 205. The condemnation of clerical politics. With their attitude before and after the elections, the leaders of the Christian Democrats and Catholic Action took the side of those who see as a misfortune the re-establishment of peaceful and friendly relations between all peoples, and in particular between the socialist countries and the capitalist countries. That is, they refused to change their attitude even after the elections, even after the recent developments in the international situation. The government of the Hon. Does Pella intend to change direction? This is what the Italian people expect and hope for. Can this government change the direction followed up to now by its predecessors? Do you have the will and strength to do it? The facts will prove it. Some phrases used by the Prime Minister could suggest that at least the intention to follow a direction that better corresponds to the interests of the nation and the desire for peace of the Italian people is emerging. But, in this regard, we cannot ignore the fact that the Prime Minister's statements on this point were extremely vague, generic, and even contradictory. He began by stating that he intends to remain fully faithful to the Atlantic Pact, and then declared that peace can be achieved by supporting any serious initiative that tends to resolve differences with international agreements. But, in concrete terms, he told us too little about it. And these are problems on which the country cannot be left in uncertainty and on which, much less, we can play with words. It has already been noted that while the Prime Minister has declared himself willing to join any serious peace initiative, he has demonstrated that he ignores or does not take into any consideration the ongoing peace initiatives or even just the proposals to expand trade relations with the Soviet Union. Not only, as has already been noted, has the Italian government not yet recognized the government of the People's Republic of China, but it continues to recognize the wreckage of Chiang Kai-shek's beaten and liquidated clique as the so-called official government. No later than 2 months ago, and precisely on June 19, an international labor conference was held in Geneva, where the Han, Singolani, Pastor, and others. Well, a proposal was presented on that occasion by the self-styled government of Chiang Kai-shek aimed at obtaining the right to vote for its representatives within 206. That conference. Among those who voted to grant this right to vote were precisely the representatives of the Italian government, while the representatives of England, Australia, Belgium, Burma, India, Japan, Indonesia, of Switzerland, Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and other countries, not to mention 47 representatives of different countries who at least abstained, including France, Canada and others. Not only has the Italian government not yet recognized the government of the People's Republic of China, but it is among the few governments that have voted to recognize the right to vote for representatives of Chiang Kai-shek's clique. There is no doubt that, with their vote on June 7, the Italian people took a great step forward in the cause of freedom and peace, breaking the political monopoly of the Christian Democratic Party and preventing the Republican Constitution, as it was openly announced, was sent to the pulp mill. However, it is not just a question of preventing the Constitution from being archived or revised. Today we must demand that it be applied in letter and spirit. The Italian people have the right and duty to demand that there will be respected. The Han Prime Minister declared, "We will uncompromisingly defend the fruitful and irreplaceable order that generates true freedom." Well, there is no one who opposes the defense of order when this means defending the freedom and rights of all citizens. But the leaders of the Christian Democratic Party subvert the order when they forget that sovereignty belongs to the people, who, as it is said in the Constitution, exercises it within the limits and forms established by the Constitution. It is not said in the forms and limits that please to the leaders of the Christian Democratic Party, to the Vatican, to American imperialism. Applause from the left. More than half of Italians voted against the policy followed by the Christian Democratic Party in the past 5 years, against its domestic and foreign policy. A part of your own voters, the Social Democratic and Republican voters, have given their vote to ensure that profound social reforms are carried out in our country. There is no doubt about this. But the leaders of the Christian Democratic Party refuse to take this reality into account. Why? Because you believe you are the only party, however the majority of the Italian people think, you believe you are the only party that has the right to govern. During the electoral campaign you even went so far as to say, and not from 207. Part of irresponsible elements, but by the most authoritative elements of the party, that those who voted against the Christian democracy were voting against the homeland. You believe you are the government, the state, the Italian constitution. We know that this position corresponds exactly to that of the dominant groups of big capital, NFF to American imperialism and who intend to continue the Cold War against the working classes. The government's anti-worker policy. The attack against the working class did not cease even after the elections and is part of this reactionary plan. It is not only because it is forced by the crisis that large Italian capital reduces the mass of wages, imposes an infernal pace of production, a prison discipline in the factories and continues its policy of dismissals. It is with good reason that the great capitalist bourgeoisie resorts to the most unprecedented systems of super-exploitation and oppression. Despite the general crisis, it wants to be able to accumulate ever greater profits. In explaining the government program, the Han Pella failed to say many things, but above all he did not say a word about the policy he intends to follow in the field of industry, towards the working class, for example, towards the wave of layoffs that is unleashing these days. Even omissions have their meaning. A government is judged by what it says, what it doesn't say, and, above all, what it does. What are the conditions of the workers today? This will be the only aspect I will focus on. I have already had the opportunity to demonstrate, in my speech regarding the electoral law, that terrorism and prison discipline established in the factories mean the return, at least in this respect, to the politics of fascism. When big capital and the ruling class aim to transform factories into prisons and prevent the functioning of internal commissions, when laws are invented to take away workers' and peasants' right to vote and their representation in parliament, some fundamental aspects of fascist politics are resorted to. And the fact that the leading groups of big capital have the tendency to return to fascist politics, even if masked by the parliamentary regime, can be explained by the fact that we must never forget that fascism was first of all the expression, for big capital, of an economic necessity. Fascist politics stemmed from structure. 208. Of Italian capitalism itself, from the serious crisis it was going through. He then thought of tackling that crisis with a ferocious reduction in wages, with a hateful exploitation of workers and consumers, with an unprecedented taxation of small, middle, and poor peasant producers and of small industrialists, traders and shopkeepers. But even then it was not possible to reduce wages and increase production on the basis of super-exploitation of labor with the introduction of various rationalization systems without first having put the working class and workers in a position where they could not defend themselves with strikes and unrest, without first having broken the trade union organizations and transformed the factories into barracks and prisons. Well, some serious attempts in this direction have been made again in recent years by industrialists who have deprived workers of the civil rights of free men within the factories, subjecting them to iron discipline and rules absolutely in contrast with the Republican Constitution, which even recognizes workers' right to collaborate in the management of companies. Angelini Cesare. But this happens in communist Germany. Protests from the left. 11 hours of work. And tanks killing the workers. Protests from the left. Outcry. Every time we want to discuss the policies of the Italian government you shout at us, Russia, Czechoslovakia, Germany. Well, we are willing to discuss with you as much as you want, about the characteristics of the governments existing in the Soviet Union, in democratic Germany, in Czechoslovakia, in Poland, etc., and on the conditions of the workers in those countries, but now we are discussing the declarations of the Italian Prime Minister. Loud applause from the left. Interruption of the Sen. Angelini Cesare. Lively comments. What is the aim of this policy of returning to absolute master domination in the factories, combined with the continuous threat of dismissal, if not to try to put workers back in such conditions as to have to accept the introduction of other working standards aimed at an over-exploitation? Today's needs of large Italian capital are still those of the past, being able to face the crisis by increasing the super-exploitation of workers. This policy continued even after June 7. I believe it is superfluous, even for the sake of brevity, to bring facts to demonstrate a situation that is recognized today, not only by the leaders of the Social Democratic Party, but by the top officials themselves. 209. Churches of the Church. The colleague who interrupted me by asking me if I was talking about Eastern Germany or if I was talking about Italy, read L'Osservatore Romano. In a leading article from a few weeks ago, he wrote, "It is a fact that the excessive power of employers in industry and agriculture has increased. Joint commissions are frowned upon, postponed, unwanted. Here the situation in certain places smacks of feudalism. We are still at the apology of Menenius Agrippa and not at the words of the gospel, and after 2000 years it is still time to get there." You can argue with the Osservatore Romano, if he believes. Spezzano. He doesn't argue, he obeys. I leave aside all considerations on everything that the church hierarchies have done to ensure that over the course of 2000 years the situation remains the one that the authoritative ecclesiastical newspaper is describing to us. In other words, L'Osservatore Romano tends, in this article, to explain to us today's reality with the so-called betrayal of Christianity. In a civilization that claims to be Christian, this can be strong, especially when these things are written by L'Osservatore Romano, but it is not surprising when precisely those who had the mission of propagating the gospel became supporters, in the past, of the fascist regime and today of that situation which has returned to exist in the factories. But this is not what interests me, At this moment it is enough for me to note that even the Vatican body recognizes today that the excessive power of the employers has become accentuated both in industry and in the countryside, and this has only happened 10 years after the fall of fascism, precisely by the so-called Christian democratic governments that have followed one another in recent years and presided over by the Han. De Gasperi. The continuous worsening of the living conditions of the working classes during de Gasperi's chancellorship can be demonstrated by the following few data. Total unemployment affects 10% of the active population, partial unemployment accounts for 18%, the very young constitute 40% of the total unemployed, and their situation is all the more tragic as not only are they without work, but they find it practically impossible to learn a trade and a profession. The young unemployed registered in the employment offices were, in 1948, 334,000, in 1932 they became 604,000. The real wages of workers are lower than before the war. It is true that government propaganda has tried to demonstrate the opposite, but we know that with statistics you can demonstrate whatever you want, but in order to establish that index in question. 210. The statistics offices did not take into account the mass unemployed or even the low-paid. In southern Italy, especially in agriculture, wages are only theoretically set by employment contracts because they are generally never respected. For example, while the contractual salary of a laborer is set at 600 lire per day, the laborer actually never exceeds 400 to 450 lire. The vast majority of the Italian population has suffered further impoverishment, as is irrefutably demonstrated by all the data on the consumption of the main foodstuffs and clothing per inhabitant. Recent surveys on unemployment and poverty have provided impressive data in this regard, which it is useless to report here because they are available to all of you. In recent weeks, despite the clamor of the government crisis and the intrigues to somehow resolve it, the newspapers have dedicated some space to the conclusion of the parliamentary inquiry into poverty in Italy. But what would be the point of investigations and statistics on poverty, on the lack of housing, of essential food for hundreds of thousands of Italian families, when the conditions of the people continued to remain the same? It is not enough to carry out investigations to collect this data. We do not want to be statisticians, data recorders, scholars of the social phenomenon. We fight, with all our strength, to change the living conditions of the Italian people. The fight we are waging to improve the lot of the Italian people is not just a question of tactics for us. We want to really improve, day by day, and to the greatest possible extent, the living conditions of workers. We want to impose limits on ferocious capitalist exploitation through political struggle and the action of the working masses. How did past Christian democratic governments work to alleviate the misery and hardship of workers? They have supported the bosses in every contingency, always having the police force intervene against the workers, against the peasants, against the workers of the various categories fighting to defend their bread and their rights. They have allowed the large industrialists to violate the work, extended the working day, increased the abuse of overtime hours, assigned a greater number of machines to the individual worker, multiplied their attacks against the trade union bodies by means of fines and suspensions from work. The Christian democratic government allowed a regime of intimidation and police terrorism to be established in the factories. As for the fight against unemployment, the governments pass. 211. Sathi have found nothing better than organizing school construction sites, which moreover limit themselves to employing a few thousand workers and are unable to hide the exorbitant exploitation of labor organized by the state. In presenting his program, the Han de Gasperi, weeks ago, spoke of the need for a radical strengthening of our agricultural and industrial production which, according to the Han de Gasperi, these are his words, is achievable only if we manage to lower the costs of our production. The Han Pella was more cautious. He spoke of a fundamental aspiration to expand agricultural and industrial production, but he said nothing about the path he intends to follow to realize this aspiration. How to expand agricultural and industrial production? by nationalizing some key industries as required by the Republican Constitution, or perhaps with a work plan that provides for full employment of the workforce. None of this, the means followed so far by past governments to strengthen or expand agricultural and industrial production, has been only one, and that has been the so-called increase in productivity. Productivity and superexploitation. What does increased productivity mean? The word is undoubtedly seductive, and we were, after the liberation took place in the years 1945, 1946, and 1947, among the most active and sincere propagandists of the increase in production, when this could mean uniting everyone's efforts to rebuild and renew the country. Increased productivity should mean the ability to produce more with the same amount of work, without increasing the physical effort of workers, without increasing the duration and intensity of work. The increase in productivity should be the result of technical development and industrial reforms of a social nature. For the capitalists, for the big capitalists, however, increased productivity today have become synonymous with an increase in work intensity, and, from the point of view of their selfish personal and class interest, we could also say that they are right, since in the current phase of monopoly capitalism only the increase in the intensity of work and the exploitation of the worker can ensure an increase in profits. In the mouths of the managers of CONF Industria and the big industrialists, an increase in productivity means nothing other than the fact that the big capitalists want to squeeze the 212 maximum surplus value from the working class. They want to make maximum profits. We are absolutely against this way of conceiving the increase in productivity, because it does not correspond to the interests of workers, of the people, of the nation, neither from an immediate perspective nor for the future of new generations. Such an increase in productivity, as advocated by the large industrialists, does not translate into an increase in well-being for the whole nation, but in a decrease in the mass of real wages, in an increase in profits only for the large capitalists, in an increase in exploitation of manpower, illnesses, accidents, in a reduction in the life years of workers and workers. A few figures are enough to prove these statements. While the so-called productivity crusade had been underway in recent years, i.e. while the profits of trusts and monopolies were increasing, we had an increase in accidents of 35% from 1948 to 1952. In 1948 there were 535,823 casualties in Italy, in 1951 734,390 and, in the first half of 1952 alone, 354,980. Bear in mind that in the same period the worker employment index decreased by 3%, so the increase in the number of accidents has an even greater significance. There was also an increase in fatal accidents by 18% and an increase in the number of occupational diseases by 77.5%. These are data offered by official statistics. The working methods used in our country respond to only one need, to increase the profits of the big capitalists, and, to achieve this aim, workers are subjected to an inhuman effort which causes many accidents, increases the number of illnesses and reduces the duration of human life. All systems of so-called rationalization, whether they are called Emerson, Beddoes, Taylor, etc., are nothing more than inhuman systems of super-exploitation, because they take into account, in fixing the rhythm and time, only the possibility of producing a certain number of pieces during a certain number of hours or during a day. The human factor is not taken into account. It is not considered that the effort made by the workers during an hour to produce a quantity of pieces cannot be tolerated for 8 hours and above all for consecutive weeks without resulting in the physical and moral debilitation of the worker. Here is what a young textile worker writes to me on this subject: forced to look after 4 looms instead of 1 as was used in the past, I have the impression that time no longer exists, but only rhythm and noise. There is nothing but the relentless life of 213 looms, whose noise sounds from one end of the department to the other, empties the brain, circulates through all the limbs. It is the rhythm that drives all our organisms. We have no more eyes than to monitor our machines, We have no more legs than to run from one car to another, we have no more hands than to serve the machines, we have no more ears than to listen to their screeching. Believe me, you must have cried over the cars because you can't make it anymore, you kill yourself to earn little or nothing. We must understand our indignation and the revolt caused by the system, which exhausts all our manpower. The machine becomes a tyrant, and with the rhythm, with the noise, with the dust, it takes over our entire being. Once the day's work is over, physically exhausted, I am incapable of any intellectual effort. In these conditions, when you speak to culture workers about the need for study, these words sound like irony and mockery. Save our industry. The productivity crusade, which has been conducted in recent years by previous Christian democratic governments, is directly linked to foreign interests. It no longer serves exclusively the interests of the national bourgeoisie, but rather the designs of American imperialism, which is the organizer of these campaigns for productivity throughout Europe, linked to the Atlantic Pact. It is all the more strange that such a campaign is being conducted at a time when a new wave of layoffs is underway and when the offensive for the demobilization of our industries continues. It is truly serious that the Prime Minister's presentation lacked any concrete proposal on how the current government intends to resolve the serious situation of some fundamental branches of our industry. The gravity of the industrial crisis in our country, very serious in the metalworking, mining, and textile sectors, is clear for everyone to see. What explanation can there be for the fact that on this issue the Hahn Pella, as already a few weeks ago the Hahn de Gasperi, in presenting his government, completely remained silent about the existence of dozens and dozens of very important companies in serious difficulty, remained silent about tens and tens of thousands of employees and workers, technicians, and workers suspended from work or reduced to work for a few hours a week or even fired. 214. I don't want to do the honorable person a disservice. Pella to assume that he is ignorant of this situation. No, he knows it very well. He certainly knows that the number of layoffs notified and announced in the metalworking industry alone in recent weeks amounts to around 8,000. Some of the largest industrial complexes in our country are involved in this serious process of partial demobilization, among others Tierney, Eva of Savona and Venice, Magona of Piombino, Pignone of Florence, to name but the largest. Many partial reductions in production have transformed and are transforming into total demobilization and plant closures. Some producers, as for example in the case of Magona di Piombino, foreseeing an invasion of the Italian market by foreign steel groups, have given up any possibility of investments and have preferred to throw the company into the sea. The Hahn Pella is also not unaware that the wave of layoffs and demobilizations has particularly affected the state-controlled industry sector, i.e. the companies controlled by the TRI and those subject to the management of the FIM. Well, what does the government of the Honorable intend to do? Pella to save our country's vital industries. The fact that the Hahn Pella presenting his government as transitory does not justify his silence on this point, because these are problems that do not tolerate delay, that do not tolerate postponement. The silence of the Hahn Pella in this regard is all the more significant and I would say worrying for the fact that the reaffirmed absolute loyalty to all commitments deriving from the Atlantic Pact and the European Community is not made to give a guarantee that the national industry will be defended. The Prime Minister cannot avoid expressing his opinion on these problems, he cannot avoid saying what he intends to do, if the government intends at least to take urgent measures to safeguard and defend the steel and mechanical industries, the management and financing of which the Italian state participates directly. The government of the Honorable is oriented. Pella to prepare measures to nationalize the IRI and FIM companies in fact and not in name and to remove these companies from the selfish interests of private capital? I realize that it may seem naive on our part to present these questions to the Hahn Pella, but here it is not a question of naivete on one side or cunning on the other, here it is a question of clarity. The interests of the nation are at stake, and the country has the right to know clearly what the government intends to do to safeguard these national interests. The President of the Con. 215. Secchia stated precisely and clearly that the government's internal policy will have as its permanent goal the observance of the laws by the entire national community, with rigorous intervention by the state to protect the most humble and needy. No one can escape the importance of this declaration, above all due to the fact that up to now, for 5 years now, the state, through the diaspora governments, has always intervened, and rigorously, in defense of the most rich people, big industrialists and big landowners. But how do we reconcile these very important statements made by the Han Pella with the facts that we are also witnessing in recent weeks, by the Minister of the Interior who is part of the current government? There is not a single agitation by workers and peasants, not a single dispute in which the police forces do not intervene for repressive and intimidating purposes. The Prime Minister stated that no discrimination must exist between Italians before the law and the public administration due to political, trade union or other beliefs. This is a categorical and precise statement, which cannot be conditioned by any ifs or buts. The duties of the citizen are established by the Constitution and established by law. There are no others, and it has already been pointed out by these benches that we cannot talk about putting an end to discrimination without abolishing the fascist PS laws developed specifically to annul citizens' rights and to divide Italians into reprobates and elected, oppressed and oppressors. Put an end to discrimination. But let us immediately add that putting an end to the policy of discrimination must also mean abolishing the filing and surveillance of citizens based on their political, trade union or religious opinions. We must abolish the OVRA, restored by SIBO with its records, with the reports of thousands of honest citizens, thousands of patriots guilty only of being socialists, communists, active Democrats, and trade union organizers. I believe it is superfluous to report here, as we have already done on other occasions, the evidence that this police organization exists, that this discrimination exists. On the other hand, there is none of you who is unaware that this organization exists. Hundreds of socialists and communists, just because they are such, are under surveillance, as if they were dangerous criminals. Their every movement is reported by the police. 216. Including Mentaries. It is not uncommon to hear the hotelier inform us that police officers have been to ask what time you return to the hotel. This surveillance constitutes discrimination. Returning to freedom for all citizens, to the freedom to speak and express their opinions openly means putting an end to discrimination. Rallies and public demonstrations are still prohibited in Italy without justification other than that of the circular from former Minister Sibo, which is still in force, and which is in perfect contrast with the Republican Constitution. The L'Unità festivals themselves, that is, simple recreational events of a popular nature, are these days prohibited or hindered in any way by the police authorities and Christian Democrat municipal administrations. That is, the ability to organize these recreational events of a popular nature depends not on the laws or the citizens' rights enshrined in the Constitution but exclusively on the discretion of the police commissioners and prefects. It is therefore a continuous violation of the constitutional charter, of discrimination between citizens, because none of these prohibitions affects the demonstrations of Christian democratic organizations or Catholic associations. No discrimination must mean putting an end to the Cold War that the diaspora governments have been waging for years against the working class and workers. The end of discrimination must mean that the Republican Constitution must have full force even within the factories. The factories are not outside the law and the Constitution, they are not outside the Italian state. The employment relationship between master and worker cannot in any way cancel, reduce, or limit the rights of the citizen. The Art. 2 of the Constitution expressly says, the Republic recognizes and guarantees the inviolable rights of man, both as an individual and in the social groups where his activity takes place. The activity of workers takes place, to a large extent, in factories and workshops, and therefore also in factories and workshops workers' rights must be inviolable and guaranteed, and in factories and workshops and on construction sites workers must maintain towards the masters, in full, their rights as citizens, their human dignity, the freedom to be able to develop their moral, intellectual, and political personality without obstacles or limitations of any kind. The employment relationship recognizes the owner only one right, that of demanding from his employee a specific work performance, for the agreed salary, corresponding to the contract. 217. Of work, in compliance with a specific organization and a specific work discipline. However, in realizing this right, the owner must respect the personal freedom of his employee, and this in accordance with the Art. 13 of the Constitution. For this reason, the bosses cannot, as they have been doing in recent years, resort to insults, physical and moral violence, humiliations towards the workers. They cannot subject them to inspections and searches not expressly justified by serious reasons, preventing of crimes, which have nothing to do with the opinions and political and trade union activities of the workers. That the Republican Constitution should also have value within the factories may seem so obvious to everyone that it does not deserve to be raised as a question, yet within the factories the Constitution has no value because the bosses have taken steps to replace it with other constitutions, with internal regulations made at their discretion and according to their particular interests. The internal regulations of the factories reveal in several points an imprint of corporate and fascist origin which is in open contrast with the rules of the Republican Constitution and with national employment contracts. The Montecatini regulation goes so far as to establish as a norm the company's right to fire those workers and employees who express, as private individuals, as free citizens, opinions not appreciated by the company. From the regulations examined, it appears that many of them condition the right to work on compliance with absurd and offensive rules for the dignity of the worker, rules dictated by the boss, rules aimed at affirming the concept of complete subordination of the worker to the boss. These hierarchical principles were used in the past by the fascists to impose the participation of workers, outside of working hours, in their meetings. These are rules intended to prevent the worker from resorting to unrest, to fighting to defend his interests, rules which in certain cases provide for establishing the forms and duration of the unrest, rules intended to give the employment relationship personal nature, to prohibit trade union and political discussions, to place disputes on an individual level. There is one of these regulations, that of the Settimelo Cement Union, which establishes that the company recognizes the right to strike only for well-founded union or economic reasons, provided, however, that the company is previously informed of the reason, the beginning, and the duration of the strike. There is no one who does not see the article. 218. Of this regulation effectively abolishes the right to strike. That is, the strike is only permitted if the owner finds it justified. Freedom in the factories. For all these reasons, the sense of having been locked up in many cages has spread among workers in workshops and factories, and you know, I really don't know if you know, that the first thought of those locked in cages is that of try to break it. 7, 8 years ago, after the liberation had taken place, the workers felt that their destiny was that of the nation. They were ready to participate in the front row in the common effort and sacrifices in the broad perspective of a reconstruction and renewal plan that would progress our country. But these hopes were cruelly dashed. The workers, the technicians, the farmers fought for the liberation and the salvation of the homeland more than any other group of citizens. Well, the liberation of the homeland could only be such if the proletariat had found the possibility of satisfying its vital needs, only if the workers had found their rights and their future assured in the nation. Unfortunately, once again they found themselves, especially after April 18th, with the door barred, and they found themselves once again a body of slaves inside the factories. They were forced to once again get acquainted with the police machine guns, with super-exploitation, with starvation wages, with layoffs, with poverty. In his programmatic declarations, the Prime Minister expressed, in clear terms, his firm desire to meet the needs of the most needy large masses. Doing this means opening those doors barred on April 18th. Doing this should mean for the government to commit all its forces and commit the energies of the nation in the great fight against unemployment, against poverty, for the increase in workers' wages, in the fight against super-exploitation, against the selfish and anti-national policies of large monopolistic groups. But the fight for work, for a fair wage, the fight against poverty requires a concrete and consequent general policy of peace, freedom, and social progress. The current government is capable, despite the words used by the Han Pella, to implement this policy with facts. Frankly, we doubt it, we don't believe it, nor is there anything in this statement of mine that is indifferent to the statements made by the Honorable President of the Con. 219. I advise you, because this is not a personal matter. I am not discussing at this moment either the good faith or the goodwill of the Han Pella. Interests are at stake that concern the fundamental social classes of Italian society, this is the determining factor. Now, due to the men who compose it, due to their past, due to the ties they have with big Italian capital, this government cannot give us a guarantee of knowing how to conduct a consequent policy of peace, freedom, work, a guarantee of knowing how to conduct a policy that above all defends the interests of the workers, that is, the great majority of the nation. At least words are not enough, we need facts, and the facts are made up of the existing situation in the country and the practical attitude that government bodies have taken towards workers in recent weeks. A government from which any representation of the working class and the working classes is excluded can only leave us skeptical about its ability and will to defend the rights and freedoms of all Italians and first and foremost those who work. The very way in which the conservative press and the big business press welcomed this government, the warm and enthusiastic applause from the right and the monarchists also have their meaning. If the large industrialists and capitalists applaud, it is either because they have already obtained guarantees and assurances, or because they are certain of obtaining from this government a defense of their privileges and the continuation of a policy that ensures them higher profits, even to the detriment of the interests of the nation. But in any case, with facts rather than words, the current government will have the opportunity to prove its claims. With facts, the current government will have the opportunity to confirm or deny the predictions of one or the other. We hope that the expectations of the Italian people are not disappointed. But these expectations will not be disappointed if workers and democratic forces continue to strengthen their unity, their action, and their fight for the increase in wages, for the improvement of their living conditions, for the defense of their dignity, for the application of the Republican Constitution. We must move forward. The vote of June 7 condemned the policy of division and discrimination of the Italian people, it condemned the political 220. Anti-democratic and anti-national CA pursued in recent years by reactionary groups of the ruling classes. The Republican Constitution was saved by the vote of June 7, but that vote was achieved through activity, work, and struggle. Today we must move forward, and workers must be aware that, to move forward, we cannot wait for changes to happen on their own, to fall from above or to be the work of this or that ministerial promise, to be the work of those who they only show good intentions. Good intentions, if they really are, will only become reality if workers move forward, strengthen and broaden the unity of the working class and popular forces. These are the great democratic battles that marked an undoubted success on June 7, only if these great democratic battles are carried forward with greater strength and greater impetus can the intentions be translated into reality. A vast united and democratic popular movement is underway in the country so that the vote of June 7 is not cancelled by the more or less disguised maneuvers of conservative and reactionary forces. A government of peace cannot be the result of expedients and intrigues, it cannot be a government of one party, a government of only one party, it can only be the result of the activity, will and struggle of workers and the Italian people. The workers, the peasants, the employees, the technicians, the intellectuals, the workers, everyone must be aware that the success of the policy of peace and freedom depends above all on their activity, on their unity, on their strength, on the struggle for respect for the application of the Republican Constitution, struggle that did not end on June 7. Today more than ever the unity of the working class, of the workers of the various political and trade union currents, of the popular forces is necessary, today more than ever the active struggle of all the popular forces is necessary so that the aspirations for peace and freedom expressed by the vote of June 7 should not be disappointed and Italy can have a new government, a government of peace, freedom, and social progress. Loud applause from the left. Many congratulations. 221. 1954. The Resistance and the Silba government won. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, some colleagues have delighted in researching the authorship of the individual parts of the keynote speech given here by the Prime Minister. We do not know which of the three characters more or less in search of an author, who had been entrusted with the task of preparing or revising these declarations, had the brilliant idea of attaching to them also the commitment to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the liberation of Rome. And we don't even know if it is out of modesty that the Hon. Seba and his cronies have carefully avoided the word resistance, or whether it is because they prefer to see this word deleted from the dictionary, if not of our language, then of the recent history of Italy. In any case, we believe that the reference to the liberation of Rome contained in the government's declarations should not be overlooked, nor taken into account as any kind of bullet point with which the speech should also have ended. For us, the resistance and the celebration of its 10th anniversary is such an important problem that we deemed it necessary to make it the subject of a specific intervention. The Hon. Seba, after reminding us, these are his words, that one speech delivered to the Senate in the session of February 23, 1954, published by ANPI. After the resignation of the Pella government, and an interregnum that lasted only 14 days of the Fanfani government, on February 10, 1954 the government presided over by the Hon. Seba, which barely passed the chamber with 300 votes in favor against 283. Vice President of the Council of Ministers, the Hon Saragat, hence the nickname, Silba Saragat, and more concisely the SS government. This government lasted until July 1955 and was characterized by its belated McCarthyism. While the signs of détente were accentuating on the international level, on the domestic level the Hon. Seba continued his repressive, anti-democratic policy of attacking workers and in particular the PCI. 223. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the liberation of Rome from the foreign invader and the reconquest of its freedom. He told us that this government intends to celebrate this anniversary with dignity, etc. We would like to make 3 observations. 1. Why are we talking about the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the liberation of Rome and not of the entire national territory? 2. How does this government intend to celebrate the anniversary with dignity? Because it is not so much a question of erecting some monument, but first and foremost of respecting the ideals and program of the resistance which today is written in the Republican Constitution. 3. The current honorable government has sufficient qualifications. Seba and Saragat to worthily celebrate the liberation of Rome and Italy. This year marks the of Emilia. 1944 was the decisive year, the year of the most painful sacrifices, of the hardest fights, of the partisans' move to the offensive. There is no strip of our land, there is no area from Rome upwards, along the entire line of retreat of the Germans, where the barbarity of the enemy has not been unleashed against the civilian populations. Each of us remembers Gubbio, Civitella Val di Chiana, Castelnuovo di Val Cesena, Pedol di Fuscio, Melito Valdarno, Vinca, Marzabito, Fondo Tos. We are talking about entire villages set on fire, populations massacred, massacres of women and children, nameless and numberless crimes. And the devastating fury of the Germans is opposed by an increasingly bold and aggressive partisan movement which gives no respite to the enemy, which presses him from every side, who attacks him in and around Rome before the liberation of the city, who pursues him in his retreat towards Tuscany. Terni, Florence, Siena, Macerata, Forli, Ravenna, and dozens of other cities were liberated by the Italian partisans during 1944. And it is in the summer and autumn of 1944 that the partisans go on the offensive, creating the free zones, true oases of freedom in territory occupied by the enemy. And it is the Val di Ossola, it is the Val Sesia, the Valle de Lanzo, the areas of the Mira and Varita valleys in the province of Cuneo, it is a part of the Biella area and the Longhi, it is vast areas of Friuli, Liguria, Emilia liberated forever or temporarily through the partisan struggle and the peasants' insurrection. 224. 1944 was the year fullest of fighting, of struggle, of heroism of all our people from Rome to the Alps, to the sea. And you talk about celebrating the 10th anniversary of the liberation of Rome. Why only Rome? Perhaps because, according to some, Rome was not liberated from the partisans and patriots? Maybe because by celebrating the liberation of Rome you want to give credit only to the Anglo-American soldiers. Didn't the resistance, the patriots, and the partisans also contribute to the liberation of Rome? Hasn't Rome perhaps given its generous fighters, its fallen, its martyrs? Hasn't Rome had over 1,000 people shot and more than 10,000 prisoners? Doesn't Rome perhaps include episodes and moments of struggle that are among the brightest of the entire national resistance? No, the liberation of Rome cannot be celebrated without celebrating the resistance, without exalting the partisan movement, without honoring the working class, the Italian workers who not only were the backbone of the partisan formations, but who in March 1944, there were 10 years in a few days, by proclaiming the general strike throughout German-occupied Italy, they inflicted on the Nazi war machine one of the hardest blows suffered during the conflict. They are the same workers in Milan who on the day this government was about to present itself to Parliament were charged by the police forces and brutally beaten. For one of them, for Ecobedo Leone, it was death. Those workers are the main protagonists of the War of Liberation, the valiant fighters of yesterday and today for the freedom and independence of Italy. It is on behalf of those workers, those students, those employees, those technicians, it is on behalf of the workers of Milan, Turin, Genoa, Bologna, Florence, Rome, and all the other cities of Italy which we ask of the honorable government. Shiba. How do you want to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the resistance, of the liberation of Rome and all the other Italian cities and provinces? Because it's not just about honoring the fallen, naming some streets after heroes, inaugurating some museums, it's first and foremost about respecting the ideals of the resistance. It is first of all a question of remaining faithful to the resistance program. But you don't want to do this. This is why you, gentlemen of the government, cannot and do not want to celebrate the resistance. You have slandered the resistance, outraged it, persecuted it for some years, especially from 1947 onwards, and mind you that I am not only referring to the ignoble persecutions to which you have 225 subjected the partisans and about which much has already been said in the past, I am referring to all the work carried out by the clerical governments especially after April 1948, which constitutes the most brazen betrayal and the bloodiest insult to the ideals and the program for against whom the patriots, partisans, and all the men of the resistance had fought. Even today, while the 10th anniversary of the resistance is being celebrated, Ferruccio Parri, to whom our affectionate greetings and solidarity go loud applause, is forced to defend his honor and that of the resistance from infamous campaigns which were tolerated and stimulated because Parri resisted, because he remained faithful to the ideals of the resistance, because he did not get bogged down in the appearances of scam laws. You betrayed the resistance. You have betrayed the resistance with the work of division first and then discrimination among Italian citizens. The resistance, you 10 know, did not only mean struggle and combat, but it meant first of all unity, unity of all Italians against tyranny, unity of all the democratic forces, of all the healthy forces of the nation, to liberate the homeland first and foremost, then to rebuild it, to renew it, to give it new life. We are fighting today, the partisans thought, but then with freedom all Italians will have a homeland, even workers will be part of the nation, they will have the same rights as all other citizens. This was the spirit of the resistance that Piero Calamandrei was able to capture with such effective words, whoever examines the outcome of June 7 with a certain effort of serenity and detachment cannot fail to notice that the various errors that can be blamed on the Christian democracy and the smaller parties related to it can easily be reduced to one which sums them all up, having betrayed the spirit of democratic cooperation left by the resistance. Thus the sacrifice of the partisans during the war had to be intended to continue during the peace in a moral commitment to rehabilitate the political struggle and the participation in it of all free men, in this people accustomed for centuries to consider the government as a rapacious tyranny that is above them and suffocates them. The brief experience of the National Liberation Committees brought a new spirit of political responsibility and self-government, the feeling of the right and duty of the people of self-governing, of this coincidence between people and government which is the 226 life-giving ferment of every healthy democracy. Precisely this sentiment has been compressed and offended by the Christian Democrats in these 5 years. But there is another reason why you don't want to celebrate the resistance. You, as representatives of the great Italian bourgeoisie, have no interest in making known and celebrating the history of the resistance because this sounds like condemnation and shame for the ruling classes who brought the country to ruin and then put themselves at the service of the foreigner. The resistance does not belong to you. It does not belong to the conservative and reactionary groups. The resistance was a fight against fascism, that is, against the groups of monopoly capital, against the obscurantist and more reactionary forces of our country. In all the capitalist countries of Europe occupied by German troops or oppressed by fascist tyranny, the resistance was a great movement of the popular masses, in which men of every political faction participated, but which had opposition parties at its head because the cadres of the old ruling classes had partly allied themselves with the foreigner and, partly, had fled overwhelmed by the invasion. They had not been able to do anything other than demonstrate their corruption and their immeasurable moral misery. If this is true for all the capitalist countries of Europe occupied by the Germans, it is even more true for Italy. In Italy, more than elsewhere, the main protagonist of the resistance and the war of liberation was the new ruling class. It was the working class, and the greatest contribution was given by the workers, students, peasants, the working masses and their vanguard parties. Oh, I know well that when we make these statements we are accused of wanting to monopolize the resistance. This is absolutely false. We have never wanted and do not want to monopolize the resistance. We simply want the decisive contribution given by the working class, by the workers, by their parties, in particular by the Communist Party, the Socialist Party and the Justice movement not to be ignored or underestimated. Freedom. We want the actual conditions in which the resistance developed in Italy as a political, military, and social fact not to be distorted. We want it to be known, and no mystification will be able to change the historical reality which were the driving forces of the resistance, and which forces which, despite participating to the National Liberation Committees, they acted as a hindrance and practically acted to limit the war of national liberation and to prevent or derail the national insurrection. 227. The fundamental contribution of the workers. The resistance in Italy is the story of the struggles, heroism and sacrifices of the working class and workers, and has had its own particular characteristics compared to those of other countries. The partisan and patriotic war in Italy took on such great breadth and a national and social character, at the same time, because it was always, from the first day, accompanied, fueled and supported by hundreds and hundreds of strikes, by the sabotage of war production, from the Gapist action in the cities and from the peasant revolts in the villages. To those who accuse us of wanting to monopolize the resistance, we ask some precise questions. Is it true or not true that all partisan formations, whatever their political color, rely directly or indirectly on the struggle of the working class, peasants, and workers? The resistance would perhaps have been able to survive, not even a year, but not even a month, without the direct and indirect help and support of the workers, without the thousands and thousands of agitations and strikes that then, as now, they find at their head the communists and socialists, without the direct and daily help of the masses of peasants whose sacrifice is symbolized by the heroism of the Serva brothers. But what am I saying? the resistance would not even have arisen without the action of the most advanced part of our people, and in particular without the work carried out by the communists and socialists, of those avant-garde parties that had been banned until then. The resistance was not at all a spontaneous movement, as some today would have us believe, and, above all, at the beginning it had to face and overcome the difficult obstacle of waiting. The wait-and-see attitude had its origins in the fear of the armed people and was strong and widespread immediately after September 8, and had its representatives and spokesmen even within the CLN. And there is no need to remember what the arguments of the attestists were, that is, those who were in fact against the resistance. These arguments were that it was necessary to spare the people further sacrifices, to wait for the Anglo-Americans to arrive, and then the cheap strategists tried to demonstrate to us that it was impossible to wage partisan warfare in Italy, a country with little woodland, rich, on the one hand, in communication routes and, on the other, in impassable mountains. According to them, the partisan movement could neither resist nor develop, it would have been liquidated in a few weeks. 228. Yes, we can say it well. Above all, the communists and socialists were the main forces, the bases of the resistance. On the other hand, there is no serious opponent who can fail to recognize him. The French writer François Mauriac wrote, "Only the working class in its mass remained faithful to the nation at the time." And what Mauriac writes for France can be repeated even more for Italy. And the notebooks for the history of war, which are published in France by the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, in an article dedicated to the European resistance, do not hesitate to recognize the contribution of the communists to the resistance. Naturally, they also highlight the unpleasant consequences of that contribution, according to the author. But we certainly don't demand applause and praise from bourgeois politicians. It is enough for us to recognize our contribution. Professor H. Michel, the secretary of this Institute for the History of War, therefore writes, "The communists entered the active resistance en masse. Their action will manifest itself strongly, especially from 1943 onwards. But, from the beginning, they were fearsome for the occupier, both for their experience of clandestine life, for their courage, and for their habit of suffering. They brought the working and urban masses into the clandestine and resistance organization. To the individual action of sabotage, to the collection of information, to the actions of patriotic groups and partisans, they add the weapons of strikes, sabotage of production, and mass demonstrations. They do not hesitate to shed their blood. Strengthened by the experience acquired in the Spanish War, taking example from the instructions given by Stalin to the populations of the Soviet Union, they organize partisan formations. And then again on P12, after having illustrated our action to introduce ourselves into positions of responsibility and command in his own way, states, without a doubt the contribution of the communists was considerable. They had less regard for human life than their companions, their dynamism bordered on fanaticism. They were more than other parties equipped for the new conditions of an unprecedented type of combat. They were not embarrassed by the concern for form and respect for legality that the others were